A pretty ugly weekly candle right across the board. The Dow as well, maybe faring a little bit better than the rest, but I just saw UBS downgrading all of big tech essentially this morning with some negativity coming across for the big seven anyways. But yeah, there's Tesla, 4.2%, huge gap down. I mean, just took out session lows right now, 4.2%. More price cuts, as I said, coming through this morning right across the board. Widespread as well, trying to make some adjustments here.
Yeah, tough look. Li Auto in China as well, really taking it on the chin, down well over 7% in pre-market trading. Not specific to Li Auto, but just to give you guys an idea that these price cuts are affecting other electric vehicle automakers, specifically the Chinese. Crypto also on watch, Brendo, as we knock on the door of 66,000 again. Nice move over the weekend.
Yeah, a little bit of a bounce, or trying to be anyways. You and I were just talking before we came on here. They're selling Tesla going into earnings with a lot of question marks, obviously, hanging over this report to come. On the demand side of things, on the monthly side of things, we were just talking about, I was reading an article on the weekend about Pepsi. Apparently they have, I think it was 30 of the semi-trucks. They're supposed to be at 100 on the road right now. So a lot of questions needing answered from Elon coming up. There's the overall market though. Pre-market here, we are gapping to the upside on a 15-minute chart, trying to hold some of the afternoon levels. But pretty negative session right out of the gate on Friday. We just went straight to the downside, 0.5%, tough to see up there, but 0.5% for the NASDAQ currently. Lots to get to this morning, guys. Happy Monday.
Yes, good morning. Happy Monday, everybody. And look, I think we got to buckle up this week, although I have good news. According to Randy, forget about that third off that FSD is. According to Randy, our automotive expert, he says full self-driving is going to be free in 3 years, although that's just his opinion. I don't know. If you think that's true, then you might also think that this coffee tastes like swamp water, Sean. But we'll talk.
Well, I mean, yeah, swamp water. Yeah, that was a good one. Good break into the. This is not swamp water, though. This is a nice.
No, it's absolutely not. Check out the podcast because
you know what I meant when I said swamp water.
Sean, you know before you even before it got out of your mouth in the pod, you probably knew Neil would know exactly what swamp water is.
I think everybody that went to our school would know. Like we did that enough.
Dude, it was first of all, that was like a rite of, it was a rite of passage. Like, you just did it. And even if you didn't like it, you did it at least once.
Yeah.
Just because that was the kind of thing that, you do dumb stuff.
I don't think my kids do that. I don't think my kids do that, though.
Yeah, but I didn't even.
They just go right for the iced tea.
I didn't know it was still a thing. Like, I knew it was a thing.
Yeah.
I didn't know it was still a thing.
Yeah. Let us know in the chat if you know what swamp water is all about.
It's delicious. But, yeah, it's good.
Adara does.
Oh, goodness.
Winnipeg in the building.
There was so much moving on Friday that I think the SSR list is sick. Oh, there she is.
Yeah, the SSR list.
Oh God.
You finally get a little bit of a bump up in the Dow. It was just a tech wreck on Friday, basically. Yeah, that was the worst thing to see there. You had SMH now pulling back, I think 14 or 17% from its highs. So if you kind of wanted to pick your poison a little bit here and say, hey, this is what I'm leaning towards. Like, I haven't bought any indexes yet, or haven't bought anything in this dip. And in fact, sold on Friday a little bit. So I think there's more coming. But I wonder about the SMH. I talked about the Dow. I think that's a good spot. And I think SMH down a little bit more as well. So I'm not worried about picking which names we want, because NVIDIA was and is SSR today. So on Friday, we went down 10% plus, almost on the nose. We rebounded a little bit into the end of the day. Actually, well, I guess in the aftermarket, we pulled back down. But at the end of the day, we bounced up from that 755 up to 764. So now we're hovering right around pretty much Friday's close. Even though it shows up 1% in your rate here, we've already been high. Like, we are at 780, now you're at 770 and starting to go lower. I think NVIDIA's breaking this bottom here today and going lower. So let's wait to see. I'm actually pretty bearish once again, big surprise on the market right now, but we'll have to figure it out. I've got some ideas. I'm just waiting for a couple more setups before I post the last one. Very interesting that we see Bitcoin down here at 66. So, I mean, I think that's a good thing, because a lot of people nervous about what Bitcoin and what the halving might do to this 66,000. So now all it means is it's just cutting the supply of Bitcoin. It's making it harder to produce a Bitcoin, thus supply will be harder to come by. So I think that's a good thing as long as demand stays there and people like it. Bitcoin today, nice mover. You saw Coinbase up, I think, 2%-ish or so. We'll see where about 1.89%. But as you can see, some of the names are fading off of some of their pre-market highs. Let's see what happens here today. 8:36, and we're getting busy already.
All right, a few things of note. Here's Salesforce, one of them gapping to the upside this morning. Just saw a note, apparently they're going to abandon the Informatica deal that came up last week. So big gap up. There are a few things that are nicely positive. We're actually up here, that's a daily chart, but pretty ugly on Friday as well. 3 days in a row, in fact, gapping to the upside here for CRM. As you mentioned earlier, the crypto side of things also a little bit higher this morning as well, coming off a couple of days in a row here, back to the upside after holding 60,000 once again at the bottom.
Yeah, an interesting look here. I was reading an article this morning about the mining response, the miners, like the Hut 8s, the Riots, the Maras, and how they're going to fare after this halving event that took place on Friday. So I was reading this article here, and basically, to get one Bitcoin, they have to authenticate, about 210,000 transactions. So they're looking at different ways that they can maintain profitability. So I'll be looking to see how they fare today. I saw Mara up was about 3% here. But to build on your point, Brendo, with respect to Salesforce, I believe here, who's giving them a nod? Jefferies, thank you. $350 price target, up to $360 there.
Yeah, so a few things. You got to look for them, but a few things not terribly negative this morning. As far as economic data or anything like that to worry about today, there's really absolutely nothing as far as today is concerned. Tomorrow we'll get PMI, some manufacturing data at 9:45, and then 10 o'clock some home sales. You got to go all the way to the end of the week for the big one, though. PCE, the inflation data, back on watch. Again, not until Friday, though.
Absolutely, and you know what? I got to get with the times here, apparently. Only chumps don't drink their coffee with a straw.
Ouch.
It's just a better way to go.
Ouch.
I had to, come on, Sharif, I haven't even said anything about it in like months.
But you don't drink coffee from a straw, dude?
Well, I mean, I said I was lame. I'm being dead honest about it. Like, I can be true. I can be truthful and criticize myself for not doing the right thing. It's just more clean. It sounds great to everybody when it gets caught on the hot mic, and I think it's a lot of fun. The miners are a lot of fun. What? I don't know. I don't know. I segue that back to.
Yeah, that makes sense. That should go right into Bitcoin.
Yeah, I mean, right into Bitcoin. You know what's interesting? Look, obviously it's bad for the miners, but when you're above 60,000, I think for the majority of them, at least I read something, the cost base. If you're above 60, then most of the miners are doing fine, even with the increase, because of how much you ran up going into the halving. And if you look at it, they were already, like Mara was getting bought before basically it fell right down into support, and then this was getting bought into the halving. So it was already making a nice little bounce, and you're back above the 200. So I guess continuation, to me, if you go back, when you look at that chart, you had the 200 period at $16. You actually held that support in the afternoon on Friday. Remember on Friday when we were sort of doing that fun activity of what isn't getting destroyed today, pretty much everything. Mara was something that stood out going into the halving. It's like the sell-off had already happened. And in this particular case, you're getting some relief. So I don't wonder if you look back at this 16 level and start thinking about a bit of a bounce. So we're at $17. That was the level I liked when I left on Friday. I don't want to get too far away from that. At this point, I think this one's going to have some good moves in it just because of the base it made at 14. If it can't hold 16, it's probably headed right back to that 14 level because that's where all the price consistency and support was. So I do like that 16 level on Mara. Should be a fun one to trade post-halving. But at the end of the day, we don't want to ignore spot Bitcoin prices. The next time I see an even 65, well, I mean, we can't get away from the 65 level, but if we get back to that 70 level, I will look for a reversal trade off of that. It was a good bounce play off 60,000. The first time it got to 65, I didn't put the short on at that price, but if we see 70,000 this week, I think I will look for a false break at 70.
I have Mara for the first time in a long time. It's going to be on the sticky note here, back to 1650. I think it's a buy down here with the halving happening already. you know, nicely that it's up. Market seems to like it, so I'm fine with that. Up to 16.5. If you get a little dip back into where we closed on Friday, I really like that long. So for me, I think it's a long down here. We already sort of talked about it last week, why we liked it down here at 14 and thought it was well worth the risk. If everything went well, then you could get back up to the upside, and it seems like the market is okay with everything, and then you had downside protection here of 14. I think this was, for swing trading, one of the easier trades that you could have put on was Mara. Just you had a definitive bottom, you had news, you had a catalyst. I like Mara, and I like it long today. That would be the one that I'd look at. Hut 8, just for another example, did catch another upgrade. I've been in and out. I was in this name and out of this name. I was lucky enough to get out of it around $12, not the very high. There was higher, but then when it came back into this area, this exact day, very lucky. Sold it into this day. Missed this, was a reverse split, a big action back up to the upside, was able to get out of it. You know what, we might have 13 down. Yeah, I think I might have got out of it on this move back up in and around here near 13. I think that's maybe, but I feel like I missed that. Anyways, whatever. I like Hut 8 here today, just not enough volume. So this is another name that's under the radar here at $7. So we've bounced off of 7 a couple times, so I think that that's a decent spot right there too. 7 and change for Hut 8. So we're not going to get down there today, but if something does happen tomorrow or Bitcoin falls on something, that's a decent level there for Hut. $7 for Hut, and then I'll see. I probably will get into Mara today, so it'll be around 1650. Hopefully, if not, we'll play dips, and it looks like the support right now is 1690-ish. So that'll be a price for me for Mara.
All right, just having a look here at TSM downside. Once again, if you remember, we got earnings back on Thursday last week. Big gap to the downside. It's continued in that direction the next 2 days here. Apparently, there's another earthquake over in Taiwan as well. So some of these getting hit on that this morning. We are gapping down here for TSM, coming into big time levels here. Got to go all the way back to the beginning of the year, essentially, for support now on TSM.
Yeah, interesting look last week, Brino, because I mean, it was kind of downbeat, but there was still a lot to like about the report. And then we saw ASML as well show that orders came in a little bit weaker. So overall weakness for the chips. We'll keep an eye on TSMC. It's down 1 1/3%, the only one down on my list, in addition to SMCI, which is also down 1 3/4. But the rest of the chips recovering off that really bad last week, Brendo.
Yeah, especially Friday, man. The selling behind some of those NVIDIA specifically is into the close even was just intense. But TSM, guys, when we were discussing end of the week last week as well.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, this whole thing started last week, mostly with ASML, but then TSM didn't really help things. But if you look at on a weekly chart, you know, you can get an idea of what last week was like. Obviously, when you report, you're going to have a little bit extra volatility, but you're just not going to find a candle like this to the downside as big on TSM. All that said, it was into a pretty big rally the last half year or so. So I don't think it's an egregious pullback. If you look at the weekly, in theory, you look at that support level and where it was consolidating forever back in 2022, and that was right in the low 120s. And it feels like that's where we're headed. So you look back and you say, where's these things going to find support? It's a big level on the daily. It's a big level on the weekly once you get down into the low 120s. But the trend is your friend. And the way I'm kind of looking at it today when it comes to the chip names is the ones that aren't short sell restricted, Micron, TSM, Intel, AMD, I mean, it's most of them except for SMCI, ARM, and NVIDIA. I think those, if we get a bit of a pop, I'm just going to be looking to fade the pop because what else has changed? The only chip name that we get on a report is going to be a bad one this week, and that's going to be Intel when we get them later on in the week. So at TSM, I probably stay away from because I like the levels better on AMD, F150 and 153, and Intel 35 to 35.25. But I think this is about to get to a pretty key spot that you could have a temporary bounce spot on TSM at 120. I just think if you're looking for a dip buy today, there's more juice if you get a bounce in NVIDIA or ARM because they happen to be SSR than in TSM. You're just not going to get a big percentage bounce trying to chase around TSM. So not likely one that I'm going to trade, but there's some levels out there for you in the low 120s. Still going to have to prefer AMD, Intel, NVIDIA, and ARM which is, like we always say, like stay in your lane.
Oh man, like I
Bike.
from my daughter saying that she didn't get to say goodbye to me here today. Oh man. All right, love you so much.
Those are the, I mean, that's like the cutest sometimes.
Yeah. I don't really. I mean, the show can wait. All right. Okay. So basically, I wrote down here ARM. So I just finished it. I have NVIDIA as the #1 trade, but we're obviously going to get to that at some point here today. This has been the most, by far, missed. I feel like we should have made a lot of money on here, and I haven't even touched it. Like that 120 break was huge. We wrote down on Friday, I mean, I'm looking at this right here. Smash the 100 break will be one of the best trades. I mean, and it just absolutely cranked that $100 level. It didn't even like, I mean, you went all the way down to 95 bucks, made a little bit of a move back to 97, then ran to 93, made a little bit of a move back to 94.50, then moved all the way back to 91, then gave back $2 to 93 and change, then tanked another 4, then gave back $1, then went another 5. So yeah, I mean, I'm shorting ARM. So any kind of a bump up. I mean, I wrote down 94 here for ARM. I don't know if we're going to do that, 94, 95, but that's a level for me there, 93. I mean, anywhere in here, shorting ARM on any kind of a bump up. You could get a little bit of a relief rally. I think we're, what is that, up 1%? Yeah, so up 1% here today, fine, give me it. Like, I want to short everything, so we'll wait. I do have a long down here, and it'll be Snapchat. We'll talk about that when that comes through. But I like the long on Snapchat. I like short Tesla, ARM, NVIDIA, and then I do like a little bit of Amara long too. So, yeah. Anyways, all right, we're gonna do that. I'm gonna see if I can get a hold of my daughter.
All right, there he is. Steve Gomez back with us from Trade Ideas to kick off the week with a lot to look forward to. Steve, I wanted to get your take on earnings season in general to kick things off here this morning, but specifically when we get to this week, because this is the week when it comes to big tech. Is it the type of situation where it's a wait and see for you, or you take your foot off the gas? How do you play this week when it comes to earnings season?
Well, as I told you last week, and it's great to be back, thank you. It's still dark here on the West Coast. I went 90% cash, if you recall, last week, and based on the charts that we were looking at. So, price often precedes news. I'm going to look at the footprints in the sand and the technicals every time to give me an idea. And in the back of my mind, guys, I hate to say it, May is right around the corner. Selling May. So I've got that axiom in the back of my mind, and so far the technicals are kind of lining up. And I see you got my first chart. So we're going to start here on what we were looking at last week. NASDAQ in particular was just holding that 50-day moving average. And I liken these trends like a mountain climber. Build a base camp, get acclimated, move higher. Build a base camp, get acclimated, move higher. But eventually you run into some thin air and it gets a little tough. And I have never really seen, coming into last week, a chart as tight as those Qs looked a week ago. Again, this is last Monday, as we all know. And so what I was seeing as a visual trader, if you go to the next slide, this is pretty much what I had in my mind. I wanted no part of hoping that we were going to resolve out of that bull flag and move higher after the giant move that we've already had. So, a penny saved is a penny earned. If the market falls 5 or 10% and you're in cash, there's no harm and no foul. It's a great defensive play. And again, this is in my long only account, my 401k retirement. I do have another account, which I'll talk about some other things I'm doing. But to answer your question, the price is preceding the news. I feel like it's just it's giving us kind of an omen to be cautious in earnings season, and then again sell in May and go away.
Yeah, and we were alluding to the fact that it's especially the Teslas of the world being sold off so harshly going into these reports is telling as well. So give us a look here at a few things you're paying attention to this week.
Sure. Let's see. The NASDAQ I wanted to show you. So technically on Mondays, Trade of the Week gives, Trade Ideas gives a Trade of the Week, which is curated by myself. I'll look at Michael's scans. I'll look at many different scans. And the mandate is to go long and to find something to go long. And I just don't feel like that's the issue this week, to try and force people to catch a falling knife. I mean, if there's ever a caveat for catching a falling knife, that chart right there is showing us. So I'm drawing a line. I love moving averages. I think that 200-day moving average is in play. But the big question is, do we have a bounce first, a low volume 2 to 3 day bounce that needs to be faded before we get there? Or do we get crashy and just head right down there? That's probably the less likely of the two scenarios. But there's no trade of the week this week. The trade of the week is CASH. Cash can be defensive. It worked for me in my long-only account the last week, as you can see. So I'm just a proponent of waiting for things to sort themselves out. There's no reason to be a hero and try and jump in just because you see a gap fill or a level of a pivot level approach. Let this price action sort itself out. That's the way I like to do it. And if you move forward, we're on the weekly. I saw you mentioned that as well on your chart earlier before I came on. I think that's right around 390. That's the 50-week moving average. So we broke the 50-day moving average. Now I feel like we're heading for we broke the 50-day moving average. Now I feel like we're heading down here for some lower levels. But again, the question is how do we get there? Is it a straight shot, or is it the road, the mountain road? I'm not sure.
All right, a few other things. We'll get into more semiconductor related earnings coming up fairly shortly here as well. What are you seeing as far as technicals are telling you when it comes to that group in general being so important this year?
Yeah, I want to look at that chart for sure, because it definitely was the leadership on the way up. NVIDIA, of course, and AMD, and a lot of great names. But this SMH chart, again, just tells the story. And I kind of illustrated there again, do we have a question mark of a small fade bounce up? I heard you guys maybe talking about, sitting there waiting and wait to sell the rips. And I think that's the right call. Going back to my mountain climber analogy, what we have here is the other side of the mountain. There's no more base camps to build. The climbers are finding their way down quickly. It's just a matter of how we're going to get there. And, all good things come to an end. The SMH, the semis have had a wonderful leadership rally. But right now, the technicals are just telling me, be careful. Don't try and be a hero. I think you guys are right on the desk over there. Look for pops to be fading right now. I feel like that's the action that's probably preferred.
Great stuff. When it comes to anything else catching your eye this week, is it wait and see across the board, or is there a couple of areas you want to pay attention to?
Yeah, it's wait and see across the board. I did mention that shorting is a difficult thing for people because you've got to turn the chart upside down. And I'm a visual, so I like to use levered ETFs sometimes. Now I know hashtag DK. Levered ETFs are good for maybe a 5-6 day real good momentum move, and then you want to get out because each day in a choppy market they're going to reset. You're going to get DK. You don't want those. So I love to use levered ETFs. So here we are. And I am actually long. I'm long over the weekend coming in SSG. I wanted to ride that break in the semiconductors using a levered ETF. And this is a great example of how you're still buying charts going from lower left to upper right, but you're participating on the short side. So just a reminder for people who aren't comfortable shorting, you can still look at a chart and buy the lower left and hope it goes to the upper right and make money when things go down. But again, a caveat on a stock like SSG here, there's going to be decay when there's not momentum. So as long as there's momentum, I'm going to stay in this trade. I'm fully prepared for this trade to maybe back up a little bit and chop around, but I feel like there's a secondary push coming. And if we go to the next chart, I mean, it just dovetails with what I talked about last week with Brian Shannon's 4-stage infographic here. If you're looking at that inverse ETF like SSG, it looks to me like it's coming out of stage one, if you will, and getting ready to make a big move. So I feel like the semis are broken. I'm going to go ahead and say that based on the technicals. I think it's just too much damage has been done to back up and get back on the same track. So where is the strength? Well, the strength continues for me in terms of stocks. Is going to be in the gold miners. All the commodity stocks, energy stocks, as Michael said, anything you drop on your foot, I think continues and continues to be strong. This GDX chart is in what I call clean air. It's above all of its moving averages as opposed to the indexes, which are being repressed under all their moving averages. So I'm continuing to watch for opportunities in the gold miners. And just to follow up on last week, I am still in HYMC. I mentioned it was a very volatile trade. I'm only in half size, so it's bouncing around a little bit. Silver, boy, I don't know what happened to silver overnight. That's a topic for another show. But a lot of times they really try and hammer the silver traders in the early morning, and we might get a reversal. We'll see, but I'm still in there. And just to finish off, cash is a defensive position tactic. If you don't want to short, I don't blame you. But going to cash was a good move for me over the last week, and I don't feel like I missed anything.
A ton to look forward to this week as well, including, as I mentioned early on, Steve, more inflation data coming up at the end of the week with PCE on Friday. So we'll cap it off at that. Best of luck and stay safe in these questionable times at best, going into what's going to be a wild ride as far as earnings are concerned. Steve Gomez over at Trade Ideas, we appreciate your time as always.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah, big thanks to Steve there. And speaking of that silver market, like SLV, like just down 5%. And I see some people in the chat, buy silver, not gold. Well, I'm not the one that says it, but everyone talks about how manipulated a market that this ends up being. And sometimes it just doesn't make a heck of a lot of sense. But you gotta be careful with it. At the end of the day, like if you're into commodities, you trade them, and that's your baby, then pick a couple and get familiar with them. It's no different from if you trade equity, right? Like you try to stay in the names that you're comfortable with. And if I'm trading chip names, I kind of know where I'm going to go. And if I'm trading oil names, I know the equities that I'm going to like. If I'm trading Bitcoin miners, I know the ones that I'm more comfortable with, because I think it does get a little bit tricky in SLV. And I can't agree more with the whole notion that the semis are broken. I think we can all see that. One of the things that was actually pointed out in the podcast was how badly it was AMD actually that Sean was mentioning. I mean, AMD had already pulled back and was in bear territory before we had Friday, and now you're just getting a few other names joining them there, Brendan.
This portion of the show brought to you by our friends at Alfonso AI. Want to beat the market? Then you need Alfonso AI's powered stock ratings. Their top picks have surged over 100% since October 2022. Scan the QR code, get 50% off on the Pro monthly subscription with code TRADER50. Let's get some analyst moves for you this morning. Adara has those ready over at the screen.
SE kicking off this list here, up 2.5% after this upgrade from B of A Securities. Stifel upgrading Papa John's here. Northrop Grumman getting an upgrade from Alemic Global Advisory, and the benchmark company upgrading Hut 8. So lots of miners and Bitcoin related names on watch here. Cisco getting a downgrade here from JP Morgan Chase. Lucid getting downgraded here by Citigroup amidst a kind of turbulent time for some of these EV stocks with a lot of price cuts from Lee and Tesla, so LCID definitely on watch. Infidera getting downgraded by Needham, and Mizuho downgrading Healthpeak, guys.
You saw the miners in there, but Cisco, that is a boring stock? Is that the way to think about it? It's definitely a super range-bound stock. I mean, if you talk about things potentially breaking down,
thank you so much.
like Cisco just cannot seem to hold the $50 level.
Are your hands freezing?
My hands are freezing every day.
Okay, good, yes.
And it's going to get cold if Cisco breaks 47. That said, it's not the best day trading stock in the whole world. Why is it a fail that our hands are cold? They're always cold up in here. I'm just saying.
It was Fabian that hit that.
Oh, Fabian hit that? Who hit the fail? Sharif hit the fail.
Captain Lee Otto over there?
Yeah, I know, Captain Lee. Not everyone, when it's freezing cold in here, can wear short sleeves, Sharif.
Oh, man.
I'm just saying.
Like,
I don't even understand how he's in short sleeves. It is cold in the office. It always is until the market starts heating things up for us. And even then,
it might be a cold day in the market today.
If you lead when it's a down market, you got to be short. Otherwise, that's not the kind of heat that you're looking for. But look, Cisco, maybe you all set an alert for it if it breaks 47. I just feel like you want to be in these chip names today. That's where the trade is going to be. Some of the miners will be in play. You mentioned Hut 8, but I don't think I've never traded Hut 8. We've traded Morrow before. I think I traded Riot once. So you always stick to your lane, right? So I was just saying that with with commodities. Like if you like gold, that doesn't necessarily mean you want to go over there and trade silver, because that market never seems to make any sense to me whatsoever. Why is silver down 5%? I have no idea.
I like that Steve Gomez guy. Anybody that agrees, is good in my book. But no, it's good to have different takes. But I'm the same way as him. We talked about this for a while. Switching over, getting into cash, and then perhaps even, if you're in cash now and you are a little bearish, I guess. I've never held gold as a hedge or anything like that. But that was a nice pullback on Friday as well. And now again, another 2.5% or so right now for GLD. So this is getting interesting as well as we start to pull back down. So I do agree with Mr. Gomez there that we did have a opportunity to get into cash. The sell-off still, I think, has a ways to go. We'll talk about that as the market opens up and as we get some new ideas here. But I just wonder for anybody that feels like they missed a little bit of that gold run, you're getting it back to like last week. Obviously, the pullback would have to be a lot more dramatic than that for it to be considered anything significant. But that's a nice little pullback for GLD. So I just didn't want people to sleep on possibly going into gold instead of cash. So silver, wow, silver's down 5% today as well. So, all right, so some of these commodity names, are starting to slip up here a little bit. So, yeah, what's so funny? NASDAQ down, everything down, gold down, silver down, Bitcoin
up.
We're just getting started. I mean, I think Bitcoin is going to be quite the mover here over the next little while, which is why we got Mara on our watch. So, yeah, gold, silver down, Bitcoin up, market nicely up, actually. Holding now 0.7, trying to take out pre-market highs right now. I mean, maybe we're wrong looking short, but I still like to fade the pop situation. So we'll still be looking for that. But nicely done. Right now, market's starting to go to the upside. I think, I don't know about you guys on the desk, but I was still thinking pretty bearish today. We'll see what happens. Nice to be wrong, I guess, if you're long.
There was a lot of commitment behind this move, but we'll see. Join VinFast in redefining mobility with a brand new innovative sales model like their unique battery subscription model in Indonesia. VinFast has continued to expand their reach with 16 dealers across 7 U.S. states. Currently, VinFast, where technology meets sustainability. Let's get a check of the overall market here at 9 o'clock. Sharif's going to do that for us.
5,003, guys. That's where we closed out on Friday after that huge move down the afternoon. Look how far we got down. We got down into that 49.63 area. We were able to bounce back up and close above 5,000. So let's see now if we can hold above 5,000 on today. We'll say that that's the support level to the high side, 50.50. We're currently at 50.33.
If you have not done so yet, make sure you grab that. Go to the website and wait for the pop-up and enter your email address, and then get the watch list for free. Has everything you need to know on it every single day in the pre-market before we come on at 8:30. So here's the bounce currently on NVIDIA. As I mentioned, it looked like it was being faded out there a little bit, basically back to some support levels from aftermarket on Friday. We'll see if we can't get going in the right direction. That was a really, really ugly day on Friday for NVIDIA.
Yeah, Brendo, I think this was all precipitated by the TSMC basically saying that the orders came in a little bit light, and that was kind of a little bit of a top there for the chips. To get back into winning ways, though, we have several notable companies, the hyperscalers, as you call them, coming and reporting next week. And if they report they're buying these GPUs, we could see NVIDIA pop again. Who knows?
Yeah, a little bit of volume here, guys, coming back into the upside. But, I mean, this was an interesting note as well. They're teaming up with Japan's Tech Institute for Hybrid Supercomputer Project. Huh. An EV computer is coming.
Oh, interesting.
I mean, it's an interesting anecdote, but...
A what computer?
EV... Again, it's an interesting story. I don't know that it's going to be the driving force to NVIDIA today. NVIDIA, on my 15-minute chart, when you're looking for places to short pops, and this is an SSR one, so I think all the SSR names, I would suggest if you're looking to short pops in them, those are the ones you're the most patient. So that's NVIDIA, SMCI, and ARM, because they were down over 10%, just meaning it can bounce a little bit faster. So if there is, I always talk about the SSR setup as being very specific. Like it has to drop down into like a key price level, like a 750 or like a 760. show a bounce off that level, show like a little bit of a higher low or a wick bottom, and then you go for a really tight stop long that's like an in and out. You're not looking to hold that generally pretty far. Usually I'm looking for VWAP on a play like that. But if you're trying to short pops on a 15-minute, you have nothing in terms of resistance levels on NVIDIA until you get to $800, which is fine because if you do get a $25 bounce on NVIDIA, that's only a quarter of the move from Friday. So that's not that crazy. Like, you got to think about that for a second. NVIDIA goes up 25 bucks from here. I know that's going to feel strong, but it does seem like that would be a reasonable push that I think would make some sense to try to get the fade in. Obviously, the SSR plays were nasty. The only difference between, like I said, the only difference between, say, your AMDs, I almost typed ARM again, and your NVIDIA's SMCIs is when it's SSR, I just expect more volatility to the upside. AMD's got the 150 level, AMD's got the 153.5. So those are two nice lines in the sand, and when we're looking to short pops, I just want to be ready. When the market goes to a key price level or starts curling, I want the one that lines up with one of our nice little levels in here. And ARM, for 3 days in a row, obviously lamented missing the 120 break, but was short pretty much the entire day on ARM on Thursday, and then on Friday was shorted at the open, just did not manage to hold on to it long enough. Like, that sucker was through 95, and we had already got, I had another short that we took later on, but did not hold it down when it got into the 80s. And you can always go back and say hindsight's going to be 20/20. This particular name's got the 95 level, at least when you look at a 15-minute chart. That's still $7 away. So ARM, again, because it's SSR, that could bounce $7. That's a huge move, and then you go right into a nice resistance level. So you just have to be patient when it comes to the names that were down egregiously when it comes to NVIDIA, ARM, and TSMC. Like, I feel like there's so much risk if you get short early and don't have yourself a good out, because a half of the move or a quarter of the move, and that'll rip your face off in the first half an hour. So just be patient with it.
All right, just real quick here. Yeah, I should have put a GIF on here. We've been putting patient GIFs, bear dancing GIFs, all that stuff on here this whole time. Look, we have NVIDIA here, and we have ARM. So I think ARM into 94. NVIDIA, I just put a break of 758 to the downside. Now, the important thing here, obviously I'm going to be fading pops. I mean, I want to short the market, and these are, disaster number one for me would be looking over here. So let's see if this continues. I think it does. I think there's a bigger wash. Again, shout out to Steve, because we did talk also about SMH, and I said, this name probably flushing more into this 180, 190 area. Good to see that, he was talking about that as well. But for me, this NVIDIA move right here, it's at this 758. So that was the break level right there. We had broke lower, but I'm looking at this little baby shelf. That's 758 or so. So that's what I'm looking at. Hopefully we can break back into there, and then we'll just tank. I'm not even waiting for that bottom of 755. Like, I don't want to give up $3. I just want to hit this short. We'll use 760, 762, 761. We'll figure out where the 50-period moving average is at that point. But I really like NVIDIA short today. Let's keep it on our radar and definitely have a look. I think a more realistic short that we could get into right away would be ARM. So up into this area, we talked about this, anywhere from like 92 up to 95. I know that's a big range, but that top right there is 93.50. So I feel like waiting for 93, 93.50 is probably pretty good. And then you're not getting out of ARM for less than a $2 or something like that, win or loss. So watch out for ARM, and that's what we're doing right now. ARM up 2%. Let's go talk about some Tesla.
All right, let's keep going on here. Tesla to the downside to the tune of 4+% here. This daily chart doesn't even show the story. We're actually down here right now on this daily chart, so the gap is huge, to say the least. 4+%. Yeah, some price cuts coming through across the board on basically all models, as they look to find some sort of stability going into their earnings report. I mean, you were just talking about the year-to-date number. I'll let you talk about that. I read a headline this morning, and I just double checked because I didn't believe it initially, but XOM is 474 billion market cap as of this morning. Tesla's, I mean, it's lower than this now, but was 468. So XOM even back above Tesla as far as market cap.
Yeah, Brendo, it continues to go down below 450 billion currently as the price is on the precipice of breaking that $400 area, guys. Tesla year to date is down 43.3%. Here's what we're looking for. So last week we got the news of the cuts, 10% or so, and then prior to that, we also had news that they were going to focus more on the robo-taxi than they were the actual Model 2, which had Elon responding that Reuters is lying. So we won't have to wait for long. Tomorrow, after the bell, we'll find out exactly what is going on and what they're going to be focusing on.
Yeah, we'll talk a little bit about the Chinese EVs coming up here as well, but Li Auto with a huge price cut over in China as well announced this morning, guys.
Dump it on Li Auto, but I guess we're talking Tesla first. Oh, Chinese EVs are going to be last, so we'll get there. Actually, Ty behind us was just talking about Tesla filling in some gaps. On a weekly chart, this has been a short, like Tesla is just different from everything else in that most things are starting to pull back and you're getting, whether it happened on Friday or it happened like a week ago, like you actually had the curl and the trend down recently. Tesla's just not that story. If anything, that was a trend that broke down big time through the 150 level. And now that that's happened on a weekly chart, you have a monster gap fill. I mean, an absolute monster gap fill down to $100. It doesn't mean you're going to get there like today or anything like that. But I think you got to be looking for the trend continuation. It's already down 4% today. So the difference being when I sat down this morning and was starting to look at things, I liked 145 into 147. That was when we were at $143. At this point, you know, can you get up to 145, 147, and what does it look like? So I might have to make a bit of an adjustment and start looking at the pre-market highs a lot of times. But I am looking to short pops in Tesla. I would not be surprised if this thing gets to like $100. There was a question in the chat. Someone was like, when is Tesla getting to $100? I'm like, I don't know, like NBA Finals or after earnings. Like, you take your pick. I don't even know when the NBA Finals are. I know the playoffs just started. So I think you have a chance to get to that 100 level, though, and especially if they disappoint on Tuesday.
Yeah, I mean, you could be down. Yeah, you could be down 20% in a heartbeat, and that puts you at 120 or a little bit lower than that, or a little bit less higher than that. All right. So this is I just picked up random sticky notes that were on my desk here. Tesla short 155. Tesla short 152. Tesla short 159. Like, I'm not even making this up. Not on this one. Tesla, long 155, okay. Tesla short 168. Tesla 260 short. Oh my God. I mean, look at this note that I just found. I don't know how. I mean, if you keep enough notes, you'll find them all over the place. But you're not gonna be able to see it anyways. Tesla 260 short. Tesla 205 short. Tesla, here's a bad one, 177 long. Anyways, needless to say, it's on here again today, and it's gonna be the obvious level. I didn't even have much to say about it. It's on the top right of the sticky note. And I just said, I mean, Neil mentioned it as well. I said, look, the easiest and most obvious trade is back into Friday's close. So shorting 145, 146, 147, I mean, that's not rocket science. So that's an easy trade. I feel like you have to have that on and then watch out for it breaking 147.50 to the top. That to me would be sort of getting enough of the garbage out of there. Bless you, bless you, bless you. Is that the Brankles?
That was Brankles.
Oh, what's up, Brankles? All right, so yeah, Brankles killed it on the show when you weren't here, by the way. I was like really worried for both of our jobs, to be honest with you. But here we go.
Funny dude, man.
2:30. Anyways, what I'm getting at is if you look at the chart, I think that whole last hour, if we can come over here, Fabian, just quickly, and then we'll go back. Just that whole last hour, if you take that, then that will turn me bullish. So other than that, I want to fade all of these pops, and honestly, it's probably going to be a smash through 140. So let's just be patient with that smash because it's only 15 minutes now until the open. We don't even have the imbalances out yet, which is something else I wanted to show you. Pretty mixed and pretty light on the board right now. We'll get NASDAQ at 925, and then you'll see as all of those start to come through. So we'll be patient with that and wait for NASDAQ imbalances. But for right now, Tesla, the worst of the bunch.
All right, let's go on to social media land. This bill gets passed in Washington over the weekend, potentially helping the Metas of the world, the Snapchats. I mean, Snapchat not as much, but 1.7% right now to the upside for Meta here this morning. There's also a positive note from KeyBank. They lowered the price target, but maintained an overweight on Meta going into earnings for this one as well.
Yeah, this will be a good look for Snap and Meta, so keep your eyes on those names. Yeah, so previously the bill was supposed to ban TikTok within 6 months. That's the original form of the bill that passed the House, but that was not to the liking of the Senate. So now it's been extended over a year. But guys, it is widely anticipated that the sale will take place without the algorithm, and that's really what makes TikTok tick here, Brendo. It is the algorithm. One out of Adara's book, I had to do it.
That was early or a lot for Monday morning here. No, well done. Yeah, and there's still, let's be honest, there's still a few hurdles for this to actually get through before it becomes a done deal. Just as you were speaking there, benchmark popping up here, benchmark reiterating hold on Meta as well. So trying to get back to session highs here, guys, for Meta today.
Meta, Snapchat. I mean, Snapchat's got the 8% short float. Snapchat, I think Snapchat just kind of has like easier levels to trade off, if that makes any sense. I think it does. You look at the support that it had both on Friday and then with the 50-period moving average down at $11. You got the $12, which is a 200-period moving average, and resistance up top for a bit of a long break. Just think, you buy into there, and if you break it out, you're probably breaking out 12s today on Snap versus Meta. So I generally just prefer the chart or the stock or the vehicle for trading that has the more clear entries and exit points. If you get underneath 1090, I kind of know that I'm wrong, and you get out so that you don't have to fill a gap into 1050. So that's much easier to sink my head into on Snapchat than Meta today anyways. We trade Meta before, but I just like Snapchat a little bit better. And we've even seen, like, when you have the headlines come in, typically speaking, Snapchat will give you the bigger percentage move when they get the TikTok headlines. So whether or not this gets through the Senate or when it, however long it does end up taking, I think you just want to play the momentum today. This one's got the 8% short interest. It's got the more clear levels.
Yeah, look, I have Snapchat written on here as the second trade idea for the day. So I don't think we're going to dip down into $11. That was just a level that we're going to be looking at. So I just think this is the opportunity that we're looking for. TikTok tailwinds here will definitely help. I don't see a negative catalyst. They have earnings coming Thursday night for Snapchat. So I feel like we've seen monster moves on earnings. Like this was one, this was the other. And right now you're just hovering around deciding to do something else. So let's be as patient again with this. But I feel like we could break this $12 here today. And that's not rocket science either. But Snapchat breaking through 1180, I feel like that's going to be a long right off the open. But again, up 4% into a market that I'm still bearish on, even though we're up almost 1% or 0.75% here. I'm going to wait for it, but again, if we take this, then we'll probably use that as support. So watch out for 1180. I don't think it's a smash long level, but I really like what they're talking about. There's yesterday's, Friday's close. So any dips into Friday's close, it's like any stocks that are down right now, I want to use Friday's closing price as a level, and any stocks that are up, it's sort of something similar. But now that I look at this and it's still stronger, remember, when we write the sticky note, you're down here at 1140, 1150. You've now bumped up. So now it's looking like we can't get down here. But we were just here 10, 15 minutes ago, I guess it's about 20 minutes ago. Lots of opportunity to come back in. I like Snapchat on pullbacks. Let's change our price to where we'll start to buy in and around 1130, in and around this area, and then we'll get that garbage out of there. If we fall back down in, let's buy more. So I like Snapchat down here around mid-11s. If we I guess a third of the way through 1130, if the market really tanks, I think this is a name that we'll be fine with. So you saw me dance a little bit with Shopify. The problem with Shopify on Friday, we only had one long on Shopify and we lost on it. Or one long on the whole day, sorry, and it was Shopify. I really liked 70. They had an upgrade It does end, I think it ended over, where did it close at? Because I think it ended near, okay, so it closed horrible, but that was because of that last close. But we started to get going there through the end of the day, and then this happened. At the end of the day, Shopify is still a tech name, so it got included in that. But this is another name that I like to pick up something on dips. So Lululemon's had a couple good move backs, so has Nike.
Chilling.
95 for Nike. I just think some of these beat up names that aren't major mega cap tech names or in the chip space have a potential to go. You know, we didn't look at SMCR. Did you talk about that? What is that at?
You know what? We didn't look at SMCR.
720. Okay, so how low were we on Friday? Oh wow. Okay, I didn't even. Oh, that's this morning we got to 690. Okay. Yeah. Well, watch out below for this one then. I mean, if you already broke 700 and touched 690 earlier today, and then for some reason have just went up $50, I think this name, if you have an option, like obviously a lot of us will trade options, this could be something as well. Either if you're gonna trade it on a prop floor like us, there's a $4 spread right now, but it's still tradable, just less shares, and understand that your stop outs are gonna have a lot of slippage. So for us, obviously we'll prefer more liquid names, but SMCI up 1% looks dangerous for a short as well.
All right, let's talk some crypto here, as we mentioned, trying to bounce to start off the new week as well. Everything as far as the equities are concerned, kind of looking like Coinbase this morning. A little gap to the upside. We're hanging out at this point. IBIT, you can have a look at the ETF, a little bit stronger with the price, underlying price as well. I mean, you mentioned this one. Mara, same story, a little bit stronger as far as the miners are concerned.
Yeah, the miners were really in focus here because the halving event has more of an effect on them than anybody else. So every time they do about 210,000 of these block transactions and that are added to the main chain, they're given exactly half the amount they were previously in the form of Bitcoin. So they've had to kind of shore up their balance sheets. They've done that by getting better software, better computer efficiency, Brendo here. And if BTC continues to trade between 60 and 70,000, apparently their EBITDA won't be as affected as much. So we'll continue to watch them.
Still I see anyways, 15% short float on that one as well.
What is that? Oh, BTC?
Yeah, I mean, Mara is that's you meant Mara, the 14 or 15% short float. That's what Brendan meant. And that's the one that tends to give you the outsized moves. Let's be real about it. So it's back, curling. I heard Brendan say on the pod that he likes smiley faces. I mean, that's more of like a Cheshire cat or something like that. That's not really like a smiley face. Like, that's pretty intense. That's like the Joker right in there.
Yeah, yeah.
So it's a bit hard bounce off 14 even, but that's what happens sometimes when you get a news event like this. It will sell the news, well, sell into it, right? And then now that you've actually had the halving, you're getting a bit of a curl to the upside. And it's done this before where you have a monster gap up and you do get a chance to buy some dips, I mean, especially at the open. Now, whether or not they get through the previous close price, that's 16.5, I think you have a little extra volatility for it, but the 200 period lies out there. If it doesn't hold $16 today on Mara, then I think you could be testing right back the other even dollar levels, but that's where I will first be looking. And I mentioned this just on the off chance we get there to the 70,000 level on IBIT. We did see when 60,000 held, it was one heck of a reversal trade. Like, this was IBIT's at 34, but that was the $60,000 level holding on BTC mid last week. If I see something similar up at 70,000 this week or next week, I want to look for a reversal trade at those prices. It's just something that it feels like it's a simple trade, which has happened so many times since we've gotten the ETFs at one of those big round numbers. And I think you have a chance of seeing that 70,000 in the next couple of weeks, so I want to be ready when it does. And I trade IBIT because it has better volume. Obviously, you can just look at the levels. It's not going to say 70,000, but you know when it gets there that you're at the resistance level.
I got to give a big shout out here to some people that you mentioned the podcast. So a big shout out here to Chef Joe, who says, what a great podcast this weekend. It is funny that when we did it on Wednesday and I was pretty bearish about everything, and then you see Friday happen. So yeah, I mean, you guys all saw that live, basically right there. So, thanks Chef Joe for watching, and thanks everybody for supporting the podcast. Go find it. A lot of funny things and a lot of good talk this weekend. So we just get right now the dropping of the NASDAQ imbalances that happen every day at 925. So let's go over quickly here. So I'm still about Mara, by the way. I mean, I know we're going to talk a little bit about Bitcoin. I was going to show you some of the altcoins right now because Dogecoin was nice. There's been some nice moves here over the last 24 hours, including 5 from Avalanche, Polkadot, Polygon right there, Matic as well, Solana up a bit. Dogecoin right there, 16 cents. You see over the 7-day period, Shiba Inu, 17%. So there's been a lot of nice moves. Nice to see Cardano up as well over the little bit. But right now it is altcoins that are starting to go a little bit more than the 2 big ones with Ether and BTC. So just watch out for that. I was going to look at, anyways, just look, a little bit of a whoosh down there for Google, just in case you're wondering why. It's because there was an imbalance. Tesla has a sell imbalance, so that was all the way at 141. Then it dropped $1 on that. Amazon. So look, guys, I mean, it was up 0.7, and I was still, we're both, well, I guess, I think we're both pretty bearish, but I was bearish right there as well. There's the drop down in some of these names. Ford continues to be a buy, I think, with EVs becoming such a problem. Go over to the hybrid spots. That's going to be Ford and GM continue to be accelerated as, again, this is the moment that we're in, right? EVs are hot, these names get killed, then all of a sudden hybrids come back and they're a little bit better. So I still like Mara. We're going to go over back to the desk because we only have 3 minutes, but I like Mara down here. I'm bidding the 1650, 1660 area. Let's see if we can get some dip buys in Mara. Off to the races for any Bitcoin-related name today. I like Mara. It might even be a punch long.
Chinese EVs downside here in a hurry this morning. 7, it was just 8%. A little bit of an uptick here off 24 for Li Auto. Again, this comes back to demand. Price cuts over in China this morning announced for Li.
Yeah, the price cuts on all 3. They're older models, the L7, 8, and 9, all getting up to about 30,000 yuan off. You'll recall last week the market did not receive well its new model of the L6, and it sold off aggressively then. It's selling off aggressively now.
Shout out to Steve Gomez over at Trade Ideas. This is free air, guys, but the wrong direction here for Li Auto.
Is that what Steve said?
That's okay.
I missed it. Okay.
I like that, but free air. I called it a flat bottom break,
Free
but that's
air.
fine.
Okay.
Underneath 26 bucks, it gets nasty. It's not really a flat bottom break. It's just a major support level that went. We said we liked this last week on a 26 break. Obviously, you can see that it's gapping down through 26, so you can't hit the 26 bid if it's not there. But you can short back on the way up. I don't want to think long today on Li Auto. Down 8%. Price war is not good for anybody when demand, basically everyone's fighting each other as you're getting a little bit of demand destruction in the EV space. So Li Auto, you can say Chinese EVs, but it's Li Auto today. You're down the 8%. They're the catalyst. I'm going to short it into 25. If it can't hold that area, I'm going to short it into 26. And if it rolls over at any point today, I want to be, or even curls, I want to be looking for fades in Li Auto. When a stock gap fills like that or breaks a big support level. We saw what happened with ARM. Like, broke it on Wednesday, was short on Thursday and short on Friday. So Li Auto gaps through. I want to be looking shorts as long as it's underneath 26 on this bad boy. What a nasty, nasty retracement this has already made. We talk about things starting into bear territory. I mean, Li Auto's been in it for a hot minute now, and it's just accelerating.
All right, 1 minute to go here. I just getting some orders set up. I mean, I'm just to talk about what I like here. I like ARM short. I like Mara long. I do not have an order yet for Tesla, just noticing. I like Tesla short if we can get that one. So let's put an order up there in and around 145 or so for Tesla short. I like NVIDIA short, but NVIDIA's going for a ride. So let's wait. Let's be patient with this, up 2.5%. This name could really run. This could run. This could get back to 800 easily. So watch out for that one. Pan W? Yeah, let's go Pan W. We like that one. Someone in the chat with that. And then Snapchat, of course. That's another long. We're getting ready to open up here. So let's just, we can relax. There's going to be a couple hours here of market time. So here we go. 7 with only a couple seconds left. We'll get ready to rock and roll. Snapchat back to 11 would be nice. I don't know if we're going to get that.
Ring it. There
Ring
we go
them
with there.
bells. All right.
Ring
well,
my
Snapchat,
bell.
Yeah, ring my bell. That's a good tune. That's for sure.
That was
Ring my bell.
Oh, for the love of
ring
why
my
am I
bell,
struggling with that?
my
So
bell.
Mara is already headed back up. We already talked about NVIDIA. I just typed in Mara and
we gonna
NVIDIA
go
into my thing,
short?
which is absolutely wild. NVIDIA is already starting to bounce. So if I was going to play an SSR bounce, it would have been like a dip and a rip, not just a rip. AMD, we want to look at the
was looking
150
at
level.
Tesla.
This is 148.5, so nothing doing there. Don't want to rush in anything. Tesla's at 41. I have it breaking 140, but I think that was just a pre-market bad wick. So I think the 150 level on AMD could be coming into play first here.
Okay, just looking to see here because I was trying to be as patient as I possibly could be here with Tesla. It's getting going here again. We could be, again, let's wait. I'm going to try to smash a 140 break, and here it comes right now. So we'll try it. I mean, we're only crossed down, I think, into the 80s. We just went up to 141 there. I put an offer at 142, but that didn't hit. So here we go. Let's sit in this one, see if we can sit in this for a little bit. We are now, well, we got a good price. Let's put some, okay. Wow, there it is. There's your first trade of the day. It's a 50-cent winner immediately on Tesla. We were lucky. We only got out of a quarter. 20% of that. We got 97s to 57s right there. So a little bit of an out, and look at this thing rip around again. There goes up to 141. So wow, pretty violent. We reloaded it up there though. So let's see what happens if we get another. There it is. Nice little reload on Tesla to the upside. So we reloaded that short there at 141. So let's see what happens now with Tesla. What's up, Adara?
This part of the show brought to you by VinFast. VinFast is committed to their mission. The company reiterated that they are on track to deliver 100,000 vehicles in 2024. From the bustling streets of Vietnam with their new VF3 to the highways of North America with their luxurious VF7 and VF9, VinFast is setting the pace for a greener tomorrow.
Oh man, we just took $1. There's your first dollar club winner. Hey man, is it a Monday? Is it a day that ends in Y? Look what Tesla's doing. There we go. We have one trade on. It's now $2 in the money. We just reloaded that thing, Neil, at 141. I mean, I know you got some there too. So
I got 93.
Good trade there as we are really, really rocking one more time here with Tesla.
Yeah, Tesla's falling like,
Wow.
Tesla's been falling like a rock. AMD never got to 150. It tagged 148.80, unfortunately, so no chance at shorting that one. I think it's, look, if it's going to be one of the chip names to the upside to fade, ARM is flying maybe the most here. It's at 91.5 it just got to. I like 95s. I'm already sitting there at 94.5. I don't know if we're going to get a chance at these, but if you're looking at what's actually strong and moving up, if you want to short pops, it's NVIDIA, it's ARM, it's probably... Okay, never mind. I was about to say it's probably also SMCI, and then I pull up SMCI and watch it already dropped $25 on the opening wick on SMCI. Yeah, that one, you saw NVIDIA and ARM's charts. Those are going up. SMCI is dying again. Oh, this is going to be nasty. I do want to find some kind of a fade in that stock, but, you know, AMD, ARM, NVIDIA, those are ones we're a little more comfortable trading. I just find like that SMCI, you got to let it cool down a little bit here. So ARM's the one. It's starting to get hefty to the upside. I don't want to be in this unless we're getting an out at 95. So I'd like it to creep at least up to the 93 level here. So let's be patient with it.
Man, so again, this is a big day one more time with one trade. We're out now of about 60% of our Tesla, but it's still going lower here. I don't see any reason for me to drop this. It's been a good one there, so we'll just continue to hold on and see if we can get lower on Tesla, man. I mean, I don't have any reason to get out of this one. It is your trade idea from the sticky note. So let's just go over to another one and have a quick look to see if there's anything going on. And like, this is, honestly, we are completely loving this new style of trading, man. Finding a trade and just hitting it. All right, 788. That looks like a nice little top there, potentially for NVIDIA. Wow, I'm just in love with this Tesla trade as it continues to go. All right, nice pushback down for NVIDIA now into 783. Wow, we should have just nailed that top there at 788, but we missed it. ARM as well. Wow, what a good level for that. But you know what, guys? This is just going to be another one of those days. Did you get in and out of Tesla or something?
I take a break and I don't hold a break.
Right. Okay.
So here's my style of trading. I do not treat a breakout as an also average into the 41 level. Sorry, I got to adjust on ARM in a second. A break is a break, and I get in and out of a break, and if it's a pop and fade, it's back into either pre-market high, it's back into a VWAP as a separate trade. Quick adjustment on ARM. I'm canceling my 94 order because, I mean, we're at 89 already. So if it's going to do this move, failing through 90, I'm going to try to short a pop back into resistance at 90. Or AMD, we'll probably have to make a big adjustment on AMD. The other one is just go into, like, Intel's at a more reasonable price where it just wicked 34.5. So you can be short this into that 50 level. It only has to pop 10 or 15 cents, and then we get an opportunity at this bad boy. So I do want one of these chip names for a pop and fade. It's just a matter of trying to get it in here. It's not going to be easy. SMCI just broke 700. So that stock continues to be an absolute dumpster fire. Yeah, I thought maybe we'd get some kind of a consolidation on SSR bounces, but that just didn't happen. They all rallied pre-market, and now you're just getting dumps full. So I'm going to reload Tesla off the 181. That's where we want to jump back into it. And Mara and Riot, never mind. I totally forgot about Mara. Mara in here is trying to dip. So we actually have a chance to get Mara. It's underneath VWAP. It's underneath $17. I think we have a shot that we're going to get into these 16s on Mara. But like I said, you got to be patient with it. Like, it's not at the prices yet.
Yeah, Mara's getting close. Yeah, it's a good call. I still have all my bids. As I continue to look here over at this, we got Snap. Yeah, I'm not trading Liato. Is that tanking? ARM, Tesla, NVIDIA, Snap, and Mara. So, yeah, Tesla's making a move back up, and that's why you get some out. We did see down here at 139 that there seemed to have been some issues down there. So if Tesla does want to make a ride up there, it wouldn't surprise me at all. 142, maybe we can get out of the way if it takes 142 and then reassess. But so far here on Tesla, nice little move back up to the upside, looking to try to fade it. Yeah, 142.50, I think we can get in trouble. I think we talked about that level, didn't we? Wasn't that the one that we wanted to get out of? So it was up here. If we ripped up, it was that 147.50. But right now, yeah, 142, yeah, 142.50 or so is the pre-market high. So 142.50 and change right there for Tesla will be something that we'll look at. And it's coming into that level soon enough. So here we go. Let's see what happens now as we take the big wins on Tesla. Now we got to sort of see about an average in. As now we're starting, okay, well, we just got an average in there. Now we're starting to see it come up. Watch out for 142.50, our next stop.
Yeah, and ARM is coming back into the upside as well. I'll get to Liato in a quick second. ARM's top is 91.75 with a 92 level from Friday. I'm going to try to get short that 91. And we picked up Liato at 65s on the way back up. Liato was actually going up as well, right into the previous high. Just got some out there, 24.50. So now you're starting to get those pops. NVIDIA, still 780. Intel did not get filled. And ARM, as we said, that's the one. It's starting to pop in here to that 91 level. Tesla, I don't have a 142.5. I got 142.25 as my out there on Tesla from some pre-market levels. But it's probably a distinction without a difference. That doesn't really matter. So you're starting to get a bounce here, but the NASDAQ's not really going anywhere. It's just some of these chip names, the beat up names from Friday that are starting to come back.
All right. Yeah, so the short name that I wanted was ARM. Up here. We're getting closer and closer to that. I'm still up in and around that 93, 94 area. So a pop for ARM will be thank you very much for that one if we can get it. I did see Palantir starting to run a little bit there off the open, so that could be something again here for Palantir. But I'm really just trying to focus on Tesla right now because we are trying to put a little bit of stress in our life with this name. Okay, so there we go. So this fell in. So we fell in right now. We got to be careful. I don't need to get a ton of Mara right now either because we just got some Snapchat down here. So it fell in. We had marked down this sort of level 1130. We talked about being able to get something into that level. So that is what we got. If we break back down now below 11, I think that could be an area of concern. But here we go again. So it's been a nice reload a couple times upside there for Tesla. So let's now see if that one can get back to the downside. So here's a name that, again, we're trying to focus on, be real with the names that we're looking at. and just try to stick in that pocket a little bit. So we'll still try the Tesla short. We were just in the money a little bit there, but we're hoping for more of a push. That first level is 150.60. We just went down to 140.90 there. But if my out's going to be a little higher than this, then we got to get a little more aggressive on where we're starting to take some profits. So let's see. Maybe now we can get down into the dumps here with Tesla. Decent trade opportunity now for me. We're in this name. Let's see if it can go a little lower than where we are, and Snapchat is what we're looking at. And then Mara came right into that level, and I kind of stayed away a little bit from that. We could have bought some 16s or somewhere near there. Let's just see what happens. There goes Snapchat. We'll put a little bit of a winner on that one, 31s to 35s. Now let's see if we can go upside. We'll just take out that 20% there, and let's go now upside with Snapchat and see if it can get some of those tailwinds back to the TikTok upside here for Snapchat. Let's see if it can break 1180.
Yeah, TikTok.
Tesla is still
Snapchat's still trying to. I like the 11. I'm sitting at like 18s and 11s on Snapchat. But ARM probably going to come out here and move down to the 92 level right in here from Friday. And the next level up's 95. So we're probably going to have to be a little bit patient with that 95 level. And then Tesla, I got some out in front of 11s,
starting to go
or
now.
evens, I should say. And now it's trying to take out that 42 quarter, in which I'm jumping out of it. So we got to reload in Tesla, and the market's really starting to bounce. Mara, we missed out on the long on Mara, which is a bit of a missed opportunity. That said, it's not even at VWAP. So we might have a chance that this can stair-step it off of VWAP as we're going to Dara.
Keep an eye on Ton Gray Technologies here, TRSG. This is a second day IPO, so they did have their IPO on Friday. Currently halted to the upside of about 26%, but this one does have a market cap of under $100 million and a float of about 7.29 million shares. So a bit of a smaller cap. Day 2 IPO here with TRSG, guys.
All right.
I'm out of Tesla.
Yep.
Tesla broke that quarter level. I've jumped out of it. You got some dark pool wicks out in here, but 145, if we get much, much higher, 145, I do like it as a level, and I'll wait for it to curl back in. I still have Li Auto and ARM. We did not reload into ARM. I just want to quickly point out, where are you, Meta? Wherefore art thou? Meta has quite possibly the tightest range I have seen ever on this stock coming into a Monday that was this volatile. So I'm thinking this is just gearing up to go. But this is a $1 range effectively on Meta. Snapchat, obviously, I think has more room to run, but if this can, whatever, it doesn't matter. I was about to say, if this can hold that VWAP, I was going to look for a break. And then the second I say that, Meta starts to go to the downside, so no strength there. It's just ARM and Li Auto that we're going to hang with. I wanted to add to ARM on the way back in. The problem with SSR, you can't actually hit the bid when it starts coming back down. You can just hope to get filled. So I'll try to pick some up in the 91.5 range. That is the downside of an SSR name. It's great for momentum because it means the stock got squashed, but when you're trying to get short the next day or that day, it can be a little bit trickier. So you have to sit on the offer. Sometimes it's got to go through you.
All right. We had a little more patience with our plan here for Tesla, so let's wait. We talked about the levels that we're waiting for. It does fall back down. We do take a little bit of profit, but we're still out of the money. 141.70 right now on Tesla. So let's wait to see what happens there. Snapchat does go right back up to the 200 period moving average, so that was a good one. For now, we are only out of, like, as I said, 20% or so, 25% of that. Let's see if it gets going. I do have another offer, I thought. Yeah, in and around 43. So let's see what happens right there right now. I only have these two trades on, so nothing else hitting for me at this time. I did see Amazon getting really exciting to start the day and then a fall. So up to 179 again. The market has pulled back. It's funny that everything's pretty much pulled back, and I'm on Tesla, and that's the one that's not. All right, let's see what's happening here with AMD. Look at this. I mean, if we just shorted AMD when we were shorting Tesla, wow, different story. And that's what we talk about. Get into the right names, man. Get into the chip names and just play what's been working and what's been right. All right, Snapchat's obviously going to be right. We take a little bit of a fill there as that's going upside. But yeah, AMD, bye-bye. That's starting to go to the, well, now it's starting to go back.
NVIDIA's trying to break out.
Actually, now it's starting to go back to the upside.
NVIDIA's got that hammer candle down into a flat top break thing that it does. So there's your open candle to the downside here, holding 775, maybe trapping some short 775, and then you get that move up. Not necessarily the day that I was expecting it, but if it's going to do that long breakout setup that's been working, it would be 788, and it is SSR.
Oh, Meta's coming.
So I would say, like, this is a very specific setup type play for me, and whether I'm bullish or bearish, it just worked on NVIDIA here, so I will try it again. Although the last couple of times that I've wanted this type of a break, it's gotten to that level, not broken, and it was a short from that level. So 788, if we break out 788, I'm looking for that trade up, and that's just because he had a wipeout bottom, rejected the breakdown under 775, and now it's trying to take out the top here on NVIDIA.
So we're on our last straw here of Tesla as it starts to go higher and higher and higher. Watch out for that 143 break. Tesla's starting to get going, and I guess it was just too far down as people are going to start to take now the shot, I guess, at an earnings play, right? So, you know, might make sense to start to watch out for some of those high levels. Tesla right now, I just wanted to see if the short float was doing it. I know it's such a huge name, but this might be one of the more heavy shorted names at 3.5% right now, but it's tomorrow night. If you come over to my screen here, Fabian, you'll see right here, there it is, tomorrow night is Tesla market earnings recall. So here it goes, man. It looks like this name is going to be wrong up there. Oh, no. We don't have any economic numbers, do we? Because
you gotta be kidding me.
We're starting to go. There goes Snapchat. Oh, NVIDIA's starting to rip now.
NVIDIA's starting to go. Well, the problem with that is,
was a good
well, think about this for a split second. Like, I'm short arm, so it's essentially, it's a wash with the arm trade, but I just took out 2 legs instead of 1, not my own, but 2 legs of the trade instead of 1. And the second I was out, my gut was like, 790 should have been an ad. Like 790 break is like that even dollar break. If we're going to 95 or 800, where I think there's going to be a short above 800, I should have been adding at 790 instead of taking shares out. But you know what? You do like the normal way to trade something overrides what I thought for a split second there. So it is what it is. Like, I can sit there and say that I liked it. It would have been a good idea. Maybe the next time we trade it, we'll be a little bit smarter about that, because that was not an exit. That should have been an ad spot. I ended up taking 2 legs out there for a couple bucks. So if we get to 95s, I think you could run into some resistance. I thought this was a short the pop type of morning, but then this setup happened. And I do still think, let's go zoom it out for a second. Come on, man, there we go. 815 and 800. I want to be short at those levels. And you can't be short if you're long. At least so I read in a textbook somewhere.
Yeah,
I think that's true.
We'll have to wait for the midday
yeah, I'm not sure. Like, maybe a market technician can tell me that. So I need to be getting out of this long if I think there's going to be a fade play. Let's see about 800 to 805. If we break 95s, I'd probably put in some kind of a trailing stop. But then ARM just comes out. So that rip takes me out on the short side, unfortunately. So the short is a fail. And I was too aggressive getting out of that long. Big mistake.
This is a big long here. We'll go over to Adair quickly.
SPCE Limited here at highs a day on nice volume. SE getting an upgrade from BofA Securities to a buy rating and increasing the price target. So nice look here for SE, up 11% right now, guys.
All right.
That DXY thing was halted to the upside, by the way, which A, doesn't make any sense. I just want to quickly go over that because DXYZ, I didn't pay for locates, but I did have a plan of action this week that if I saw like an outsized move up, I would look for a fade. Okay, so it's right back underneath the whole price. It's not at the 30 level. At 30 to 31, that would have been the area I would look for a short on DXYZ. It was halted. It looks like it's doing absolutely nothing. I thought that was breaking out. I didn't want to miss it, thought I had a chance to get there. If we get through 95s, I'm looking for a trailing stop at that point and see if we can run NVIDIA into the 800 level. And as I say that, I'm going to get on the offer out in front of 800 because that's my style. Lucid, thank you very much, Lucid, for somehow, like everything else, not Lucid, Li Auto. Like everything else, moving into the upside. I scalped it. Now you're at the 25 level. I said I would short it for 25s, but if it cannot hold on here, then I'm waiting for the $26 level. It is what it is, but I did not think this should fill in the entire gap. So back underneath 25, I'm going to look for a fade and get out at the local high, and then I back off to the $26 level on Li Auto. apologies for saying lucid there, but I mean, aren't they all kind of the same thing? They've been shorts for a while.
Yeah, every EV name, except for today when Tesla just continues to go to the upside. So we'll take early wins, late hits, and be red on the stock as it takes out 143. Look, you don't have any red candles here, and basically in the first, we just got short on ARM. So we don't have any. We don't have any red volume bars here. In the last 10 minutes, like save for a couple, and those weren't even big moves down. We were able to take a little bit of advantage of that. I think, obviously, Kathy Wood or somebody's in here buying this name right now. This is like pretty relentless.
She's been buying.
She's been buying, yeah, and I think been buying more. So I just want to be able to watch out for this. I think it's going to fall when that buy program stops. There's a pretty strong program on here that just keeps on buying up every single dip. So we're going to go short ARM right now. Hopefully we'll be $1 plus in the money on this one, where we're trying to get some out. Maybe back into here, 92 could be a first indication here for ARM. So let's try to do that. I still want to make sure that we're on Snapchat, so we're really running that one. So we'll go 1 for 2, but way bigger hit on Tesla. And then here comes ARM. Let's just see. ARM is an NQ. All right, so let me just put a bid down there in and around 92. The way this thing moves, you ought to have some bids out. The spread is just too big right there. So there's 50 cents of a win if you want to take it on ARM. I'm going to wait for a little bit more and see if we do get that pop down that we're looking for. And we just missed AMD at 150, unfortunately. So that came up to 150, and we were sitting there and missed it. It went to 149.90.
Very quickly, Cyril, I am not in ARM anymore. Remember, I had to stop out there the 92 half. Like, that came out right quick. I'm shooting 1 for 3, but essentially it's going to be a flat morning unless something crazy happens here in Lee, because NVIDIA I got out too early. We'd had shorts on. We still like to short the pop, but I just trailed out of NVIDIA here at 795, and that's pretty much the moment AMD gave you your shot for a short. So we grabbed that 788 break. That's a setup breakout, and saying it just keeps on working and working and working. When you have this kind of a hammer candle at the open on NVIDIA, it holds support and then stair steps up into a flat top break of that open high. Like, I think that's like it's shooting about 90% in the last month and a half, that particular breakout setup. And I always scalp the trade out. Of course, Intel's the one that shoots up here first for me. So there you go. Intel, I'm short 34.5. You can see the double barrel resistance at 34.90. So I think that's the area I'm short into. And AMD, oh, it's still at 150. Well, be careful what you wish for. I was just lamenting, AMD 150, probably going to miss out on that. Well, it's right here, right now. These are strong. Remember, when you get a wipeout move like you had on Friday, there's going to be some profit takers for shorts. You're going to be some dip buyers at the open. And I'm not completely convinced that we should have follow through on this move for too long, because I don't think we're in that kind of a environment. You know, the floodgates started to open up. You have to be patient for the shorts. Said it about 1 million times and still wasn't patient enough this morning. That's the life of trading. Like, you can have the plan to be patient, but the market can say, yeah, we know you got that plan. We're going to run it till 10 o'clock or 10:15 anyways.
Yeah, it might be a long. I mean, it might just be a long.
Is it though?
Is it though? Yes. I mean, I don't know so far. But yeah, the market just shooting up to the upside and taking out the pre-market highs and trying to hold up here. So yeah, we'll have ARM and Snapchat right there. So far, we'll go 2 for 3 with the bigger idea in Tesla not working out. So Snapchat and ARM both in the money. We just had ARM fall down into the 70s. So we were basically, I mean, again, the problem is with the spread. So let's see now. Look at this. The market still wants to go higher and higher here. So this could be, yeah, this could be a pretty dead red day. If you're dead, if you're red. You know, I don't know if this is going to work out. I'm bidding now 92.70. We just stopped there. That's pretty much the bottom of that latest move. I can't just sit here and just be like, let's just keep going short everything, because that is not going to work. We've done that before on this show and gotten run over. So another long that we liked was Mara. We should have probably got that 60. Yeah, see? So that 1660 was a level that we had talked about. It did come into 1665. It's not like you would have got long down there, but that was something that we had looked at from a pre-market level, or I guess it was from, yeah, it was from Friday's close. So we wrote that down. I think it was exactly that level there on the sticky note, and it came in within pennies, Didn't get the fill, but when it was coming down, we were nervous about it anyways, because that was like straight shot to the downside. So we'll have to wait to see what Mara wants to do now, as it's still trying to go higher. Watch out for 1720. That pre-market high of 1750 is something else as well. Hopefully ARM can come back down, and now Snapchat is making the move down as well. So that pre-market high of 145 on Tesla was a dark pool. That could be something that eventually comes into play here for Tesla up there at 145. Wow, this thing was down 4 and a bit. Now we're only down 2, so 2% straight upside there for Tesla as the market's pulling back. I guess earnings season is upon us now for Tesla, so be very, very careful with what kind of trades you're putting on here.
The way you got to think about it too is with the big cap tech names reporting this week, well, risk off for some. I mean, Tesla's been a short when you think about it, and this is not to try to explain things away. I mean, I lost on Tesla, and I'm waiting for 145 to 147 to get back in. I think those are the two levels. But if you were short this whole move, then risk off taking profits before earnings would be some buying back. So I think that's what you might be seeing happen here. The new position for me is AMD off of the 150 level, but Tesla 145 into 147. Sometimes you just have to wait until it gets to that next price level. Oh my goodness, AMD. Yeah, of course. AMD did not get everything we wanted off the 150 because I missed the 80s and took a fill at 59 on the way back in. That's a price where I want to have 70s. So I don't want to chase too far in a move like this. If we bounce off VWAP, I probably want to take some profit, but that looks like a huge rejection when I'm looking over at the other chip name I'm short and like, what has Intel done? Like Intel on that same move dropped like a couple of cents and is exactly where we had it before. So Li Auto short, Intel short, AMD short, and we're looking for Tesla at the 145 level. Sorry about those wicks, but 144 where it's at right now is the current top. And I'm looking for 145. We said be patient. Sometimes it's a little more patience than you need. Meta was already breaking down, Joe DDD in the chat. And Coinbase. Wow, we didn't even really talk about coin. I just typed in Ash because Ash just said coin. The user in the chat,
Yeah, I've done that before.
just said it was Ash that was talking about Coinbase, and as I'm typing the symbol, gotta do this all the time. Coinbase is at my mid 220 level where I usually fade this thing. Bitcoin's at 66,000. I look at Sean because he has it up there, and I actually have IBIT instead. But you're at resistance on Coinbase. My issue is, do I really need to be short Coinbase when I'm shorting everything else? I'd say no, but you are at that big resistance on coin where it couldn't break that 228. So AMD looking pretty good. It's down at 148.5. I like that reversal candle that we're seeing, but 147's an out for me. I'm going to take the profit and run if I get it, and we're going to trail this one probably back into VWAP.
Yeah, we'll, as Neil was saying there, watch out for some of these obviously bigger chip names here to see if we can get a push. So we actually just got that fill on ARM. So we were actually bidding that 92.70. So we'll take right there 80 cents on ARM. We'll props it up. I'm still mad. I mean, I still think Tesla can go down. So I'm still waiting for that to happen and not that excited until that happens. So we'll wait to see. There's ARM. Nice push. It's 80 cents. Ho-hum. We'll see if we can get more on that one. But like Neil said, I think it's good to be patient a little bit here and wait for some names as I'm trying to scan through a couple things here. Micron is all the way back into 108. We've seen some moves. I mean, it's up today, but again, Micron falling off that 120. We've talked about that trade. We had this on the sticky note last week as well, as many of these chip names, of course, continue to look uglier and uglier. But Micron with another move up today, up that 2%. We had joked about NVIDIA possibly getting to 8, not joked, but we were like, oh yeah, it's probably going to get to 800. And I mean, it was within $3 of that, 797, roughly as your high there. So maybe that could be signaling something if we could get back up to there. A little bit of a top happening around 795. So that could be a play that we'll look at. We're still short Tesla, we're short ARM, and we're waiting for something with Snapchat.
Oh, my, seriously? You literally said Snapchat, and I got long Snapchat.
Yep.
Sometimes, okay, if you say
Well,
it again,
so.
if you say it again, does it go up? But when in doubt, short Li Auto. Li Auto 25 level failed. It's right back into VWAP. It's stair-stepping it up, but I just feel like this thing could be double digits to the downside, so we'll try to ring some register at VWAP. The first push down, it came to the $0.50 and bounced. We waited for the 25 level, and then we got in again and waited for VWAP. I'm going to bid. If it bounced to 24, 24.5 last time. Maybe it can bounce to 24.5 again. On Tesla, we waited for it to get back in and test 45s. It couldn't get there. The curl ended up being at 144.30 or so. I just jumped into that one. I'm getting some out in front of 143, and then VWAPs at 142 on Tesla. So Tesla's the L because I had the breakdown trade, which I always treat it separate. Like I had the breakdown, which I did not scalp. Again, every time I don't scalp a break trade, this is what happens. All I had to do was take the dollar. I got ridiculously greedy on it and was thinking, no, the first move can be like $1.50. I'm thinking 135 on that move. But it doesn't happen. We reload it into a loss. Now we're trying to get back into the 143. AMD is cruising. I'm looking for, it should be 147.5 here, but I'm moving my trail. If we bounce off 147.5, I'm getting out at 148, as we're now heading to happening now with Adara as the market finally cooperating.
SPY to the upside on the day right now, up about 0.5%, and in a little bit of a range here on this 15-minute chart. It is worth noting as well, this is going to be a pretty big week for some of these mega tech names. 4 out of the 5 Magnificent 7 stocks are reporting earnings this week, so keep an eye on Tesla, Meta, Alphabet, and Microsoft throughout the week with that in mind. We also do have some big economic data coming in later in the week with GDP numbers on Thursday and then PCE on Friday, but nothing in terms of economic data today. So a little bit of a lighter day for data and Fed speak as we do wait for some of those earnings later in the week. Some names to keep an eye on today include NVIDIA trying to recover here from that sell-off yesterday where it lost over $200 billion in market cap on Friday, now up about 3+%. We also have Meta here falling down a little bit, but still up about 0.6%. Trading higher along with Snapchat on the news that the TikTok bill has been furthered over the weekend. So nice look here for META and some of these other social media names. Last but not least, one earnings name here to watch is Verizon, initially trading higher, now down over 2% on a mixed earnings report. So lots of names to keep an eye on here today, guys.
Sorry about that. So we just did really good on Tesla, man. We'll just take $1 back on that, but at the same time, I mean, I still want it to fall more. ARM was just $2 in the money, and I laughed at it, thinking we're going lower. So right there, we were just short at 93.50. It just touched VWAP at 91.50, so that's a $2 winner. If you want that one, it's coming back. Well, I think it'll come back in and hit that anyways. So right now, even if you took the bid, you'd be $1.50, so that's good. And then this is Tesla. First out 50 cents, next out $1. We just took a 140. That was a 143.05 fill off of a 144. So. Oh, man, just wish it would have gone down a little bit earlier than that one. But all is well, all is well. On this day, it's been a pretty mixed bag. Not really anything happening around here, that's for sure. 141.50 for DraftKings maybe is a spot. I'm going to reload Tesla in a minute, but not right now. ARM's still $1 and change out. I was looking at DraftKings up here, but now that I see this chart, not much happening. 41.50. Right there. And then is Mara trying to pull back? I mean, I'm just looking at Bitcoin, it's not doing anything. And Mara did pull back a little bit to 1680. Okay, so let's keep Mara up on our other side and see if there's something happening. Hopefully ARM will break that 92 and we will get another whoosh down into VWAP, and then we can see what happens right there, because if the chip names continue to fall, I might just, like I said, I might just go over to SMH and see if we can find something. But here comes NVIDIA. Let's see if we can break. We just broke 790, now into 788. Let's see if we can get lower, lower, lower. And there goes ARM trying to break 92 as well. So far, so good. Just looking for a little bit more push on some of these shorts.
Yeah, I just got trailed out of AMD, so we'll ring the register on that one. We waited for the 140 level for a curl, but it just bounced off of those pre-market lows. So I trailed it to 148.25. We'll get like $1.30 on that trade. It was one in, one out. But if we get back in to that low, we might be talking about a retracement into VWAP. So the next trade doesn't necessarily have to be off 150. If you get down in here and bounce, then I'm looking for some kind of a VWAP retracement. Li Auto is bouncing nicely off VWAP. I still like that 25. If we take out a local high, I wait for $26 to try to short it again. You can go long if you want. I mean, it's obviously trend to the upside, but at the end of the day, I'm looking to short pops. And if that's going to be your plan of action, you're just going to have to be patient if you get some kind of an upward trend. No way around it. Intel's bouncing off VWAP. I was looking for a little bit more of a push down to get some out, but that's starting to work back in. We haven't looked at any of the regular Mag 7 names today, with the exception of Meta, which, remember I was saying Meta's range was way too tight the first couple of minutes? It's now starting to break down. So I got 16s on Snapchat, and I don't want it breaking in underneath 11 bucks. Got to watch out for Meta. If Meta goes red, I don't think Snapchat's going to hold up. So I might, if I get a chance to lighten the load, if Meta's going red, I might go ahead and do that in Snapchat. So Meta, bit of a bad bellwether for that Snapchat trade. That said, we're able to grab the NVIDIA long, and now some of the shorts are starting to come in. We're able to ring the register on a couple of names. But speaking of NVIDIA, ooh, man, if this comes back up and takes out this high, and we see that 800, I said 800 and 815 with the short levels for NVIDIA. Like I said, be careful what you wish for. But if we're going to try to short NVIDIA, we got to wait for those levels. Have to do it. And if you are looking at this one, SMCI, worth noting, it is relatively weak. It's underneath VWAP, so kind of like Intel, kind of like AMD, this one rolling over a little bit more. It's actually red on the session. One of the only chip names I think that I can say is red on the day. I think it's the only one.
Which one? Yeah,
SMCI.
maybe.
I think it's
maybe.
the
I
only,
didn't look at that one.
I think
Hey,
it's the only red chip name.
That makes sense. All right, Tesla down another 55 cents. We're still, ARM bounced off 92. So talk about chip names. That might be one to have a quick look at going the other way for ARM. You know, had that move in. Maybe we'll get stopped out around 95. Take about a penny worth of or a dollar worth of risk. We already made that. So I feel like that's a decent stop in and around there, 95. If we go up, we're short at 93.50. We've already got out of a third. So I'm just trying to like piece some of these things in right now. Yeah, I mean, death wish or not, we are waiting for Tesla to go down. It seems like that doesn't really want to. 70 cents in the money. We're going to try to be patient. And then Snapchat, yeah, I mean, this one's starting to break lower as well. So be very, very careful with this, man. Snapchat coming into $11. Watch out for a break, obviously, there of 11, and then we'll see what happens with Snap. So, yeah, so far so good, but not great. So the market's trying to give it up to the short side, but not really, doing not much. And remember, we also don't have any economic numbers today, or we have PCE on Friday, so that would be something to look forward to. But until then, we just wait for big cap earnings, and I guess they're just kind of uncertain right now. NASDAQ had a nice move in the pre-market, then kind of flattened out here off the open, then decided to go higher. Now we're right at VWAP again and looking to go lower now. So that would be good. We're only short, I mean, we're long Snapchat, but you know, the short ARM and the short Tesla is what's going to make it. So let's see what happens with Snapchat, but we still have that $11 level, and then it's ARM and Tesla to the downside that I like, and then maybe an SMH.
I have a rule at 10 o'clock. You always try to do some looking for relative strength and weakness. So I'm in the same four things. I don't see anything new coming in unless we get back into AMD. However, Alibaba's up 1%.
Yeah.
Alibaba, wipeout bottom, holds Friday's close. So what do we talk about on NVIDIA? Wipeout bottom that traps shorts into a breakout trade. Look, this is $70 is that high on Alibaba. So that's a setup that I like. It's a 70 break into 65 would be the bottom on Alibaba. So I'm going to get that order out there. I like that breakout setup. Alibaba is bucking the trend of the market. I mean, in a general sense, I mean, the market's up, but we just pull back and this thing's above VWAP. So I do like this one on Baba. We'll see what happens over here. It's going to double back on Tesla. So we got the first out Tesla here, 143 off this 44, and now I want VWAP. But if Tesla holds VWAP, you could be right back at the 145. So my strategy usually station to station, if you're breaking out like this, where it's that setup that usually is a long setup, wipe out bottom into a breakout top, then my short's into VWAP. So if it bounces off VWAP, I want to be getting out of Tesla. Ultimately, I was short a bunch of times down there, so it won't be green on stock even if it goes in, but we'll at least have gotten a good portion back. And that's all you can try to do. Intel is working downside, but it bounced off VWAP itself, so you're getting a lot of these retracements that are finding support at the volume-weighted average price. And I'm going to take some profit every chance it gets. So as mentioned there, Alibaba, if it breaks 70, I'm going long. It's at 85. It's at 85, so you're like a few cents away from potential breakout here in Alibaba. New trade for me. This wasn't even on our watch list or anything. And sometimes that's going to happen. You'll see something set up that wasn't part of your original plan, but that doesn't mean you don't take the setup that you like.
Yeah, for sure. Alibaba is a good name. We definitely like that. We've been looking for that for a minute, so I like it. Yeah, here comes Tesla now at $1.30 in the money and trying to go lower. So all is well on the Tesla front for sure. Bidding around 142.30 would be great if we can get that dip in. Let's put some money back in our pocket, guys, on Tesla. So that's a good one. We have $2. So right now we're $2.50 in the money because we have $1.30 here in ARM and then $1.40 in Tesla. So hopefully we can get that bid, and then we're trying to hold out hope here that Snapchat will do the dance and battle back for us. So yeah, man, so far so good on all of these plays. We like Alibaba. That's a good play down there near 69. The other name for a long that we had liked before, of course, was Shopify. We could talk about that. Let's go Snapchat. Shopify right here. Okay, so wow, okay. I mean, again, we talked about this one being a nice long, especially, yes, we love a coffee. Thank you, Randy. Down here near 70. So now we have the 200 period. We liked this on Friday. We did wind up losing on this name on Friday. Okay, come on. We might just take a piece out here on Tesla. Like I said, we have enough shares in the account here to do that. I am bidding right now at what price? 30s. So let's just put a bid here. We just bounced off 50. It's not going to make that much of a difference if we take a piece out here for me. So there it is. We'll take a piece out there on Tesla and say another short finally worked. It's a $1.50 club, but we want a little bit more on what's remaining. We do have a $1 club member here with ARM, but again, that bounced off $92 again. So hopefully we'll break it at some point as this market will head to the downside. I hope everybody is well enjoying the show. As Snapchat right now, hit the like, hit the subscribe. Bounces pretty clean off of 11. We are waiting for a little bit more down there, but yes. What do you want to know about this here? Phony baloney. Yeah, so we have one loss.
Good name.
Yeah, great name. I love that name. That was something that was really brought up to when I was growing up. My mom would always say that. That's funny. Okay, so phony baloney. Yeah, so the only loss we have is Tesla. And yeah, so we've already talked about that. So that's going to be a bad one. And then we've only taken profit on Snapchat, but just for you, Mr. Baloney, this one is also underwater. You can see our prices. I mean, we are under this one by 7 cents. We are in the money on ARM. Nothing phony baloney about this. There's the trade. That is $1, and then we're $1 in the money on Tesla. And we just took a piece out there. So that's what's going on so far, man. Hopefully Snapchat will bounce back, and I'm looking for more names. And I keep looking at Mara, but I'm waiting. Like, it keeps dipping. I know it's dipping into VWAP here, but I kind of wanted like a dramatic move down. So if something can happen tomorrow, we'll take that and wait for it. So far so good in what we're doing. So it's only 10:12. I am getting a little impatient. I would like to see the market move a little more than this so I could make something, but until then, we'll just wait, sit on our hands a little bit here and wait for this coffee to come.
But it's been a good show, and it's been a lot of fun. So if you're enjoying the show, if you're enjoying the market moves, there's been longs, there's been shorts, all that kind of good stuff, you know what to do. Hit that like, hit that subscribe, and then tomorrow, the sun will come out tomorrow. I just had to say it because when you said that. Like we said, guys, we love the community in there. We appreciate you guys so much. And look, not every trade is going to be a winner, but here's the thing.
Disney.
There's always going to be that next opportunity. I was short off the open, took a hit on Tesla, took a hit on ARM, but that one NVIDIA long can make up for it when you catch a breakout. We'll see what happens with Alibaba. This was not a long that I was going to take, and then it's set up here into a breakout. We're already starting to take some profit on it. So that's the thing about the market. It never sleeps, and it never prevents you from looking for that next trade. Now, obviously, if I'm short biased on a lot of chip names, I want to give those a chance to give me some other shorts, and even something like a Tesla. But something like Alibaba, I didn't have a bias in that one. If anything, on this stock, we've kind of been looking for bottoms overall, and it's been showing you a lot of consolidation and support. So I do like you. But we need to get some more than just 20 cents on Alibaba. I got an offer in front of the 50 level. If we can get that, it'll be a heck of a lot more fun for at least a couple of these longs. Before we go to Adara, I'm also in Snapchat. There's not much to update there. But I did get a reload off the top in Intel, and I'm bidding at VWAP again. So we're shorting off the high. We're going to bid VWAP. If it breaks that, we're going to bid quarters, as this is a nice inside day so far if you want to take advantage of that chip name. Let's go back to the desk with Adara.
This part of the show brought to you by Kalshi. Have you ever wanted to trade on events that directly relate to companies and the economy? Kalshi is the first legal financial exchange in the US where you can bet on any event. Ever wondered if TikTok will be banned, how many cars Tesla will ship this quarter, or what a new movie's Rotten Tomatoes score will be? Now you can use Kalshi to put your predictions to the test and trade on what you really know. Visit Kalshi.com to sign up today and grab a $20 bonus after depositing $50 exclusively for the first 500 people using promo code TraderTV. It's easy to get started. Choose an event like whether Boeing will have a new CEO this year, currently priced at 76%. Buy 100 shares at 76 cents each, and Boeing has announced If Boeing has announced a new CEO by year end, you cash out $100 on your $76 bet. Don't just watch the news, profit from it. Join Kalshi's 100,000 users and dive into diverse markets, make your moves, and potentially profit from global events. Kalshi.com.
You can bet no.
You can bet no, yeah.
Look, man, the Boeing CEO out? No. I saw Tesla. Is Elon Musk out by the end of the year? And the no? I know it's not paying out a lot, but 88, he's not out, right, Randy? But it's not paying you much. I think it's like 88 cents. So you pay 88 to make a dozen on that. But
Thank you, Randy.
if you're a degen,
All right, cheers.
Elon's not going to be out. So you can make that bet. And we always talk about this in trading. Obviously, it's a little bit different because you're looking for patterns. For those that just want that like very binary play. And you can bet on politics if you're into that kind of a thing. But look, it is what it is. I think that can be fun. A lot of people can have some fun there. That said, understand, always be responsible. We always say that. Be responsible in your trading, be responsible out there, but I think you can have some fun. I just got VWAP on Intel, so we're able to ring and register once again on that short. It got back up to 34.50, right back into these 34.40s. I want the next bid down here at 25s or 40s as well. Li Auto is holding VWAP, I'd say pretty decently. At this point, I would say it makes some sense to grab some VWAP. I'm going to get on this bid at 71 here. Lee, we were patient enough with it to get to 25, but we didn't hit that 25 on the way down. If it's going to do this at VWAP, I think taking some more shares out of VWAP makes a ton of sense. Alibaba continues to hold higher, so we're able to sniff out that long on a break. I want this to get to the 70-50 level. Those aren't significant. That's just like overnight dark pool printing. So you're into thin air because this stock was another gap down. But when you pull out the 15-minute, there's your 750, previous close going all the way back to last Monday, and then the 71 quarter level I think would be the next stop if this does make a move. So I don't think I'm getting more than $1 out of this just based on the targets that I have on Alibaba. 25 cents in the money right now, and the Snapchat long, Snapchat's just kind of trying to hold on for dear life here at the lows. It's got an 03 bottom where it did this little wick. I added on the way back up when it held 11 even. But this needs to get back into the 20s and 30s, and then we can grab some profit. It's not being helped by Meta, which is an absolute dog right now. So if Meta doesn't turn itself around, Snapchat trade's probably not going to work out, and Meta's still showing all red in there. So Baba working. The only thing that's trouble right now for me is going to be the Snapchat, along everything else working in the money.
Yeah, Snapchat is the problem for me as well, but we're good to go right now. We're just kind of chilling out right now. Finally, things starting to work out as we did get. We are now at still $1.50 in the money on ARM, but as this market continues to break lower, I don't have any bids on ARM. So I think why not 90? So I'm gonna wait for 90. If I say it's slower, maybe it'll come through. I'll wait for 90 on ARM. So 90 right here, like $90.20, something like that. Here, let's put a funny gateway just in case. I don't want to sit on NASDAQ. Let's see if that one comes through as well right now for us. Tesla's starting to push down as well. Right now. So here we go. All right, so far so good. All right, it's 10:20. Let's see if anything else happens. I don't hear anything. There hasn't really been anything major news wise around here, but we are sponsored by Benzinga Pro. So if anything sort of hits in here, then we'll be able to see any sort of news story. I do have it in my ear, and we'll figure all of that out as we go. So for right now, nothing major happening. We're just sort of resting on what's been really working. Like I said, what's been really, really working for us here has been waiting out for bigger moves, catching these moves, And as Neil mentioned, man, holding out for your style of trade. And I think that that's what's important, because as I look here, even though we have a lot of traders behind us, I think there's like 2 or 3 positive traders this month in North America. In the US markets. So it is a little difficult to trade, and you got to make sure that you stay in your lane as far as what you're trading, and understand at the end of the day, although, like I said today, we'll be red because of this Tesla trade. Let's see if it can get down. We're not going to do anything, but we're still staying in the lane that we think we belong in. And that is to take little smaller hits and then try to see if we're going to be right on the momentum and the change of pace for the market. So I think we're going to be heading to the downside. We've talked about being bearish today. The problem is we got stopped out of these Tesla shorts as the market was ripping up. Now the market's coming back in, and you can see what's happening now. A lot of the shorts and the rhetoric that we thought would be true in the market is finally starting to pay off a little bit. So let's wait to see if this can hold. And then we're going to go over to a name like the other short that I had. I have ARM, I'm short already. Tesla, I'm short already. NVIDIA, we missed it. I know Neil had that. That was a good one, even though it was a long. And then we had Snapchat down here, which we're still in. And then Mara. So as I look today at the sticky note, it's really going to be O's on Tesla, win on ARM. And then we are still in the money on Snapchat for the day. But this position currently is out of the money. So it's going to be a relatively flat day for the trade ideas, but a red day for trading because of my risk that I put in Tesla. And you guys know that. We've talked about that. I'm as proportion, it's fine. Like what I'm down on Tesla compared to, the way it is. We're going to be red on the day. It's not nice, but that is trading for you. And like we keep saying, you have to look at things sometimes through a little bit of a broader scope. All right, here comes Snapchat coming back in well. 11.17 now, back up to the upside. I may take some out just because we've had a nice move back up. The 50 period is like where I'm long, so I would like to average in a little bit more. Let's see if this market goes. Here we go again. Now we're $2 in the money on Tesla, and that's starting to sing a bit. And ARM hopefully can join it to the downside, so we'll see.
Before we go to the small cap, just quickly, I took an out on Baba. The market just broke support. I took it out on Baba at the local high as that was happening. So 70.35, I was going to take 45s. But when I saw the market, the NASDAQ break support, I decided to take some profit on that long trade. But it's time to head on over to Adara. Let's get that small cap recap.
IWM positive on the day, consolidating at that previous area of resistance, I guess, over at that 194.40s on the Russell 2000. So slightly positive on the day, but definitely trading within a very tight range as of right now. In terms of individual movers, there are quite a few. First one to mention here is Smart for Life, SMFL. This one very notable. It does have a 34% short float, market cap of about $383,000, and a float of about 110,000 shares. So very small float market cap with a large short interest for SMFL. Next up here we have AGBA. This is AGBA Group. This one announced on Thursday after close that it's going to be getting into a merger agreement with Triller. So ongoing upward momentum for AGBA, up about 50% right now. Last but not least, Edible Gardens, EDBL. This one trading higher here after announcing that it's regained compliance with the NASDAQ bid price requirement. So nice move up here, almost up 100% for EDBL.
What a juicy and hungry trade that sounds like. But NVDL, we'll look at some of those small caps maybe. I feel like if the market reverses and goes red, then the afternoon show is going to turn into, if you want to find a long, you're going to have to do it in small caps. That's my gut, because after that false breakout, this will get pretty nasty. I was mentioning that you lost support on the NASDAQ, but we wanted to go to the small cap recap. This is what I was talking about here. So here is the NASDAQ. This was overnight and I guess pre-market support at 172.4. That is now broken. That's why I took some shares out of the Alibaba long, and I'm now trailing the rest of Tesla. Look, Tesla, clearly if you shorted it off the open, kind of nasty unless you had that first open wick. There were
Look
some
at
scalping
this.
opportunities in the VWAP. If it holds VWAP, I'm out 42.5. We'll take the $2. If we break lower, I want out at the low of the day, or at least down to the 140 level. So Intel, this is starting to break VWAP. We're looking for 34.25. Li Auto, we've been short the entire way. That's starting to break VWAP as we're now about 50 cents in the money. I think we're looking for 24 even on Li Auto, and that'd be all the way down for that dollar win on this stock. Again, like, you just had to be a little bit patient. Crazy that on a day like today, like for me, the stock that allowed me to be green, and the shorts are working now, was a breakout long on NVIDIA. It's just the way that it's set up. It was a pretty clean breakout trade. I showed you this guys a million times. Like, sometimes I'll get out here and it goes all the way up here. But you've just got to trade your own style. That breakout trade has worked high percentage for me because I take the first out and then I take the next one in. Oh, they must have reset it. Next fill it'll probably come back. I just noticed that Sean's still short, obviously, but that'll refresh. And look at the flush in NVIDIA. This is going to go red today. And I think you want to hold on to your shorts.
Yeah.
So I got to watch out. I mean, Snapchat, ugh. And Snapchat's probably going to come out. I got some shares out here, 17s on Snapchat. Give it one more chance to bounce off 11 maybe, but this is probably going to come out.
Yeah, don't worry. I'll try to take a fill soon, and we'll be in it. But right now, we are $3 in the money on ARM. You want these trades, Mr. Mendoza? There they are. I mean, finally, face ARM. We talked about these shorts, man, coming through, and this is the thing. When you are honestly confident in what you're doing, you can have these trades. I'm just mad that we dumped Tesla, but it just kept going. We said there was a buy program on it. It was quite obvious. We'll stay short on that, and ARM is really going as well. You know what? Maybe here, let me just buy, just for jokes, a little bit of more Snapchat here, if I can, if I'm allowed to there. Push enter, there it is. Now will my position show up? There we go. Okay, good, now Neil's are gone, perfect. But anyways, mine are now showing up, so there we go. Let's just see what happens now, back up to the upside. I just bought some more Snapchat there for fun. Here comes ARM, so now it's $4 in the money. It is a hot dog cannon kind of a trade here. We are bidding ARM down here at 50s. So it just came in 89.70 right there. Yes, there is some dollar clubs there. Thank you for that. 89.70. We'll see if we get a little bit more of a push back down lower for that one. So 350 in the money for ARM. 250 in the money now for Tesla. And there it is right there. Yes, you're right, Kyle Burdett. I mean, that's why I told you, no matter how the trading goes, man, stick with what you're doing, because at the end of the day, you can look down and you know where your net is, you know where it is on the month, you know where it is on the day. And not that you should trade your net. I don't think that's necessarily a good idea. But just understand that some days your plan is going to get punched in the mouth. And when that does happen, you don't go anywhere. I'm still here. We're still looking at the stocks and saying, so what? We got the short back again. We got hit early, but we didn't get hit late. Right now, I feel like our boy there, Ryan Garcia there, dummied whoever that other guy was, that Delaney guy. That was hilarious. But right there, we'll see if we can just stand in there. You take a couple punches in the early round, and then you come back, and now you're $4 and $3 in the money. And, the plan seems to be according to plan right now. And that's the big thing. We talked about that. Stick with your ideas and just keep on going. So, it's really led me to, again, a great, like my best month in a hell of a long time. And like I said, it hasn't been super easy. So, yeah, we're really confident, as you can tell. Let's just wait to see if we can get some more ARM down here in and around that 80. I mean, I was waiting for 89.50, so we'll put it a little bit earlier than that. We're sitting somewhere here in the 60s. So one little whoosh down, and there it is, the professor. There it is, Neil. That's your $4 winner right there. So we're back into this one. The market finally starting to go down. We do take a little bit of ARM out right there. And again, we talked about that. The levels we wanted, they came into play. So I just should have been, again, could have been more, less aggressive early and more patient waiting for that Tesla trade, because, man, we made back a hell of a lot of money since this move down, and it's sticking with what you believe in. So, yes, exactly. It's okay to be wrong. This is, I think, something that Neil says, just not to stay wrong. And that's why I say to you, and I say this sometimes too, you obviously, when you look down at your net, it's important what your net is on the day, because 20 of them equal a month. But at the end of the day, if you have a rough day, like we can go 15-2, 15-3, and then have an L day. It's does your L day wipe everything out? And I mean, it doesn't. So that's what we're waiting, obviously. So that's what we're waiting for. We're just going to keep on taking some profits. ARM is out there. Tesla's where it is. We're waiting for more, and Snapchat might be the bad trade because we should have never gone long that high up, but we took profit, and now we're just, we had profit opportunities there at 18.19. So now the 50 period is right here at 11.20. Just be careful with this. I still think Tesla drops a lot more than this.
Yeah, I'm thinking at this point either Tesla gets back above VWAP or it gets to that low. And I'm talking about like the 138.5 was that bottom. So I'm looking for the bounce off the bottom at some point on Tesla, or retakes VWAP and I just get out. AMD's continuing to flush. All these chip names are going to the downside now, but Alibaba is trying to bounce off 70. I took that next leg out at 70.35. If it holds 70, great. But if it gets down to VWAP, I want that to be a separate trade. So I'm going to move the stop a little bit tighter on Alibaba. If it breaks 70, I'm going to get out of this thing, and I'm going to look for a VWAP bounce to the downside. As Sean said, like you got to stay in your lane. Like everyone's going to be a little bit different. Like you'll see on Tesla. Once it broke away from those pre-market levels, had to wait till it got to 145, but then it really started to work down there. Intel, we're short. We looked for something that was not violating the levels we liked, so it went over to this pre-market high, went right into a lower high off, not pre-market, but the opening range top. It went right into that level. We shorted to VWAP, reloaded it. It has not broken out. Now we're looking for the fade. If it goes red, I think we're laughing into the $34 level. Every 50 cents on Intel tends to be a level. So if it holds 34.50 as a short, then I think the bottom is going to be somewhere around that 45. Snapchat, it's starting to look okay. Like this is the first time since that, there's your wipeout bottom at 11, higher low. This has a chance to get to VWAP. So you're getting a higher low here in Snapchat for the first time. I think that's looking pretty solid. So far so good, but without the NVIDIA breakout, wouldn't be green today. Let's be real. Like I was looking for shorts. The best trade's been a long for me. Sometimes that's how it is. But it's also time to go to Adara and get that crypto update. I haven't even looked at any of those.
Oh.
I don't even know.
This was mentioned a little bit earlier as well, but interesting potential post-halving switch for some of these Bitcoin miners. CoinShares here noting that there could be a shift of focus to AI operations in order to recoup revenue due to the increased in production costs for Bitcoin mining after the halving. So potential shift into AI operations for some of these miners. Keep an eye on those. Interesting look there. In terms of Bitcoin itself, bouncing off that previous low around 60, or not previous low, but earlier area about 60,000, continuing to bounce up here. Now about 66.5, so nice move up for Bitcoin here. Ethereum also up above that 3,200 level, now up about 1.6%. And a lot of these other crypto-related names pretty strong here as well. BNB up 4%, Solana up 4%, Cardano up almost 4%, Ripple up about 2%. So nice, strong look across the board. This post-Bitcoin halving move, bringing up a lot of these other crypto-related assets, guys.
Yeah, I feel as if there might have been a missed opportunity in Mara in here. That said, you got to look, man. You got to go where the action is. You got to go where the setups are. And I liked 16. We talked about this for like some dip buys. 17 would have been okay if you had it on the way back up, but that $16 level never gave it to you. 16.5 is going to work if you got it. So you have to trade setups. I think ultimately setups are pretty much, they're more or less everything. Like it's, because you have to have some kind of an execution strategy in your trade. And if you get to a certain price or something happens at the open that doesn't give you an execution that you're comfortable with, then you're just not going to do it. And that's the thing. If you don't find a solid way to get in and out of the trade, then it doesn't matter that it comes to the level that you like or that you had the direction right. And we talk about this all the time. When there was a 60,000 reversal, I had it 3 times, and the last one was on a new setup for me last week, and I'm going to try that again if we get a 60 or a 70,000 on Bitcoin. Snapchat, as I mentioned, higher low. I want VWAP here for the next out. I'm going to get something out here in the 35, even if it breaks VWAP, because that is stair-stepping to the downside. So that's starting to give us some indications that we could be okay. Li Auto, I feel like, we said we wanted to go short on Li Auto. So we had the first available pop. into support. We had the next pop into 25, into VWAP, took some more out of VWAP. Now you're holding underneath VWAP. So this never breaks back above 24.80. I think we're laughing down into the 24 area on Liado. It's just all about that risk to reward. Like, try to limit the losses. Try to wait for that key price to get back in. And speaking of key prices, this is not necessarily a key price. This is more about a key bellwether. NVIDIA is bouncing off pre-market low. So if you're short this, I mean, I'm short Intel. Tesla probably doesn't care too much about NVIDIA. But if this gets back above VWAP, you got to watch out for your chip names. But it's still looking bearish overall. Like, that's a nice move up, but the way this broke VWAP, that's a pretty bearish looking chart. So I want to look for some opportunities for shorts that we're not in. AMD, back into VWAP, 147.5 can be a thing. You had mentioned Micron. This will load back up in a second here. There we go on Micron. Man, loading. Another one, relatively weak. It's trying to go red to green. It's at the low of the day. So we talk about relative strength and weakness. Micron's at lows when NVIDIA is trying to break back up to VWAP. If NVIDIA fails VWAP, why not be short Micron where it's consolidating or if it wants to hold red? So I just want to file that one away. It wasn't on my initial plan to be executing there. BABA, I got to stop underneath 70. We already took the money on that one. It can't turn into a loser that long. But Snapchat definitely can.
Yeah, Snapchat, we took a little bit off there at 16s or 17s or one of those just because, yeah, it's been rough. It's been not rough, it's just been slow. Not rough at all. We're actually up on this name. So we're only going to have one red right now. So just real quick, I can't be the trader who, you know, I pretend to be on here if I don't talk about risk management, because I just want to tell people, and I don't know if we'll all do this or not, but I'll tell you. So like right here on Tesla today, so I lost about 15%. So it's and again, this is what it's about, right? I'm trying to tell you, like, we can't just tell you when we have positive days. So far there's been 15 trading days this month. As I look at it, there might have been some holidays in there. I think I had one, maybe one day I wasn't here. I can't remember. So 14 trading days or whatever. That one day, one of the L's of the month, we have 2 L days, two losing days, was that day. And it's my fault. I mean, we sit here, we did lose connection, and I wasn't able to get out of some of the trades. But I lost 15% of my month, which I feel is fine on that first Tesla trade. Now we made it back. It won't be near that, but I was just letting you guys know so that if you have $1,000 month, $100 month, you lose 15%, right? So that giving it back, that sucks to do that. So, but again, we're here to make money. So like, what am I supposed to do? You know, sit here and just like, you know, pussyfoot this around. So I like Tesla. It's on the sticky note. And if I'm going to be, like I keep telling you guys, the trader that, you know, we're showing you, then yeah, we are going to stick to our guns. We're going to stick to what's working. And I'm going to sit here and tell you, when I look down at the end of the month and the net is what it is, then I know this is working. So I'm just here to tell you that, you know, even though we will get slipped up, and we've done that before, you know, we're here. And since that trade, look what we've done. $3 in the money on Tesla, right? Since this trade, right? $3 in the money on ARM. So some of us around here will lose money, and that will affect them. It will hurt them. And that's fine. That's part of the mental. We talk about that all the time. People take hits, take days off, all that kind of stuff. No, man, we sit here and we just put on more risk, because we have the confidence, I feel like, that's necessary to win at a game like this. So, all right, let's go back over to the desk. You're welcome, Day Trader Cut. It's just about being honest, right? We can't sit in this desk without doing that. So let's go over and see what's up with Adara.
Just a quick note here on Tesla, TSLA, Bloomberg here reporting this is, you know, we've had those ongoing layoff news with regards to Tesla after announcing last week they'll be laying off maybe around 20% of their total global workforce. Now they're cutting roughly of their 40-person growth content advertising team. So cutting that team, which consists of roughly 40 people. Another layoff update here for TSLA.
Yuckity, yuckity, yuck, Tesla. Tesla working to the downside for sure. And as I said, I probably don't go green on Tesla today, unless, like, if it breaks the low when I hold through the low of the day, that's a different story. But if I did that, then I wouldn't be trading my style. And I think, like you said, you got to stick with your style. And if it gets to that low, I already have a trailing stop on this. Snapchat, still going to be the one of concern. But the next trade, as we said, NVIDIA getting back into VWAP. If we do have a pushback into VWAP on NVIDIA, I want to look to reload or at least take some short trades. AMD was the one I was going to mention. AMD could be pulling back into VWAP itself for 147.5. There's always a decent chance. It's like the pre-market lows and it's down at 147. So I want to be ready for it if it comes in. Micron was the other one we noted for relative weakness. We might not see VWAP on Micron. Might have to look for something down at the 107 level. And then Li Auto, all of a sudden Li Auto, you never really know when the Chinese ADRs are going to stop going in either direction. So if we do end up barcoding all throughout lunchtime, I probably don't put anything new on. I just look to see if it flushes under VWAP to the low of the day and don't look for re-entries until a bit later on. And then Alibaba, we said we were looking for something that was setting up. We got a setup we like, which is the false bottom break into higher lows, into a breakout off 70. It's holding 70. There's nothing to do with this. If it can't hold 70, we get out of it. It can't turn into a losing trade here. And the play is to hold this for 71. So Alibaba up 1.5% into a 0.2 market. I consider that relative strength. That's why we're long this one. Snapchat was long off support on good news. Whether that works out or not remains to be seen. But it's weird to be, I was bearish, but I think we can go at least 2 for 3 on the longs. And if we find any other ones, we'll let you guys know. That DX, before we go over to Adara, that DXYZ never really popped into that $30 level. It was going and halted up. But as you can see here, I don't think we have to worry about shorting 30, as I was saying. Let's go to Adara for Sector Watch.
The Sector Watch.
Quite a few sectors actually pretty great across the board here. We have health technology, very strong. Finance cooling off after recent bank earnings. Those have ended, so finance pretty decidedly to the upside here so far this morning. Energy minerals pretty strong here as well. Health services, with the exception of United Health, very much to the upside. Consumer non-durables worth noting as well, and transportation. In terms of weaker sectors, we do have communications. Verizon leading this group to the downside after its mixed earnings report. Consumer durables, not bad with the exception of Tesla here, bringing this group to the downside amidst price cuts and another layoff announcement ahead of those earnings coming up tomorrow after close. So a bit of a weak look for TSLA to kick off the week. Also worth noting, a little bit weaker in technology services as well. Meta, after a strong start, going to the downside a little bit here, as is Netflix, day 2 of earnings, a little bit red. Generally, though, pretty positive look for a lot of these sectors, guys.
Day 2 earnings. Yeah, I always forget to look at day 2.
But the thing is, Netflix is not a stock that we typically trade it. So we don't mind looking at it, but I'm usually never, I shouldn't say never, I'm very rarely going to trade Netflix, if we're honest. And that's the whole idea. It doesn't look very good. And if anything, you just lost 550 again.
Oh my God, Meta.
Like, what looks reasonable? The 200 period at 485 is the last consolidation level, so I don't see any reason why. Like, if you're not holding here, why doesn't it see the 500? Earnings season has started, and the first few names that we've gotten have not been good. Let's be real. So the shorts are definitely winning in there for pretty much everybody. And NVIDIA just got to VWAP. Let's quickly show you. Back into VWAP at 780. So as it gets to 780 and VWAP, it's, to me, relatively strong. It puts AMD on watch. If NVIDIA pops VWAP and starts to curl at the highs, then AMD at 147.75. Intel, I don't know if we're going to get that one. But Micron, this is definitely weaker. So I want to be fading Micron back into VWAP. The second I start to see a curl in NVIDIA off VWAP, I want to get into the weak name to the south side. I have a trail on Tesla and Li Auto. We already talked about that one. But I think it's Micron if I get something new.
Yeah, I'm just trying to pair out. I don't want to be long anything. So I'm trying to get out some more Snapchat right now. I am already on that AMD short in and around that area. And I do love all of you in the chat. I mean, thank you so much. When I start to spit like that, I really do appreciate all the love in the chat. Okay, so yeah, starting to get out some more Snapchat. So just to go back on AMD, we could still pick poison and use NVIDIA as our, like I said, NVIDIA could be, We said about how, we're here this month. It's been a really successful one. And I think I'm going to run the study again during lunchtime to see, because I think NVIDIA is going to be my P&L number one stock. And then if so, then, maybe that'll give me some more confidence to look at that instead of this. But at the end of the day, I still know that we've made a lot of money here on AMD as well. So that's kind of the stuff that we talk about, is go back to the well where you've had some kind of success with, and that would be here with this. So I like AMD. It's pushing back. I like a 147.50 into 148. So I think that is something. And so as we come back up for AMD, we're already sitting there, but it's at 147.80 is where we're going to sit. See if we could take a little bit of risk at this level and not get too carried away. But that's a good short for me, man. Down here, up on the day. But the market is also, as we were ripping up, we believed so much in the short that we just held everything all the way back in, man. We held Tesla back in and we held ARM back in. So it is having that confidence to be able to hold something. Google was, I don't know if you guys noticed this, but since basically the onset of the show, I used to trade lesser names. And then basically for the last 2 or 3 years, I've really stuck to big cap tech. And then so that's something that, I've noticed that's what we're doing a lot right now, is because of the movements. So we got to try to stick with, again, what's happening with the moves and where they're coming from. So even though Google has made a nice move back, I would say this is up on the day versus the market. You do have a nice little bottom here in and around 154. So this is another possible long idea if we dip back in. So I just wanted to bring that to everybody's attention, especially if you are bullish. And we've bounced off this level before. It was lower than where we were, but we've been down here before, 17 just here, right? 17,175. And then this level that we couldn't get back to is 17,4. That goes all the way back to February 21st. So with only 15 minutes left or so, we just got to be careful that we're, watching the right names and watching out for a possible break a lot lower here in the NASDAQ if we do take that wicked bottom of 17,150. I think if we could take that, and right now we're 70 handles away? Yeah. So we're at 17,220. We've already dropped off about 150 handles right there in about an hour. So yeah, I do actually expect us to maybe test those lows. If Netflix is going to do this on a good report, then yeah, I don't know how perfect Meta has to be priced for them to get something, how perfect Google and Apple and some of these other names. I just think that they're priced to fall down. So let's wait to see. There goes Netflix, man. And we've already said this before, the Emperor didn't have much close on with NVIDIA, and we had mentioned that up here as well. So a nice pullback for NVIDIA. This is the name that I want to buy on dips, but let's get that guacamole ready, because it's about to dip into like 7, I think into here, like 714, 715. Maybe we'll put a little bid there, but guess what, guys? We're right, because here comes Tesla back in to the lows of this move. So I like this Tesla move. We just got to make sure that we get the right price. I'm bidding 140.20s.
Yeah, I think definitely get your dip buys ready. Brendan sort of said this in the pod, maybe you don't stink bid. Maybe you just wait for some actual strength to come through and then go for the long. I'm talking about long term. Obviously when you're day trading, you're going to bid in front of support levels. The new position for me, I said we get Micron when NVIDIA got to VWAP. Well, NVIDIA curled off VWAP. This is it here. I'm short Micron. I want to give it to and it just ran that stop. So 17, I was about to say 107.5. I want to give it into that level for that short. And if we try again, it's got to be VWAP or back underneath 175. So we want to be pretty patient waiting for those setups. But I do like the relative weakness here. And everyone's style is going to be different. I like to not hold that into here. You can short that and give it into 108 if you want. I'd rather take a secondary trade here or a secondary trade after that pulls back into the downside. So patience, always look for that next setup. That EDBL probably not going to be something that I look at. And I want to go back over to Alibaba for everybody. It's the consolidation at $70 is actually pretty solid. And if we do get some kind of a pushback up in the market, maybe there isn't a VWAP trade to be had. But unless this breaks, it has to break this consolidation higher for me to want to add to the long. If it's barcoding, I don't want to just sit in this and add here, it doesn't make a lot of sense. If it can break it out upside, then I'll look for a long over the 70-20. So BABA looks strong to me. Go long, strong stocks. Ideally, go short, weak stocks. Tesla, as we mentioned, at this point, I think we can see that low of the day. It seems like where it's headed. I'm just going to move the trail. As VWAP gets a little bit lower and lower, then the trail just drags itself down just a little bit on Tesla here, down 4% and looking pretty nasty. JD, Kevin just said, held pretty well. Well, I actually just noticed this one as I was in Alibaba. Pinduoduo is up 4% today. So I feel like if this gives up VWAP, that could give me a reason to also get out of Alibaba. It's PDD that's running a lot. I like to set up off the 70 break on BABA, but PDD is clearly the stronger one. I don't know the particular reason why Pinduoduo was so strong, but ultimately it doesn't matter. Just look at the price action here. Chinese ADRs are strong, relatively speaking, today.
So we'll only go Tesla, Snap, and ARM, it looks like, by the time we're all said and done here, and go 2 for 3 on the day, because here comes Tesla. And again, remember what we said, just be confident in the trades. Like, I lost 15% of my month here, and we're right back to where we started shorting. So again, if I had been patient for an hour and I had that crystal ball, fine, but that's why you got to get out and you regroup and you make it back. We made about 5% back on the month, not 5% of the trade, right there back. So that's fine. So now we are happy with that, and that's, like we said, man, that is what's good. Boeing coming through the next couple days as well, so let's have a quick look on that one. Boeing does come in. Again, we are changing the format of the recap show. More to come today. I think today's a brand new format, so I don't know if it includes you or what, Neil, but apparently we do have a brand new format. April 24th, so that is a Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. So Wednesday pre-market, so get your last trades tomorrow on that. Have you heard anything about the recap show?
I haven't heard anything about. Like, I know we're supposed to be changing it this week, but I mean,
all right, cool.
The way I roll is like,
that was
my
fun.
number, I'm up, man. We had some
fun.
We had fun on Friday, and the cool thing about it is, like, sometimes you have earnings to talk about when it gets moving, and it's clear. Like, if Tesla earnings come out, you spend a bunch of time. This is what Tesla's doing. These are what the numbers are, and that's a heck of a lot of fun. But you know what? Even when you don't have it, you got the whole week to review. There was so much going on in the chip land that we had to talk about. The market always gives you something really cool to go over, whether it's recapping trades. We got to talk to Adara about her first week of trading, which was really, really awesome. Man, she did a great job. And I don't even know if she had anything prepared, but she certainly sounded like she had some really good, interesting notes on her first week to share with everybody. That said, didn't mention this, but we're about to go to Money Talks. If you're looking at why the dollar is strong, the ECB, or like some dude from the ECB came out talking about they are still looking for 100 points of cuts, which is strong for the USD and weak for the ECB. But let's see how it's going right now with the Adara and Money Talks.
Yeah, just continue with that. ECB Centino here basically saying that they actually could be cutting more than 100 basis points potentially. So very, very interesting look there coming out of the ECB. Also here for the USD here, the DXY. Nice look here right now. No economic data, though, to speak of. We did have that talk from Centino of the ECB, but slightly positive on the day. Couple wicks up and down here, but right now just about 106.20. No speakers today and no economic data releases, but tomorrow we do get S&P services flash, PMI flash, manufacturing PMI flash, composite PMI flash here, all at 9:45. Then 10 a.m. tomorrow, we're getting new home sales. But the biggest thing to keep an eye on here with regards to economic data releases this week, Thursday, GDP preliminary for the quarter-over-quarter number, and then Friday, PCE data. Rest of the week is going to be a little bit slower in terms of the USD heading up to those releases, guys.
Thank you very much. There you go. Like, they could go more than, if they go more than a basis point and the US does absolutely nothing, that's even stronger. For the USD, which we've been talking a heck of a lot about. Going back over to some of the trade, we only have 7 minutes to go this week. Whoops, on this show. But this week on Learn to Trade, you're going to get a fun one. Sharif and Adara always absolutely kicking butt. I'll come through for the lesson of the day as always. I do, based on the way that this market worked out, I already know what it's going to be, and it's going to have something to do with coming in bearish and then having to be able to flip the script. And how you're able to do that and where you should do that and where you shouldn't. But Intel it's showing me this support at 34.30. So the fact that I like it at 34.20 doesn't matter. Oh, so much for. Okay, fine. There's your guide. It's breakout bear flag trades. I was gonna work that in because NVIDIA was a breakout bear flag, and it was looking, or a bull flag, sorry, and it was a very specific setup when it was a bearish morning. So I looked for a setup over support and resistance. But we'll talk about that in the lesson of the day. Market heading through lows. I just got a bid on Intel, so we'll be pretty happy with that. I can't complain today. It's been a pretty good morning. That said, you did have to be really, A, you had to be patient, B, you had to be willing to find the good spots to get in, and I found also willing to find a couple of long ideas out there as NVIDIA curling back into the lows. I think the chip names are looking a little suspect, and Tesla now $3.50, almost $4 in the money. I think we get that 139. This is time for me to move the trail down into 141. It can't turn into anything but a $3 winner here.
All right, we'll take the money right now as well. We'll go face slap on that one, and there it is. What's up to everybody that's out there, man? 144, multiple outs on the downside. We'll hold another piece for that dream back in, but we're going to take a piece out there at 140, and like we said, just wait. So there's a nice out on that one, and then there's ARM. I am like, honestly, that was what started out to be a real tough, not real tough. I mean, it was fine. We didn't really lose our composure or anything like that. We're able to get ARM nicely back into the downside, and that is that. So good movement there. Let's check out on Mara as we go again. So, okay. So here comes Mara back down into a level that we don't mind at all. So we are we have a meeting, like we said, after this. We're going to discuss the recap show, so more to come on that to see how that goes. But this is not a horrible dip by opportunity for Mara right now. So this is something to look at. We've done real well, man, so far here, making back more than 25% of our day, both on ARM and on Tesla. And we're still holding Snap, but we did really well to get out of that there. So we still have about half, maybe a little bit less than half of our Snap trade as it came back up and gave us flat. So out some there, trying to get the rest out here as we're long at 15s. And that's where we got out, 14s and then a 17. We're lucky enough to get 17. So pretty much flat on the reloads of Snap, but made back a big portion of that one to once again, make it a pretty successful day, but, red on the day. So we'll have to wait to see if there's anything else happening. What other names before we go? There's only a couple more to go here before we throw it over to the midday. I wanted to look at, a beat up name here potentially. I mean, Oracle, maybe it's not moving as much as I thought it was today. This is what it looks like on the daily because we know that this has been getting hit. 114 trying to hold out. Another name that you guys know that I like as well, that we got out of some of this one at 115, if you remember, then 118, then 121.50. So getting out of Disney when we were loading up down there near 80s and 90s, I think our average base cost was like 87 or so. So this has been a nice move up for Disney. And then we had Nelson Peltz come through, and then that was sort of a disaster. And then the other name there, as he did not get any board seats, as the other name that we saw a nice move early was Palantir up to 21. I still want to fade this name. Up quarter of a point here, but not at that level. I almost wrote it down. I just didn't think we were going to get to 22, but that's something for me on Palantir that we'll definitely have a look. We had a nice drop off since $22 on PLTR. So make sure you hit that trade ideas. Make sure you stick with us. Only a couple more minutes left. And I did not get the what's for lunch. So this is just a tease because we don't have it yet. So if it does come in the next couple of minutes, we'll get you guys what's for lunch.
As long as it's not pasta. That's what we had last night. We did spaghetti. We had spaghetti last night. Not that we get a salad anyways. It's not like, it's just if I take some leftovers, I'd prefer it not be what I had for dinner.
Yes.
I got a name that we haven't looked at, and I got a name that I like flat bottom breakouts. We talk about setups all the time, and I'm not saying this is good. I'm not saying a firm is going to break this bottom. However, 30.40 looks there, and then on Friday, about 30.50 was the bottom. Today, 30.50 is the bottom. So now you got 3 days in a row, essentially, that you've held the same low. If you like the short, then when this breaks the low, or if it breaks the low, I should say, because, again, I'm not guaranteeing that a firm is going to break that bottom, I do like that look on a firm. It's going sideways on no catalyst, but we lament the days that we don't trade this when it falls apart. So why not set an alert for this if it gets back down into that 30-50 for a potential breakdown trade? With only 2 minutes to go, there's not a heck of a lot to go back over, but there have been some names that we haven't paid as much attention to. Bitcoin's holding 66,000, so that puts IBIT, I think, in a holding pattern for me. I don't like the trade, but guess what? Coinbase, again, where does Coinbase go and then turns around? It goes right into the mid 220s and it pulls back. This is resistance. Somebody's selling shares at 225, and if somebody's selling shares at 225, if you've been shorting that level, you've just been joining that seller and then been getting some profit. So I do like that on Coinbase. Not sure we have a chance to get it again today. But tomorrow, if we're not at least trying to get that one short at that level, I think it's a wasted opportunity. What else you got there? Eduardo saying a double bottom on Alphabet. It's that time of day where you can start to look for maybe some support levels to come in. Yeah, you got that wick down here, 153.50. That's essentially, you closed at 154, but there was support at 153.5 previously. I think you got to be patient with longs. You're catching a falling knife if you're looking for that bounce. Why not let it actually bounce off the level, show you some sideways or some consolidation before jumping into the long trade? When you get a reversal, when every single stock I look at, or 90% of the stocks I look at that I was interested in, are breakouts at the open and then back underneath VWAP, that doesn't have me rushing into long trades because that's trapped longs at the open.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, I want the stocks, and I know I'm in Snapchat, it just hasn't broken 11 yet, but like I'd rather BABA if I'm buying a dip because that's above VWAP and looking like a trend up. So I think you got to be careful, man. There's a lot of long traps at that open if you didn't get right out.
Yeah, I'm setting up all my stop orders. Thank you so much for watching us here again today. All right, let's see if this market continues to go to the downside. We just bounced off of some of those lows that we had mentioned before, that 17,150 area. So, I mean, I feel like that was a good cover on Tesla. We did well there. Snapchat's nearing that $11 mark. ARM is right here. This was my best trade, obviously, as we got the 200 period on ARM when it fell back in there. So that was pretty good. All right, thank you for watching. It's 11 o'clock. Let's go to the midday.
What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to How to Trade, formerly known as the Midday Show. That right there is your girl Adara, and I'm Sharif. And we're going to wait on over for everyone to come over from the Big Kahuna stream. We already have a couple of early birds there in the chat. What's up, Naps? What's up, Charon Tej? I see you, Ram and or the Chile Nightmare. I see you guys. Okay, hi. I do you as well. We got Ace Ventura, the Pet Detective, and the world's greatest mod as well. Bears versus Bulls. What's up to you? Hope you had a fantastic weekend. JC Finance, Sane Trom, Pillsbury. We got Easy Trades. We got Pita Panda, Stupid Bitcoin. No. Come on now. Ben T. We got BJ Seb, Mr. Long Shorts, Billy Boy, Max Trades and Investing. We got Big Kevin Mendoza, Chef Joe, PC Hoon, JF Trader, Trixie, 1320 Wolf, Jimmy Jade, Damonica. Whoa. Juan Velasco, we got Big Kyle, Burdette, Futures Eddie, and a whole bunch more. Welcome to everybody. I hope you guys had a fantastic weekend. I know I slept up a storm. I won't speak for Adara, but I got my fair share of rest. Good morning, Adara.
Good morning. How are you other than the sleeping?
It was okay, you know. We got our eat on at the Barbarian. I told you I was going to do that.
Yeah.
A lot of red meat, you know. So if you like red meat, and you're in the Toronto area, hit up the Barbarian. I don't know why I did that. We're just having a good time. How's it going? What are you looking at?
It's good. I was looking at this TSLL, and then right before I punched in, it decided to take a little stroll to the downside, and I said, thank goodness I didn't get involved too hastily. If we could recover back up here, base out a little bit at this 506, I will take this long. If we can't, if we see a little bit of spice, normally I do not like spice in my food, but I do like it in the markets. So if it gives me the opportunity to do so, I want to take it short to the low of day here around 496, but I'm not getting involved in either way. I need to wait and see what Tesla tells me it wants to do, or in this case, Tesla. Also, too, because I think one thing too that I thought was really key is, you know, both Sean and Neil today speaking. I know Sean was speaking a lot about this earlier today as well. Is if you have a confidence in the trade, make sure to take it. Bless you. I really agree, and I think. But the thing with Tesla is I don't have that confidence yet, right? So I'm trying to wait. It's I think for me the biggest thing one of the bigger things I learned last week, and thanks again for Neil and Brendan for giving me the opportunity to talk about that last week on the Market Recap show. But I think one of the biggest things I kind of learned is just don't rush into an idea unless you have the conviction. But if you have the conviction, definitely take it. So long story short, we're going to wait. We're going to be patient. But if we see a trade we like, we will not be. We will be vicious.
Love it.
How are you doing? What are you looking at?
Fantastic. I'm going to go over my trade on Meta in 1 second, but I do want to point out goggles. Google at day's low right now, and Google, let's be real about it, kind of didn't really, you know, wet the bed as badly as some of these other mega cap names last week. Just have a look at Google's chart, GOOGL, and yeah, have a look there. So why I'm interested in Google at this level is not just because hanging out at 154, but we have this 154.10 close from Friday, and we've bounced off it 3 times now. The institutional prints at 8 all closed above it. The IB low, did break below it, but look at the closing print right up above it. And it is no coincidence that we are finding support right now at this 154 level on this big move down here on Google off that 156.50 touch. And then we're touching 154 and definitely getting some support around here as we stall out in our descent. So keeping eyes on goggles at these levels. I also want to see what if Apple's able to break below 165 and close today. We're definitely got a downtrend today on Apple. There's no question about that. It's not down as much as some of these other Mag 7 names, but it is down into the right, lower highs, lower lows, coming into that 165 level, keeping eyes on that. So we'll talk more about that as the show goes on. Quickly here, I just want to show why I got into this Meta short. Because I believed it was a dead cat bounce. So we do this big bottoming tail candle here on META, bounce back up into 7.5, touch close to the 10-period moving average here on the 5. And I said, we are not going to go back up in the way that, you know, this candle would have made me think we would a few weeks ago. This is not the trend. We do not have up and to the right futures looks. It is down and to the right. So let's go with the current trend. So short the pops, essentially a really long way of saying this. So I jumped into this META short. We took that one for about 75 pennies. At its best, got out 46 and a quarter, took 477 shorts on META. That's the only thing I want to talk about quick. Obviously, we'll be talking more about these Mag 7 names as the show goes on, well, because we'll probably be trading them. But today, we are talking about bull flag setups all week. We're going to talk, Oh, okay, I didn't know. Go ahead.
Yeah, we are going to be talking about bull flags, but first, we'd like to thank our sponsors, Alfonso AI. Thank you so much for sponsoring this part of the show. Want to beat the market? Then you need Alfonso's AI-powered stock ratings. Their top picks have surged over 100% since October 2022. Scan the code and get 50% off on the pro monthly subscription with code TRADER50. Thank you.
Awesome. All right. Yeah, we got a couple of new sponsors here, so we're going to have to make room for them. But we are talking about bull flag setups all week. We'll be talking about them in different contexts. So just make sure if you like these bull flag setups, if you are a bull at heart like I am, you're not going to want to miss this week's lesson. So let's talk about the breakout buy, a guide to riding that bull flag. No pun intended there. Yes, it was very much intended. So breakout buys are a popular strategy for capitalizing on stocks experiencing an uptrend. This lesson dives into the concept using the bull flag pattern, a technical indicator that signals potential price continuation. In our week on chart patterns, you'll recall the bull flag and the bull pennant, kind of two variants of the same thing. They are continuation pattern, meaning that they continue the trend that preceded them. So if you saw an uptrend before you saw a bull flag, chances are, or according to the textbooks, we're going to continue in that trend. But we're going to get a little bit more nuanced than that. So what is a breakout buy? Let's talk like typically we do, just to introduce the topic super quick here for all the newer traders. So imagine a bull charging. That's the energy behind a breakout buy. In the same way that we saw the market tank today, it's kind of the opposite way. That was a bear charging. When we're going up, it's a bull charging. Your goal here is you're aiming to enter a long position, which is a buy, as the price breaks decisively above a resistance level, anticipating obviously that the price will continue to rise. And we'll be illustrating that as the show goes on a little bit further. So the bull flag, your upward signal, what we mean by that is the bull flag is a technical chart pattern, essentially resembling a flag waving in the wind, right? It forms after a price increase. So you usually have a big move up, that's the pole of the flag, and then you usually have a sideways consolidation. So it forms after a price increase, followed by a period of consolidation where the price fluctuates between a specific range, right? And that is the pennant or the flag aspect of the pattern. This consolidation, the flag or the pennant part, creates a flag-like shape on the chart, and here is just, a very good example of it. You have an uptrend with higher lows, higher highs coming into that $5.50 area, and then you get that big move up through that 5.5 flat top break, and then you make a move right into 7, and then you start ranging between 7 to 7.5. That is kind of like the flag aspect to it. And then the break of the top of the flag will be that 7.5. So if it's a pennant, it'll usually be a compression pattern. If it's a flag, it'll be either a downward channel or an upward channel. I'll show you variants of those as the show goes on. So here's what the bull flag is telling you. So what information can we extrapolate from that particular pattern on the chart? So number one, we know for certain that it's an upward trend. So the initial price increase suggests an underlying bullish sentiment. So just by seeing that chart pattern on there and seeing what preceded it, we can make an educated guess as to what the market sentiment is, and that typically will be bullish. But there's also a consolidation aspect to the bull flag, and that's the sideways movement, which is indicating a temporary pause before a potential continuation. And that's what we saw when we had that 750 top on the flag. You have resistance at that 750 or whatever that level was, because there is an equilibrium for the moment between buyers and sellers. That tug of war is being won by nobody. That is obviously until the bulls bring up the price above that 750 and we have a continuation of the bull move. And then there's a breakout, and that's what I mean, the breakout above that 750 level that we just saw, ideally with increased volume. You're going to get that break of the resistance level. The price will decisively break above the upper trend line of the flag, signaling a potential resumption of the uptrend. And just want to show you exactly what I mean here. So obviously we have this big break through 5.5. We got up into 7, 7.5. Look at all these topping tail candles going into $7.50. That's not by accident. That usually means there is a momentary equilibrium between buyers and sellers. But what we are anticipating in this case is that the bulls will win out owing to the higher lows that have been put in. So we know that momentarily there's a resistance, at 750, but for how long? That's really the question. Okay? So, and the breakout buy, when do you jump into the buy? So let's talk about how to weasel our way into these trades. So the key to a breakout buy lies in the timing of your entry. Here are some pointers. Price action. Keep your eye on the price action. Look for a clear break above the upper trend line, that $7.50 level of the bull flag. This signifies a potential break in that key area of resistance. And simultaneously, look at the volume with the break of that key area of resistance. The breakout should be accompanied by significant increase in trading volume. This confirms the strong buying pressure behind the move. And here is a beautiful, another example from Adair there. There you go. You get a nice move up, 3 uninterrupted or 4 uninterrupted green candles, and then you get a period of consolidation with lower highs, right? And then you get that big break up on more volume. So compare here the consolidation area volume with the volume that took place through the break of the top. you should be getting the break through key area of resistance, whether a flat, diagonal, or otherwise, on increased volume. And some beyond the basics, though, oh, there's an example, but I'm not going to bother reading it. Beyond the basics, while breakouts are exciting, remember these crucial points. Remember when we talked about fakeouts? You definitely need to keep fakeouts in your purview here. Sometimes prices might tease a breakout, but then fall right back. Be cautious and use confirmation techniques like waiting for a bullish candlestick pattern after the breakout. And also, be on the lookout for topping tail candles at key areas of resistance. So if we were to get to that 750 again on that chart, and the candlestick pattern would look more like a huge wick up through that level, and then the body comes down below 750 and closes lower to the candle, that typically is, you know, an indicator that the bears are in control at that level, at least for the moment, and usually signals a fake out of the 750 break, and usually it's a bit of a short there. Stop loss orders. Make sure always to use stop loss orders to limit your potential losses in case the price movement goes against your expectation. In this particular case, you're going to have your stop loss at key areas like you always do. So you can't place your stop loss willy-nilly. It should be below the area of support on the bull flag. So if the bull flag fails, the bull pennant fails, you catch yourself super quick there. You may want to give yourself a little bit more room below support depending on how volatile the name is that you're trading. You always hear me talk about range per candle. If the range per candle is super wide, a tight stop is only just going to get you in trouble. The market doesn't care about where you want to place a stop. It cares about what it's doing at the moment, and if it's wide range per candle, you're just setting yourself up for disappointment there most of the time. Your risk management can't be stressed enough. Breakout buys involve some risk. You are buying at the high by definition. So there was a key area of resistance and you're buying through the break of it. So you need to practice risk management skills, sound risk management. Only allocate a portion of your capital to such trades and stick to your trading plan. That means get out when your stop loss gets triggered if it is a fake out through resistance. So position sizing as well as holding true to your stops, you know, especially if you're going to trade them on small cap gappers, you know, likely is if it goes against you, there's a chance it doesn't come back into that price. They're around for a good time. They're not around for a long time. Okay, and profit taking. Make sure to take note of the length of the flagpole when planning your bull flag breakout trade. There's a reason for that. The flagpole length can sometimes hint at the length or profit potential of the ensuing breakout and give you a sense of where to set your profit targets. So one of the things that we talked about when we talked about chart patterns is that you're able to project the length of the move beyond the areas of resistance and support. So for example, in a bull flag, you can measure from the area of the actual pole itself, the initial part of the pole, to the actual top of the breakout, and then project that forward from the breakout area of the flag. That typically will be your the continuation for the next flag that forms after that, and you can put your profit taker there. Same thing with head and shoulders patterns. From the head to the neck, you can project that up or down depending on whether it's an inverse head and shoulders or a regular one, and project where the price might go. Again, these are just guidelines. They're not you know, guarantees. And here's a bit of a bonus tip for you guys. While breakouts are often associated with long positions, which means you're buying, the opposite can also hold true. If the price breaks decisively below the lower trend line of the bull flag with increased volume, it might signal a potential downtrend, and you could consider a short position, which is selling position, using similar principles. I hope that helps everybody.
Yeah, no, and I mean, I think too, yeah, I always like when you mention range per candle, because that's a really huge one that I've been trying to like pay a little bit more attention to, especially for small caps, because it can give you a sense of the volatility of the stock you're looking at. So I think, yeah, that's pretty key. Range per candle, RPC, maybe this could be a new trading term.
I like it.
But yeah, so shout out to Sharif, because I do think that's, especially if you're looking at small caps, range per candle is something you do want to be having your eyes on. Right now, let's see what's being shouted out in the chat. NIVF says Tisha Perkins. Let's see. Also, okay, that reminds me, I don't know if you have this restaurant in Toronto or America, but Perkins, like the breakfast restaurant. No?
Never seen it.
Oh my gosh, okay.
What?
The last name just reminded me of that. They have good pancakes. But yeah, so shout out to Tisha Perkins
it.
and I guess Perkins, the restaurant. But yeah, NIVF, let's find, I saw this one moving earlier, and this is actually, you know, is this kind of a bull flag setup too? I think this is a nice little lesson of the day. It's not perfect, but we did have that move up here. Chop, 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 chop. Breakout on volume. So this is actually a nice bull flag in the wild you've given us here, Tisha Perkins. So let's take a look here at NIVF. Sorry, I don't know I'm saying your whole name the whole time, but I like it. This is New Gen IVF announcing, okay, so a potential reverse merger with European Wellness Investment Holdings. So that's the news there with NIVF. Let's see what kind of float we're working with here, whatever floats our boat here on this NIVF. A New Gen IVF group has okay, so small float, 3.69 million shares, not much of a short float there. So yeah, decently small float, 3.69 million shares for NIVF. Yeah, I think, like, look at this range earlier is gorgeous, and I'm very sad I missed out on this. Look at this base of 125 and this top of like 140, 135, 140, depending on when you take it out. This is a nice little baby range here. This is a nice little flag setup.
Exactly
then we break to the upside. So thank you very much for pointing this out to us, Tisha, especially on bull flag breakout week. And also, the one thing I would say, though, is this 190 area, for whatever reason, we get up here, and then IVF is like, nah, I don't want this area, kind of coming back to the downside. But look, we're bouncing off a little bit. This little candle earlier, we're bouncing off the top of this candle, this 162 area. I think that's kind of interesting. For whatever reason, this is a very arbitrary area for NIVF to settle on, but this nice look here, up 120% right now. For whatever reason, this 162. I think if that breaks, that could get a little spicy, but right now, NIVF is weirdly supporting this very specific candle level. So good look there. I want to quickly talk as well about my NVDL trade because I'm really proud of how I managed this. So I got involved here, and shout out to Kyle Burdett as well. I was looking at this one already, then Kyle Burdett's like, take a look at the 15-minute on, well, NVIDIA, but I think NVDL, you see the same thing. We have this continued move down, and then this kind of chopping and churning at this base area of 29. So I think that's a really interesting look. I liked it. I wanted all the smoke. And I think this is one example, too, of Neil's talked about this in his some of his previous lessons of the day, but I think one thing that's important is having a plan, but being willing to adapt the plan if needed. I initially was going to try to get in 77s. If I tried, I would not have gotten this short. So I watched, I said, hey, Adara, where are we maxing out a little bit right now? 65s. I got short 65s. We got up to about 68s, and then we fell to the downside with a viciousness. I was also cross-referencing with the Qs to see if we were continuing down, because if the Qs were continuing down, I was staying in the NVDL short. Pretty proud of where I got out here. I noticed we bounced off a little bit of this previous support area, and I said, cut the cord, Adara. Took about 30 pennies on NVDL, and we bounced back up, so I'm really happy with where I got out. Of course, we could continue to the downside, but as someone who prefers scalping, please just punch. How are you doing?
Very nice. I just want to point out to the viewers what I kind of meant by projecting using the bull flag. So if I can show the chart here, because I'm going to need the chart to explain this. So this is the pole. So this is NIVF, the 5-minute chart on NIVF. And as you can see here, a bit of a compression pattern. So more like a bull pennant rather than a bull flag. And the reason that is, we're putting in lower highs with higher lows. So we have that big pole, and then what's attached to it is a pennant rather than a flag. So what I'm saying to you is that you measure from this area right here, 76 pennies, to the top right here at $1.54. Copy that total, and then you go over here to the breakout area, and you basically project this length from over here into over here. And then that should be your profit-taking area. Again, not foolproof and not always gonna work, but that is basically what I mean. You take the pole from top to bottom, and then you go to the breakout area through either the flag or the pennant, and then you project that to the top. So that's kind of what I mean by that. I hope that helps, because it's kind of hard to illustrate without an actual example. All right, keeping my eye on Google. I was gonna take this Google long at 154 before we started talking about the lesson, but I can't manage risk as well when I'm on it. So anyway, Google, coming in to the 10-period moving average. And what we've seen as of late, when there are retracements, it's often into the 10-period moving average. At first, the deeper retracements go into the 20. So I'm inclined kind of to take Google short here, possibly into another test of 154. I think I will do that. Actually, let me think about this because I'm seeing everything curl back up, but I feel like it's more dead cat bounces. I'm going short Google here. I'll get out if it breaks that 60 some odd penny area, but a good move up for Google. But I'm just not believing a whole lot in this market. Let's look at some of these small cap gappers. If I can just put in my stop, where do I want to get out? Yeah, I'm going to go out at the 60s or thereabouts. Let's get out there at, yeah, I'll just have to do that after. It's fine, no big deal. All right, so let me show the small cap gappers. So the one that I like the most is the one that Tisha Perkins just pointed out because it just really kind of got off the schneid there. It really did move at in the pre, so we do have a definable pre-market high. That's at around $1.53 or thereabouts. Moved up all the way into $1.89. Is halted though at 163, so be careful with that one. AGBA though, AGBA, not a bad look here for AGBA, moving off that $1.80 area just right now, 183. That's the volume weighted average price. It's holding VWAP at the moment. Kind of possibly setting up a bit of a head and shoulders though. So we'll see if this ends up reversing. Look for a neckline break maybe at $1.75 for confirmation. This one's been running for a few days though, so it is not new. It is a runner from last week. It's been a few days that this one's been running. So good look for AGBA there. Edible was good as well, but it just broke below the volume weighted average price. Multiple halter to the high side. Now straddling VWAP from the south side at 650. Dipped down to 5 3/4. Now not tradable for me. That is until it breaks and takes the VWAP volume weighted average price. So we'll keep eyes on that. NKGN also not a bad look here for my small cap traders. This one gave us a big move there in the pre at $1.85, dropped right below the volume weighted average price before we even rang the bell. Now it's doing its darndest to try to reclaim it. We'll wait and see if it's able to hold above $1.47. That's where VWAP is on my chart. But we also have another one. We had one that went by the ticker M something or another. What was it again? The one that you put on the.
Oh yeah, the Moo one. MULEC. MLEC.
MLEC. That's the one over here. Let's pull that up.
I figured if I said Moo enough times, I would remember what ticker it was.
Right. This one has since broken down below the volume weighted average price too, so it's not tradable for me. But this one had a hell of a move earlier on, so we'll keep eyes on it. That's if it's able to get above that 2 3/4. Right now, it looks like it is stair-stepping down, and it's a short the pops kind of thing. The last little short was off the 50-period moving average. But Google is on the way up, so it looks like maybe this is not a dead cat bounce here on this market there.
Yeah, the goggles were a little bit, I guess the prescription was off. They're a little bit deceiving there.
A little bit.
Also, I like this comment from AV because this is what I was thinking. Are we going to see a reversal in the ES or NQ? So I can't say for sure, right? We are not wizards. We have this magic 8 ball, but we don't have any crystal balls. However, this to me is something worth noting. I said it in my head, it's a little sus looking is what I said in my brain, but a little bit suspicious here of this 412.20 area. So we get here, we wick down into this 413.96. If anybody saw that, it swooped right back up to the upside. Swoop. There it is. Now we have 1, 2, 3 green candles. We're breaking above the 90 MA with a pseudo viciousness here on the Qs on the 5-minute chart. So to me, it looks like it could be turning a little bit. And that's why I didn't get short NVDL again. So I was considering, this is when I should have trusted my instincts more. I was gonna go long 45s, and I didn't because I was like, Adara, what if this is you deceiving yourself? There also, you still do have these lower highs on NVIDIA. This could be a little bit of a ruse in the market. But you know, we had that double bottom. We did have this bottoming, this wick to the downside here that does give a little bit of strength for that upward move. So I should have given myself a little bit more trust. That being said, if we make another lower high here, we know I like ranges. I will take this back down into 40s, save a piece for the dream for 30s potentially. So NVIDIA, if you want to keep making lower highs, I'm not saying you're not a short. I just need you to know. I need to know which way you want to go, girl. Like, I'm not going to make any assumptions. So there we go. Just me talking to NVIDIA as it is. Also, there was Michael Moore in the chat asking about Amazon earlier. So sorry, that was a little bit earlier. I think, yeah, Amazon, this is an interesting one. So we get here into 1040, 1050. We have these little candles. These are very bearish looking candles to me. We have these little wicks to the upside saying, nah, buyers, no, no, no. Then we continue to the downside. Then we see this again, the same kind of wicks, but then we reverse to the upside. So Amazon, bit of a bamboozler to borrow Sharifism here today. The area I'm going to watch is going to be these two little dojis earlier. Well, they sort of, not really dojis because they were definitely more up wick than down wick, but pretty small candles. If we can break above 175.20 with a viciousness, could be a long. If we break below 175.20, that could be a spicy short. However, we have to wait and see what happens there. But yeah, to me, honestly, that is the clearest level I am seeing, this 175.20 area, just because these candles certainly gave a little bit of a tale of downside, or tale of woe, a story of more woe for the downside in A to the M to the Z to the N. So we're going to have to see if this one delivers an express package to the up or the downside. But yeah, I can't believe already half an hour in here.
What?
Yeah, no, right?
Jeez.
Crazy times. Yeah, I think it's the market. I forget exactly how you said it, but the markets are a little bit. It's hard to have confidence in these markets today, is I think what you said.
Yeah.
And I'm feeling that a lot right now.
I'm just not inclined to want to go long all that aggressively like I typically am. You know, I like to pretend I'm a long bias trader, but it's been interesting today because the retracement's a little deeper than what I anticipated. We just got into the 20 period on Google and retraced quite aggressively, but we got bought right back up, and you're seeing that same buy aggression on AAPL. Look at that dip into 164 3/4. Now we're aggressively back at 165.5. We're still below VWAP on most of these animals over here. They're all animals on the day. Yeah, no disrespect to animals, obviously. But in any event, we are curling a little bit. You can see NVIDIA curling here, Apple curling, even Amazon, as Adair astutely pointed out. You got Meta curling back into 479, Softy into 398. So keeping an eye on these bad boys here. I mean, are we going to take the VWAP rejections on these curls, or is there something else to be had? Now, I wet my beak here on some profits on NIVF, but this is going to have to hold above a volume-weighted average price if I'm going to continue to trade this at these levels, because, you know, these ones are not tradable for me below VWAP. So wet my beak on some profits. I'm getting out for the remaining amount here as it is breaking below VWAP. Now we can concentrate on this possible VWAP rejection on some of these names. I'm liking this. I really am. What are the bears in the chat looking at? Are you guys thinking rejections off VWAP, or are you looking at a specific level on the future? I mean, we just reclaimed 17.2 here on the future. We still have lower highs and lower lows, though. If you're comparing to that pop that we got at around 1040 today, we got into 17.2 1/3. Right now, we're just a smidge above 17.2, 17.209, 210. In that area. I think I like the short here, Adara, to be quite honest with you. I'm not believing in the long, so I'm going to send it to you. I'm looking to go short Apple or one of these mega cap names. At the moment.
I just want to short NVDL, so I'm in the same little boat as you. I'm giving this a really tight risk because it's still NVIDIA. It's NVIDIA's little sister, but I mean, she still has that wild streak that her older sister has. So you want to be very careful with her. You know what I mean? I feel like I'm a babysitter describing or I'm the mom describing my children to the babysitter like, oh, this one's a little bit wild. This one's a little bit more calm. But yeah, so weird analogy, but I think it works. NVDL here, we got to 30. We did a little bit of rejection there. Why I liked this was I did like this double top. And I mean, look at this candle wick here at 30s. This is, to me, this is a bearish. This is like a big roar, a growl there saying like, hey, markets, we're heading to the downside. So I like this look for right now, but I am giving it tight risk just because I am new to the live trading atmosphere, and also I am just in general a little bit more of a risk-averse person, which is of course a little bit counterintuitive when you're trading. But I mean, you got to roll with the punches. You got to make it work for you. So that's why I like ranges, because they are a little bit more predictable. They're a little bit of a safer look. But yeah, I do like this NVDL. Hopefully, it's not going to be an NVDL for me. I'd like it to be an NVDW. But I know one thing too that You know, Sean and Neil say, make sure you don't trade with your P&L. And you and I have had conversations about this as well, right? And I think that was one of the hardest things for me to do last week was just like, it's so hard when you're up on the day. You want to stay up on the day, but it's like, if you have a setup you like, just take it. Just take it and try to learn from it. So that's what I'm trying to do here on NVDL. Pretty much flat on this trade. So we're going to have to see if this guy goes to the downside. TSLA is another short I'm kind of interested in here. And I like also that we rejected off that previous area of support. I love support resistance flips. If we get to 505, I will be hopping into the Cybertruck. Vroom, vroom, vroom. And I'll be getting out if we make a higher high. It's just going to be kind of that type of trade there. But yeah, right now the main look is NVDL, and she will have all my attention until TSLA decides if I'm allowed in.
Yes, ma'am. In the short on Apple, because of VWAP retracement, already wet my beak here on some profits, holding a little bit left. We'll see if we can make it a nice rejection off this VWAP pop. So it was 3. Well, this will be the 4th uninterrupted green candle in a row, but we're still south of VWAP. That's why I'm a little quick to take profits today, because I'm just unsure what to expect, right, at these levels, because we had such a big move last week to the downside. There is a part of me that says, you know, mean reversion, we buy back a little bit today, and then there's another part of me that says, well, look to what the technicals are showing you. They're showing you lower highs, lower lows. Just play with what the trend is until you know for a fact the trend has changed, because then we'll start getting higher prints on the future. And so, there is that kind of dichotomy inside that you kind of have to battle with. So short Apple, 165 and a half-ish, looking for that move possibly back into 165. We'll wait and see there. Tesla also finding its footing for whatever reason at $140, $140. It did make a much lower print at that 138.80, but that was the IB low there. Meta also making another aggressive retracement off that 473. It's at 478. It's looking to possibly take 480. If it breaks that whole dollar level, the volume weighted average price, the only, well, not the only, but the up next level of resistance in front of it at 481.84. It looks as if, though, the market does have its footing under it here. NVIDIA, the beast, is back at VWAP, so we'll see if what NVDA does at 780, which is also VWAP. We've been noticing a lot of overlap between the market, the chart of the NQ and the chart of NVDA. So if we do reject off 780, the volume weighted average price on NVDA, like we did earlier at around 1040, maybe this market will turn right back around here. We'll break below 17.2. We're a couple of points above 17.2 at the moment. We're at 217s. I don't know, man. I think we do get a break here. It looks like there is some buying coming into this market, so we'll pack our patience. About 4 pennies out of the money right now on the remaining balance on Apple. Not even anymore.
Oh. I do love that you said dichotomy. That is a word that I really enjoy.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, it's a fun word. It's a fun word.
That was so funny. I saw a video on my favorite social media platform, TikTok. Hopefully it's around for a little bit longer, please. It was so funny. It's like that friend when they learn a new word and like how they use it wrong all the time. And then there was all these, that's me, she says. Hey, say it again. Dichotomous? She said dichotomous.
Dichotomous hippopotamus.
I love it. I love it. Whatever, Ram. You make up those words. They always have a home on this show. But the whole point of that video is, I'm going to see if I can find it later. That one friend who always uses the words wrong, but they want to feel like they're up to standard with their friends. I don't want to be any less than my friends.
Yeah,
I want to be using
learn
big words too. Nothing wrong with that. But I just want to use them right.
We love big words over here on, we love big words and made up words on How to Trade.
They all have a home here.
They do. Sure, said that with a very serious intonation, which I really appreciated as well. Like, he means it. All strange words have homes here. Also, I did get out of both my shorts.
Yeah, same.
Exactly as planned. I have no regrets. Shout out to We're the Millers. No regrets with an A on either of those trades. It had to happen. It went how it needed to go. So that's all good. That's all good. What else are we looking at over here on these here markets? Let me see. Meta. I know someone earlier mentioned Meta. I think it was Smell My Finger. Sorry I wasn't able to get to that earlier. Smell My Finger in the chat. But yeah.
I just looked over. I was like, what? What's going on?
But yeah, this Meta is on a nice move to the upside here. Yeah, I like this. I want to see if we play Zuck Zuck Goose with VWAP or if we break above VWAP with the viciousness. And yes, that was a pun. But yeah, we're going to have to see if we break above that VWAP area. What's also interesting to me is VWAP right now chilling around this 482 area, which we had a little bit of chop and churn. I like when we have this confluence with support resistance areas and VWAP. So I want to see if we're able to take this VWAP with a viciousness. Also, I saw this earlier. So yeah, so when I said pseudo viciousness, I meant like, like a slight viciousness, like PSEUDO. I think I said that, I spelled it right in my head. But yeah, pseudo viciousness, like a slight viciousness, but not the viciousness I'm normally speaking of.
Like when I refer to Neil as a Liverpool fan, I refer to him as a pseudo fan.
Yeah, a pseudo fan.
He's a pseudo fan. Sometimes he knows what's going on. Sometimes he has no idea.
Yeah, like pseudo, like quasi, yeah.
That's what I always say that to my cousin because he pretends to be an Arsenal fan. Bro, you're a pseudo fan.
Pseudo fan. But yeah, so I just wanted to address that. But yeah, so meta right now, we had that nice viciousness earlier. Now we're kind of lagging a little bit here. It'd be nice if this one picks up the pace and has a nicer move to that upside there around VWAP. But I think this could be a nice look. Also, wow, I'm happy it got out of NVDL where I did because the viciousness just came in and whoo boy.
I think we might be going here, Daryl. We just broke NVIDIA aggressively at 780, reclaiming the volume-weighted average price right there on the monster, a.k.a. NVDA. And now you have Apple above the volume-weighted average price, a couple of shekels, not by much. You have NVIDIA, but that's it. No other Mag 7 names except Apple and NVIDIA above VWAP, and they're not far above it. I mean, we could still get a retracement here. That's the fact of the matter. Well below on Meta and Amazon. Close to Tesla here, 141.5. We're knocking the door of 141 right now for TSLA. And goggles as well, 155.16. We're knocking the door of 155. We could easily reclaim VWAP on these monsters. 17,250 where VWAP is on the NQ June contract. We're printing high 30s right now, so we're very close to it. Dan, the man Emmons, tagged me earlier. NQ, I am looking for 17,130, 17,095, 17,050, as long as 17,245 holds. Essentially, I think what Dan the Man Emmons is saying is if we don't break above the volume-weighted average price, because that's 17,250, he's looking for 17,245. So just a smidge before, and I'm assuming, Dan, this is what you're looking at here, the low on that earlier 815, 830 print. So let's keep an eye on the future to see if this market is doing things and turning around. But look, Ram, you're not making up words.
Yeah, dichotomous.
It's a legitimate word. Shout out to the Ram. Did you know it was a real word? Okay. Well, then that's not fair, Ram. I thought you were like, oh, okay, you don't know what it means. Okay, well, I can tell you. According to our friends at Goggles, it's exhibiting or characterized by dichotomy. A dichotomous view of the world. There you go, Ram. Well, dichotomy just means that you have like, there's two. Yeah. It means two in Latin, right? So it's like two different perspectives or two different, things pulling you in two different ways, two different ways to look at things. I'll let Adara, iron that out, seeing as she's a writer.
Yeah, so dichotomy, yeah. I think Fabian, if I heard that correctly, said like duality. Yeah, it's when you've got like a mix there, and there's something that maybe seems a little bit idiosyncratic. That's like dichotomy. It's and a lot of people, some people say like, oh, like that person has their dichotomous, people are not just one thing. That's kind of sometimes what that refers to. That's obviously not a dictionary definition, but I love that word.
It's an Adara definition, baby.
Thank you. I'm happy I got to wax poetic about that for a moment there. But right now, I want to take a moment to wax poetic and thank our sponsors here at Kalshi. Have you ever wanted to trade on events that directly relate to companies and the economy? Kalshi is the first legal financial exchange in the U.S. where you can bet on any event. Ever wondered if TikTok will be banned? How many cars Tesla will ship this quarter? Or what a new movie's Rotten Tomato score will be? Now you can use Kalshi to put your predictions to the test and trade on what you really know. Visit Kalshi.com to sign up today and grab a $20 bonus after depositing $50 exclusively for the first 500 people using promo code TraderTV. It's easy to get started. Choose an event, like whether Boeing will have a new CEO this year, currently priced at 76%. Buy shares at 76 cents each, and if Boeing announces a new CEO by year end, you cash out on $100 on your $76 bet. Don't just watch the news, profit from it. Join Kalshi's 100,000 users and dive into diverse markets, make your moves, and potentially profit from global events. Kalshi.com/TraderTV Live. So thank you very much to Kalshi for that. That is much appreciated there. So thank you to our lovely sponsors there. Also right now, some people are mentioning Mara. I pulled up Mara. This was a wicked bearish candle. And I guess wicked pun intended there because it was a wick. But this is a really bearish candle we had here at this 59. We have this wick up into 1605s, then continue to the downside. Yeah, sorry, I know I'm not in anything right now. I just don't want to rush into anything, and I'm not seeing anything that really is getting me. As Strafe will sometimes say, tickles your fancy. Tickles your fancy. Sorry, that's the term. Yeah. But I'm not seeing anything that's really that I'm really into right now, except for this NVIDIA. So I'm actually going to get involved in this because to me, previous area, I like when that happens. Small position. If we break above this 30, yeah, I don't know if I'm going to give that many pennies, but we'll have to see what happens. I'll give this at least to like 45, so that's going to be the plan. If we risk it 15 pennies, I want to get minimum 30s here, so minimum 30 pennies. I'm okay with that risk reward. I don't know if we're going to get this, so I might have to move this a little bit here, but I'm trying for 32. So 30, 32 would be my goal for N to the V to the D to the L. Also, Mahmoud making a very astute statement here. Market taking stairs up and elevator down.
Love that.
Oh, yeah. I'm just gonna like snap for Mahmoud there because that is a very I think you've described the vibe of that market really well right now, and so yeah, snaps to you for that. Also, NVIDIA, if you want to let me NVIDIA or NVDL, I'd really appreciate it. I do want this short. I do want, you heard me, all the smoke.
All the smoke.
We're
I like
in.
it.
I hope we continue to stay to the downside. The QQQs are giving me confidence in the confluence. They're both moving to the downside here. So also what's nice too, even more confluence, yeah. Look at these Qs rejecting A off VWAP and B around that previous support area. I'm pleased as punch. I should have gotten into Q short there as well as a side order of fries with my NVDL short. But right now, like I said, NVIDIA, you kind of want to give her all your attention. So happy with this NVDL. I'll be watching what we do at VWAP. But again, if we break below 30s, that's why I'm going to stay in.
And I love that 785 level that you got into on NVDA because it was also the 200 period moving average on the 5. So excellent when there is that confluence between them. Almost hit the dollar club there. All right, so keeping an eye on that. I hear everyone yelling about edible. Edible is moving. Yes, it is. And it is not what you guys think. It is not a marijuana stock. EDBL. There, guys. Making a nice move into that previous high day. So didn't print a new high day. We still have 777s as the HOD, but last I think we made into 75. So 2 pennies off HOD right now, and you see all these topping tail candles showing you that there is a seller in and around this area. But the fact of the matter is we're above VWAP. We just tested the 1025 high. We're above the pre-market. We've got all the right things here, but the range per candle is awfully wide. Now, let me give you details on this. I gave it to you last week, but I'll give it to you again. The market cap on edible is absolutely minuscule. It is essentially 2 million, almost $2.3 million market cap. The float is 288,000 shares. It is about 250,000 shares. That gives you an idea of how insanely volatile it can be, owing to the low float that it has. So keep your eye on EDBL. This one could absolutely get going, but it can get going both ways. So keep your eye on that. Now, I was looking at getting short on Apple here, waiting for my level to come in, but it's awfully strong at these levels, even though the future nicely moved down off that attempt at the 50 period. I figured Apple would start turning back here, seeing that as if it was, it's been very weak. I don't want to be jumping into this too quickly, but I do feel like Apple is maybe I shouldn't be looking at Apple at 165 because I know that there is a local support at 165, right? This is goes back to all the way to October that there is that support at 165, like there is resistance at 200. So I'm trying to decide what I'm going to do with this market move and how I feel about this market. Are we curling back up to retake maybe 17.3, or are we going to continue to just dead cat bounce? So decisions to be made. I don't have anything on at the moment. Yeah, this is interesting now. It's really starting to show you its propensity to want to go short here on AAPL. Let's get short on Apple, and I'll give it to the local highs there. We'll see exactly what happens. But yeah, I think we're holding above 17 too, and that's not giving me a lot of comfort. All right, well, we'll look at, we'll leave that one, let it work for a little bit. Let's have a look at some small cappers. Small cap gappers. AGBA is still doing things. So I'm going to load that up on a side screen here. AGBA. Let's have a look at AGBA. What are the deets on AGBA? AGBA. So this one, $150 million market cap or thereabouts, and the float on it is 16.1 million shares. Let's load that up on a side screen. AGBA. This one, again, from last week, right? This isn't in a small cap gapper. We've seen this one from last week. Trading below 2 right now. Definitely a little bit of resistance here at 2, but these higher lows are interesting. So it looks like we could be inching up into that $2 level, but we've had plenty of trouble with 2. Owing to earlier here at around, what time was that? 9:55, excuse me. And then we had just a perfunctory break of 2. So interesting look here. AGBA fighting with that $2 level for a while. Let's see how this one resolves it here.
Yeah, there's a lot of the small caps I find that they'll pick levels they really like, especially the smaller levels, and get into little baby wars, and then until they get some resolution there. But yeah, also speaking of resolution, I'm long the TQQs. I want to explain why.
Yeah,
I have
agree
reasons.
with that.
So I got short NVDL, and then I got out of that short because this bounce off that 9 EMA was dicey. I took 25 pennies, and I said, Adara, you got to step out. You got to be out VDL. So I did. I got out there. Happy with how this went. I think this has been a bit of a day where you do have to be a little bit scalpier. And of course, I could be biased saying that because I like scalping anyway. But it does seem like, what you were saying too, what I really agree with and appreciate is this is a day where you take your profits and you get out. And I think this is, I feel that as well. With these TQs, I want to see us get a little bit more of a move up. But anywho, I did digress a little bit. The reason I got involved here, A, resistance, flipping to support. B, this bounce here, we wick down to the 9 EMA and then we bounce up with the viciousness. I love this. I love the 9 EMA. I've said in the past, maybe I'm too reliant on this level, but if it works like this, I can't really ignore it, you know what I mean? And C, it and NVIDIA having this same kind of confluence for bouncing off these areas. Now, this is also a range. I'm not staying in this beyond 49.90s. No sir, no ma'am. So we're getting about 15 pennies on this, but I'm comfortable with this. I'm trying to get more into that zone, more into the groove. Shout out to Madonna, I guess, where if I see a setup I like, I have to take it. I have to get involved. I like this setup. We're giving this until that little wick down here. So this 68, we're giving this about 6 pennies. This is a very tight little baby trade, but I liked the setup. I had to get involved. I don't like that we can't break above 80s decisively. So if you want to give me 49.80 TQQs, I'd be pleased as dang punch.
I love it. All right. Way to lay it down there, baby. I like it. Yeah, I'm going to have to echo the long view here on the future. And owing to this big move down here that we had off that top tail candle, 17,244 or whatever, it didn't quite make it into that 50-point level. I don't want to jump into this too quickly because, well, we've seen what happened before. You think that we're gonna start trending and then we end up ranging. So I'm gonna pack my patience. I don't need to jump into anything here. But the NQ, beautiful hold up at these levels and a beautiful hold up at 17.2, especially because we had all that price action over here and then we dip right into the 10-period moving average and we find our footing. So good look on the Mag 7 names. At least they hold up a little bit here.
Bless you.
Bless you, Ram. AGBA above $2. Oh, baby. Is this one going to get going here? Abracadabra. This one could absolutely break that 2.25. Where did it get to last time? Let's look. So Abracadabra. No, I'm kidding. AGBA got to 218. What is the, is this a former runner? Let's have a look, inspect. AGBA. Yeah, it is a former runner, and you can see that by the outlying days that it's had in the past. I mean, it had fantastic days last May, but in between then and now, it's had these outlying days, and you can always see them here because these topping tail candles usually just have a big move up, and then the body is somewhere near the bottom there, so it tends to mean revert right back down. But the fact that it's holding $2 is a good look for me here. So let's try our hand here at Abracadabra, and I'm going to look for a hold of 190. If it can hold that 190 area, that'll be good. But be careful with this one. This one, the bottom can absolutely drop off. I got caught in one of these last week where we just punched in long, and seconds later, we were already out. So, and it might be doing that right now as we speak. So make sure to set your profit targets and your stop losses on this one, and keep your eye on it because it could absolutely just turn on you. I don't know.
It can betray you.
Yeah, it can absolutely betray you. Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, we like analogies over here. On I also love that you called it abracadabra.
Yeah, I did.
And you said it so casually with with no giveaway that you were calling it.
I mean, it's
abracadabra.
Agba, right? It's
Right,
just
it's
like,
great.
how could I not call it
Egbacadabra.
Agba?
Huh?
Yeah,
Egbacadabra. I don't know. But yeah, so but yeah, no, I like that's a nice look on that AGBA, and may the trade be with you on that one, because we were discussing this in the chat, and we were like, what do you say for good luck for trading? And someone said, may the trade be with you. So I like that. I got out of this TQQs trade. I'm really proud of how this went.
Nice.
I got out, and I could have given a little bit more room to run, but it's like, Adara, if you like the range, the wick wise, we got a little bit higher, but on a candle closing basis, we got to about 90. So I gave this 89s. I like to give it a few pennies short. And we struggled with the 89s. Like, we were like at 88s for a good while. So I'm happy with the level that I decided to take it out at. Thank you very much, Sebastian, for saying I have a good feeling for market direction. I have no idea. I'm just trying to learn with every day. But one thing I will say that I think helps me with direction is going to be the support resistance levels, right? Because this, and I think that's just, and it's a huge shout out to Sharif, because you're the one who really ingrained in me support and resistance can flip.
Yes.
And so when I see this little resistance area, then we come up and bounce, and we have confluence with the 90 MA, I go, or Bazinga, as a character in two of Sharif's favorite shows is known to say. But yeah, so that to me, I don't know if that kind of, I hope that makes sense. But yeah, I think, I appreciate you saying that, Sebastian, but I do think it's definitely like a learning curve. It's something I'm still trying to practice. And I would say that this whole support resistance interaction has been really key to me. Thank you, Apple and Raisin Pancakes with powdered sugar. I love your name, and it's also reminding me of Perkins, the breakfast restaurant. So apparently next time I go to Winnipeg, I know where I want to go.
I love it.
But also, yeah, I do enjoy talking to stocks. Obviously, it's not always going to work, but it's a fun little, I guess, placebo where you can like interact with the stock and be like, hey, do this thing, right? You know, hang out with it and see what occurs. So, shout out to that, I guess. And yeah, I love all of the funny little comments in the chat. We have a great community over here, so shout out to everybody. But also, NVIDIA, if you give me like 30 tens and you hold, this might be a nice little long here, but this is also kind of a bearish little candle. So je ne sais pas. Then we had that bullish candle right before. So NVIDIA, I mean, I don't know if it's super shocking to say NVIDIA is getting a little bit bamboozling, but NVIDIA is getting a little bit bamboozling. So there we go. I don't have a huge read on that right now. Ooh, my throat. Right now, the main thing I still like is if I can keep playing that Qs range, because my biggest issue is I see a range I like, and then I let that range get away from me, and then it's like, it's my fault I missed it. So, you know, if I keep my eye on it, that's kind of going to be the best case scenario. So Qs, I think they're trying to break out of that range.
Yeah.
If they don't, I'll get involved in that again.
Yeah, I can see that. I agree with that. Look, I wanted to go long 141 on TSLA for this flat top over here, but I was really concerned with the weakness that we've been having on Tesla. And that one was, I don't want to call it a false concern, but it ended up holding me back, and it got a nice move up there into 140, 150. It's at VWAP now. What do we do here on Tesla? Tesla, are you going to really start trending here to the high side? After that big boy Huadunk the last couple of days. So 140, 140 is where TSLA is at, and it's above the volume weighted average price, with that whole dollar level, the half dollar level being above that level as well. So interesting area here for TSLA, but I just wet my beak on some profits on AGBA. The next profit target I've got out at 15s. It just printed 13s, I believe. So we'll see if we can get that move up on Abracadabra. But otherwise, I really need it to hold above 2. Otherwise, and we're gonna look to end that trade. Now, this is the level that I think Dan Man Emmons was talking about over here. Or no, he was talking about the 40s level, I believe. Yes, the 40s, right where we're at right now. So this is the area where he was looking. I like this level because it is a 50-point level and it is VWAP as well as the fact that we troughed out there in the pre. So here comes the future. Critical area, in my opinion, the 50-point level is made more important here by the fact that their volume weighted average price is going through it. We have that trough in the pre, so if we're able to break up decisively above this level, this could be an interesting move for the overall market. Some people saying they see an inverse head and shoulders right now on the future. I can't disagree with that. You have a move down, so the trend that preceded it was down, and then you have, you know, a skewed right shoulder. Maybe this one needs a chiropractic adjustment or something on their back. But yeah, anyway, it's wicking in. It's doing the shim wiki into the 50-point level as well. So questions to be had here. I mean, you don't want to stand in front of strength, definitely. I personally don't. But the fact of the matter is it's showing me stuff here. And we'll see exactly what we get, especially if we get a decided break, I would say, above the 50-point level, and a close above that level as well would make things much, much better in terms of analyzing these charts for the Mag 7 and the Future. But yeah, things are going here, and they're going without me. And I'm kind of sad about that. Google is on the way up, man. We were talking about that 154 level when we first started the lesson, and now it's at 155.80. Goggles doesn't usually move like this, and it's moved down and up now in, I don't want to call it an uncharacteristic way, but it is, I wouldn't say very typical to Google to move aggressively like this midday. Ram, chart. And now here comes 156, man, 155.85 on goggles. A great recovery off that move into that Friday closing price at 154.10. Google's doing things, guys. If you are looking for something long and the futures allow you to take this trade based on your setup, Google is looking awfully good here. I'm really lamenting not having gotten in at that level, but that's my problem, not yours. So I'm going to keep my eye on some of these names. I want confirmation that the future is breaking up above these levels before I punch long or short on any of these Mag 7 names. For right now, we will babysit abracadabra.
Yeah, you do have to babysit these dogs. Thank you for using this analogy. It's like either you're the babysitter, or when you're talking about it, you're like the mom describing your kids to the babysitter. Right. Is what I feel like. I don't know if anybody's seen The Sitter, that movie, that Jonah Hill movie from like 2011, but that's one of my favorites. And I always feel like that mom at the start of that movie when I'm talking about these dogs. But yeah, I'm like, oh, this one's a bit of a handful, whatever. But yeah, this NVDL, I did miss my point of entry. This I could have taken with more viciousness. So that is an L for me. That's my NVDL. On that is that I wanted those 13s, but then I waited too long for my 30-13. I think it was also because I was a little bit like, oh, what if it doesn't work out? Also, as Mahmood pointed out here, don't you feel like the move is a little bit anemic for the longs? So I don't disagree with you, because the volume here, and I'll switch to the Qs for this, the volume is a little meh. You know what I mean? But it was also meh for some of these moves down to the downside a couple candles ago as well, right? So it's a little bit harder to read. I do think, though, that from a technical standpoint, we are, I think, trying to take out some levels here. Look at the Qs breaking above that previous little trophy support area in the pre-market, this 416.50, right? So I do think, I see what you mean, but I think from a technical standpoint, the Qs kind of do not care. And wow, am I sad I missed that NVDL. But you know what? We're not going to throw a pity party. We're going to look for the next trade. As Obi says, where's the next trade? Bang. The thing is, too, is I should have zoomed out before I even was too scared to enter, because look, we were also having that support at that previous chop and churn area. So that should have been a nice little look for me. SMCI, multiple people mentioning SMCI.
Yes, I see
so
that.
Let's find out SMCY. Ooh, if this wasn't SMCI, this range would have been gorgeous.
Bro, how many times it was going to reject off VWAP there? My goodness.
Look at that little base. I'm so proud of it. That's 695 up to 702, and then swoop to the upside. This is a nice look here for SMCI, but look where it's rejecting a little bit. That earlier top of 712. I see chop and churn. I think if we reject this area, that could be interesting. If we don't, I think I would want to see what we do here at 725, because that was that peak earlier, then 730 area, and then we're going to look at that 732. So those are my SMC levels, or they're SMC my levels, so I don't know. But I guess you'll have to SMC for yourself. But no, I also want to see what we do at this VWAP bounce, because as Sharif pointed out, this 700 area, 702 was the top of the range, but also it was below VWAP. So what will we do at VWAP?
Very good
question. That could be very much of interest. Also, shout out to your AGBA trade, because I saw a fist bump. So that seemed like it went very well.
It went, and there it goes. We're out of it now, Dara, sadly. But there it goes to the high side. Abra dang cadabra to the high side, baby. AGBA up 74 big ones, and it looks like it's continuing to head up. But let me tell you, I've got another trade on that I'm wetting my beak on right now, and it goes by the name AAPL. We just took some profits on there, wetting the beak there on that nice move down. A big topping tail candle came in on the future when we touched the 200 period moving average on the 5, and that precipitated a nice move down on NVDA and Meta and Softy and some other names as well, Apple included. So we were able to scalp this bad boy on the day, hoping for a bigger move down here on AAPL. But we'll pack our patience there as we're about 10 pennies in the money. Nothing really to write home about on this particular trade. But what I'm seeing right now is a topping tail candle. Oh, hi, Dara. Coming in here on the future. The blue line is the 200 exponential moving average on the 5-minute chart. This is a 5-minute look here on the NQ June contract, and I hate these type of candles if I'm a bull, okay? But look, you don't put all your stock into one candle. It's not the end all and be all. It is one thing to keep your eye on. That's all I'm trying to say about there. We're still above VWAP. We're still above the 50-point moving average. Sorry, the 50-point area, 50-point moving average. Get it together, Sharif. So we'll see exactly what we get here, but it's caused me to get into a short on Apple, and I already went my beak on some profits. So we'll see there. Also, Softy rejected VWAP and rejected yesterday's closing print, and down goes Apple. So looking to take some more profits here, Dara, as hopefully we can continue to go down a little bit more.
Take a bite out of your Apple profits?
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that.
There you go. Yeah, so I agree with what you have to say with not taking a trade on one candle. That was why I was initially hesitant to enter this Q short. The reason I did enter, though, is because look at this trough area I said earlier. Oh, we broke above it. Then we rejected it. So I said, oh, this could be interesting, but now we're popping back up, so this could get a little bit dicey here.
I know. Tell me about it.
We're gonna leave this trade. We're gonna give this 10 pennies. I got it at 506. We're gonna give this like 50, sorry, not 506, 5006. We're gonna give this like 50, 15, 9 pennies. I'm comfortable with that risk reward ratio. But I think the TQs are gonna shake us out here a little bit. Also, shout out to Darwin saying Meta Platforms. This is a news here. I'm gonna get confirmation on this. I'm actually gonna quickly exit my short first, and then I'm gonna check here on this META. But thank you. This coming from Reuters. Meta Platform says opening up operating system powering our MetaQuest devices to third-party hardware makers. App Lab titles will soon be featured in a dedicated section of Meta Horizon store on all our devices, also developing new spatial app framework that helps mobile developers create mixed reality experiences. So thank you so much, Darwin, for putting that headline in there. And I did check, got all the deets on that from Reuters. So yeah, interesting look. So basically, to summarize that, Meta trying to have its operating system open on third-party hardware devices, and that's specifically the operating system with MetaQuest. So now I guess other people will be able to partake in this Quest with that operating system. Yeah, this Meta is a nice stair step to the upside. We had this lower low here set 470, I guess 474. Now climbing to the upside. Nice bounce off that 9 EMA, swoop to the upside. I think what we do at VWAP here could be interesting. And I said earlier, I like 482. I still like 482. Confluence with VWAP and that top and churn area earlier. 482 is still a level for me, and we're about $2 away. Darwin accurately saying, though, market sleeping on that news.
Have you seen Zuck lately? My man's getting like a whole makeover.
Oh, yeah, people were talking about this on social media.
Yeah, Ram, let me know when we got that ready. Eh? She'll let me know, okay, because Zuck's got a new style. But I also want to mention something about the Zucksters there on the weekend is now when you go into the gram, or Neil told me WhatsApp as well. So if you go in your Instagram and you go into the search page and you go into the little search bar at the top there, it goes Ask Meta AI Anything, which I find to be pretty cool because it's been wrong like twice today, so it's all good. Come on, Llama, you could do better than that. No, it hasn't been nearly as good as some of these other ones. So I don't know if you guys have enjoyed the new Meta look in AI, but I personally haven't so far, so let me know. There we go. So my man Zuck over here, he's doing different things. Look. He went from Mr. Steal Your Data on the left. Now he's going to take your woman, right? Like now you better hide your data and your girl when Zuck's around. Because let me tell you, that next look on the right, and he's got the gold chain there. My man, he's got the curls. He's doing everything he needs to do. He's got his little, yeah, the little scruff. Yo, Zuck's doing things, eh? Cheers.
Yeah, he is. I mean, one thing though too is they did him dirty in that first photo. I feel he looks like, look at those
He's
bags
at
under his
Congress
eyes.
there, yeah.
Yeah, but he looks very sleepy.
He does actually.
He does look very sleepy. That's, you know what I mean? Like I think he was out of Zuck when they took that photo. Yeah, wasn't I was trying to make an out of luck pun. It wasn't perfect, but yeah, I mean that look. That's certainly a look in that second photo.
Hear what the Chilean Nightmare says? He's like, let's be real, man. You know, it's a replacement. It's not really Zuck.
Well, some people were saying it looks like AI tampered with.
Well, yeah. A lot of people have been doing that.
Yeah.
I just want to point out quickly that Abracadabra just broke HOD on the day and is continuing to print new high days. AGBA is going. There goes 2 1/3. Now up 84.5%. Great move up here for Agba. We participated in a little bit, but let's be real about it. This move is continuing here without us, and the crux of the move is going without us. Abracadabra onto the high side here, baby. If you're into small cap stocks, keep your eye on this one, but make sure to exercise sound risk management strategies, as this one does not look that good. I gotta tell you, I keep shorting Apple only to get out, but this one keeps looking like a short to me, so I'm getting short again here on AAPL. We'll see what we get. We keep doing this wick shimmy into 1670. And 1670 keeps rejecting. So I feel like we're doing a rounded top. I could be wrong. I could absolutely be wrong, especially if the future keeps holding up. I got to tell you, though, that Google put in 2 topping tail candles at 156 1/4. It's down into 156 now. So we'll see if this market's kind of topped out for now. I'm short Apple.
Yeah, I mean, well, the thing is, too, is I feel like Apple is one that does like to mess with your feelings a little bit.
It does.
Tricky little
It's
stuff.
not a guaranteed trade, no question
But
about
yeah,
it.
I mean, but I think, like, I know it's one that you trade a lot. You have a good feel for Apple.
We'll
so.
see.
Yeah, we're going to hope you get some bites out of the apple there. Whichever apple flavor you
The Katina Man is long MARA at the moment.
Let's
Long
look at-
Mara right now. Neil,
Ooh.
are you...
It's a nice look. Very nice look there. Shout out to Sean, who's on that marathon to the upside with MARA. I need to look at my IBIT, because usually I've already looked at a bit of IBIT as of this point. And wow, I like this. I like this triple bottom, and I didn't get involved because I was like, Adara, how do you know? But it's like, look at these candles to the downs. Oh, Adara. Okay, a little bit saucy at myself, but that's okay. We're not going to be negative Nelly or a Debbie Downer. We're going to keep finding opportunities to make these trades. I do like this long off that 90 in May potentially, but I also don't like this VWAP projection. So I'm going to keep my eye and see what's shaking out here. The other thing I kind of like is this long off the TQs. Now I know you're thinking, Adara, you're going to go long where you previously went short. Well, I was like, this could be support becoming resistance, and that candle was, it did give you some feeling it could have been, but now we're bouncing off VWAP. We are seeing that previous support area. We're seeing it be a little bit of a trampoline. I like this look. I think this could hold up pretty nicely. I want to, have a conversation with the Qs. Yes, with the Qs are doing the same thing. TQs, let's do it, Adara. Woo! So we're going to punch in there. I think I probably missed the boat a little bit. I think I was a little bit late. But right now, we're not going to ever be late for Neil's lesson of the day. There he is.
Thank you. And we're going right into what I think is a good lesson of the day here, because we've talked about bias before. We've talked about bias many times. And to be honest, you're never going to go into a trading day without some kind of an idea of what you think might happen, right? And some days it's going to be stronger than others. But what happens when there are trading opportunities on the other side, and how should you get into them, and what should you do in your face with that opportunity or that reality? So Friday was crazy. It was one of the bigger down days that we've seen. And if you're a new trader, it's probably the biggest down day you've seen in the market. You had NVIDIA go short sell restricted over 10% down. You had double digits, over 20% down in SMCI. You had ARM, which went SSR as well. So you had these massive moves down. Pretty much everything was red. The NASDAQ got smoked. Everyone's doom and gloom. This is going to be the end of it. Now, clearly, a lot of people are going to come in with a short bias on a Monday morning in a situation like that, because the trends on some of these chip names has been red. You throw how disgusting it was to the downside as well, and I don't think I can fault anybody for coming in looking for short opportunities. Now, obviously, in complete, like, another hindsight, like, the shorts ended up working if you shorted the pops. You just had to be patient for it. But what happens when you're thinking we were down overall? When I come to a daily chart, we're still in a downward trend. When I look at most of the individual names on a daily, they're either lost a 50 period or trending down, or they're underneath major moving averages, and I want to be thinking generally about the short. How do I get into longs if things are ripping faces off? If there are long opportunities, what am I supposed to do there? So what I would say to you is there should be little pockets for short-term momentum traders to look for the other direction, but it's got to really fit the bill. And what I mean by that is, if I'm going to look for longs when my overall bias is short, or look for winning trades into the long side, well, how do I not want them to appear? And I'll use something that didn't work today. And this is not to say Snapchat, good, bad, whatever. Like, I'll take dip buys at key price levels oftentimes. But if you're looking for long and your overall bias is short, maybe the dip into big support after a gap up isn't the best strategy. Why is that? Because the stock is trending down. Now, it's easy to say that in hindsight, but sometimes you've got to take that extra step back. And when you're doing your preparation, say, if it is super weak to get into that level, maybe I need a little extra reason to go into that long, or maybe I don't need that long at all. And I only want to look for the A+ long setups, the ones that are bullish through and through, where you're never even concerned about it, where you know that that is buy momentum. The lesson of the day, the lesson that you guys are listening to right now in the midday Learn to Trade is about like bull, bear breakouts on small caps. So why don't you look for those clear momentum trades to the long side? What you can find then is, if it's not trending up, if it's not showing relative strength, and if it's not showing a pretty clear bullish pattern, then I don't want to trade if my overall bias is short. So here's an example. Like, what does that look like to me? Well, Alibaba. Now, obviously, I'm going to show you that I trailed out underneath 70. That was a mistake, obviously. But let's be real. What happens here? Am I trying the trade where I buy the dip into previous support? Well, that would have worked. I could have bought the dip into the previous close if I was bullish on Alibaba. It would have worked out, but that's exactly what Snapchat looked like. It was trending down at that moment. So if I'm going to look for long trades when my bias is short, then not going long at the bottom. I'm not taking that trade, because what does that look like? That's a lower high that if I was shorting, I'd be shorting pops. That's shorting pops. I'm not going to take the aggressive line. I'm going to take the higher low into the clean break, that style of trade. It's a bull flag, but it's a breakout. It's relatively strong. It's making higher lows and is green when the market is up. So that's what I want to go over to. And the best thing about it, and I think what's important if you're going to be going against that grain, is if the overall trend is down, then you want to take your profits on your longs where you have them. Because you think, if the trend is down, that the market's going to make a top and reverse at some point, maybe in the morning, maybe at lunchtime, maybe in the afternoon. And that brings me to the other setup, which is almost exactly like what the BABA was, and that's NVIDIA. Gapped up, doesn't even get to the pre-market low, holds the first support level at 775, then makes another double top for a breakout trade. And when I say take profits, it goes right into a previous resistance from Friday's levels. So you don't have to abandon your notion that I think it's going to be a short day to have this breakout that just sets up for you for a clean in and out. If you like the shorts, I don't think you want to be shorting that anyways. You're probably waiting for it to break and get closer to 800. So it's not as if it's violating your overall bias to take that quick momentum break. That's the difference. It's a momentum breakout. It's stair step to the upside, and you're in and out like a bit of a bandit, and you're not violating what you think is going to be the overall course, which is to the downside. You stay nimble. If you're too aggressive in finding longs when you're overall bearish, or finding shorts when you're overall bullish, not only are you going to find yourself buying at lows and under pressure in your trades, but then you're going to miss the other side of the trade because you're forcing that other direction too much. And the beauty of getting in and out on a quick momentum break is it's meant to be a quick trade. You're taking it from point A to point B. That's why I like the breakout as opposed to trying to fit the trend long when you think it's a short. So if you just join the trend briefly on a really tight setup, you get in, get out, take your profits, you're then now flat and able to go back to what you thought was going to be the case, which is go into and look to short some pops. Like when I got out of NVIDIA, AMD was at a resistance level, I jumped over into that bad boy. And we shorted that. Now, if I'm sitting there trying to force NVIDIA, like, oh, I'm holding on to more of my NVIDIA long, or I'm looking for a place to add, am I really going to short? Am I going to make this short if I'm trying to add to NVIDIA or I'm trying to hold an NVIDIA long? I guarantee I'm probably not going to do that because I'm invested in the long working. But I've taken that quick little pot shot. You end up also wetting your beak, and you're not sitting out so much of the action and volatility at the open where you know there's going to be profits. So I'm not saying you can't buy dips at all if you're bearish, because sometimes that trade's going to be there. But if you can find something which is a little bit stronger, gives you a little bit more confluence, and allows you to get in and out for good gains without having to hold on to it against the grain, a little easier to do that when you've got a strong bias in the other direction, because you do want to respect your overall plan. And part of your plan is going to be directional bias oftentimes. So I hope the lesson of the day helps you. Once again, it is just about respecting your plan, finding that little bit of a fine-tune and adjustment to be able to look for maybe some longs when you're feeling the short. But don't stray too far away from that plan. Get in, get out, but as always, adhere to your risk parameters. I can't say that enough. You know, at the end of the day, if you don't adhere to your stops, adhere to your risk reward, none of those patterns are going to matter. When that breakout trade works, fantastic, but make sure you're not getting out on a breakout if it doesn't go right away. Don't turn that into a buy the dip. So that's your lesson of the day. We're happy to bring it to you every single day, guys, but good luck out there.
Thank you very much, Neil. Excellent lesson of the day. Neil, Liverpool's favorite pseudo fan. So shout out to the Neil. All right, let's keep going here. Topping tail candle on AAPL as well. We can see a topping tail candle on the future as well because we just moved into 17.3 and then bounced a little bit down. But I got to tell you, I mean, it feels like the market's shifting a little bit here, at least for the moment. Higher highs, higher lows coming in on some of these Mag 7 names. I'm talking about Tesla, NVIDIA, and Google. Google just touched day's high at 156.48. The best of them all on the day is NVIDIA, obviously, but second best is GOOGL, up 1.40. And I got to tell you, the chart on Google looks a little bit better than on NVIDIA right now. At least I think we just touched highs. Pretty sure. Off it by a few pennies. So technically, 154.48 HOD, we just printed 42s. So big move up. AAPL, look at that topping tail candle on Apple. That's really, really ugly there. I was short Apple, got out when it broke 70, and then all of a sudden you get that big topping tail candle and right back down we go. So bamboozlement central on some of these Mag 7 names. I'm going to keep looking here to see if we reject 17.3 or this topping tail candle that we're put in right now on the futures is indicative of what may come next, which is a reversal down. So not going to jump into anything, waiting for more information from what the information that I'm getting right now from the future. Dara.
Yes, there's a pattern I've noticed on the cues, and I wanna say it, and this could be just in my head, but I want to point it out. So what we'll do is we'll kind of get into an area, and we started here. So we get into on the QQQ, this is going to be 416.47. So look, we come here, we bounce. Actually, I think, is it clear on the TQs? I think it might be clear on the TQs. Yeah, so it's okay on both. But we gotta I'll go back to the Qs then. So we get, we have that little area here, this 416.50, right? That was a huge area of support in the pre. Nice little trough that we're just hanging out in, right? Look where we get there, and I was like, whoa, we broke above that previous potential resistance area. Then we have that wick down below, right? And it actually starts to look a little bit bearish. Then we bounce back up. We see this chop and turn. Then the Qs make up their minds. They get off the schneid, as is sometimes said on the show, and they continue to the upside. Look what happened again. And I say that because this was another previous area of support we come into. We get in there, we reject. My theory is that we're going to keep bouncing. And I say that because so far we have on the TQs. So I actually think this is a long, for me anyway, and at least short term and at least very scalpish, because this is a pattern we've seen. We break above, you know how sometimes support will serve as resistance? We break above that support, we don't find it as resistance, then we kind of volley around a little bit, find it as support before continuing to move to the upside. So at least for me, I see this as a potential impetus to take a small position to the upside. I might have missed the opportunity by waxing poetic on said opportunity, but I just wanted to point that out in case anybody else noticed that. So that, I mean, and who knows if this is relevant, right? It's just one person's observations, but more than one person's observations, we will all be observing the lovely lesson of the day.
All right.
Which is going to be on bull flag breakouts and riding the bull flag.
Yes, it is. I love the purposeful pun there, which I did on purpose. All right, guys, so we're talking about the breakout buy, a guide to riding the breakout bull flag. So let's just preface this whole argument. Breakout buys are a popular strategy for capitalizing on stocks experiencing an uptrend. This lesson will dive into the concept using the bull flag pattern, which is a technical indicator that signals potential price continuation. You'll recall that from our week on chart patterns, and we talked about the continuation patterns and the reversal patterns and where to spot them. So what is a breakout buy? We'll just start by that. So imagine a bull charging at you or charging in a direction. That is the energy behind the breakout buy as opposed to a bear, which would be to the downside. Your goal here is you're aiming to enter a long position, which is a buy order, as the price breaks decisively above a resistance level, anticipating that the price will continue in the upward direction. So this is your upward signal. The bull flag is a technical chart pattern resembling a flag waving in the wind. It forms after a price increase followed by a period of consolidation. So you get a big move up, that's the pull, and then you get a sideways move, that's the consolidation, where the price fluctuates between a specified range, sometimes dollars, sometimes pennies. It really depends on the stock. This consolidation creates a flag-like shaped on the chart, and that's what we're talking about here. So you can see from the breakout area off $5, that's where we start measuring the bull flag. I would have measured it off $5.50 personally, but whoever drew out this chart wrote it from $5 or $5.50 looks like the better level to me, all the way up into about 7.25. Then you can see we start ranging a bit in between 6.5 and 7.5, with 7.5 being that obvious top because we keep getting wicks into 7.5, all of which have sold off. So we know for a fact that 7.5 is the top area of that consolidation range. So what we look for is a decided break through that range, but we're not just looking for the break. We're not looking for a $7.51 print, $7.52. There's going to be criteria that we need to see in order to get long. That's what we're going to talk about here, right? So before we talk about exactly what we need to see to get long, what does the bull flag tell us? What information are we comprehending? Are we extrapolating from the chart pattern of a bull flag? Well, number one is that there's an upward trend. So the initial price increase suggests the underlying bullish sentiment. So the fact that there's an upward trend, we can take from that there is bullish sentiment amongst market participants. But then there's also a consolidation phase that takes place after the big bull move up. The sideways movement indicates a temporary pause before a potential continuation. So it's incumbent upon you to be able to draw out the consolidation range. I just gave it to you there on the last example. It was about 6.5 to 7.5. It's not always going to be the same on every stock, right? So you need to see where it's ranging from. And sometimes it's not going to be a range. It's going to be a channel, an upward channel, a downward channel, or even a compression pattern where you're getting lower highs yet higher lows. And so that's a bull pennant. Very similar thing to a bull flag. So it's incumbent upon you to look at what the consolidation range is so you can know what price to take for the breakout. And then the breakout comes to fruition, ideally with increased volume. So you need to have one eye on the price and then the other eye on the volume. You got to be all crooked eye and stuff. You know what I mean? Remember, Neil, remember this? One eye looking at me, the other one looking at Rick. Right, that's from Rick. That's from Chappelle's show. Anybody who knows exactly. The bouncer, right? Yeah, he came in to defend Rick James after Charlie Murphy put a whooping on him. But yeah, ideally with increased trading volume, so looking at the price and looking at the volume accompanying the breakout of the range, the price decisively breaks above the trend line, so that's 750 on our example, signaling a potential resumption of the uptrend. But I want you to be careful here. Look for certain candles that form at the breakout area. So if you see a topping tail candle go through 750, so you get a quick wick up of that key area of resistance, but the price comes down and closes to the low end of the candle, you need to be wary there. That could be a fake breakout or a false breakout, whatever you want to call it. So how do we jump into the bull flag pattern? How do we get in? So let's talk about this. So key to a breakout buy lies in timing your entry precisely. Here are some pointers. So the first thing is price action. Look for a clear break above the trend line of the bull flag. This signifies a potential break in resistance. So that 750 area that we were talking about, you're looking for a break and take of that level. And like I just mentioned, keep your eye on the volume. The breakout should be accompanied by a significant increase in trading volume. This confirms the strong buying pressure behind the price move. And here it basically is. You have the initial move up on the bull flag with above average volume. Then you have the consolidation range or the pennant or the flag part of the pattern take place, and that takes place on lower volume. And then the break of the upper trend line should come on above average volume. I mean, it doesn't actually have to be more volume than the initial move up. What it just should be is higher volume than what took place during the consolidation phase. So that's what you're looking for there on the break of the upper trend line. You needn't compare it to the initial amounts of volume. You need only compare it to the middle area of the low of the consolidation phase. All right? And here's beyond the basics. So while breakouts are exciting, remember these crucial points. Fakeouts are a real thing, guys. You need to really actually be careful with these. Sometimes price might tease a breakout, then pull back. Be cautious and use confirmation techniques like waiting for a bullish candlestick pattern after the breakout, for example. And also make sure you're employing stop loss orders. Always set stop limits to limit potential losses. In the case of a bull flag, what you're doing is if you're going to get long on the break of the upper trend line, you should be putting your stop in the low end of the bottom of the end of the consolidation. Now, if that's a big difference between where you get long and where you have to place your stop, you need to lower your share size so that it fits within your risk parameters, okay? So there's no point putting it in the actual consolidation area because your trade is not wrong so long as you're still consolidating. Your trade is wrong if you make a newer low, if you continue to make those newer lows. Keep that in mind. Risk management also super important here. Breakout buys involve some risk. Only allocate a portion of your capital to such trades and stick to your trading plan. Remember, I just finished telling you to kind of limit your position size if the stop and your entry are far apart from one another. And profit taking. Make sure to take note of the length of the flagpole when planning your bull flag breakout trade. The flagpole length can sometimes hint at the length or the potential profit of the ensuing breakout and give you a sense of where to set your profit target. So here's what I mean by that. So basically what you're doing, you're measuring from the breakout area here to the actual top of the move here. And so you're going to take note of what value that is from here to here. And then what you're going to do is you're going to take that value and you're going to project it from here onwards. And that will be where you should be wetting your beak on some profits. Again, that's a suggestion. It's not a hard and fast rule. It doesn't always manifest, okay? You need to really be aware of that. And bonus tip, while breakouts are often associated with long positions, which is a buy, the opposite can also be true. If the price breaks decisively below the lower trend line of the bull flag with increased volume, it might signal a potential downtrend, and you can consider a short position selling using similar tactics here. I'm long Tesla, so I gotta manage this trade.
Yeah, I mean, I'll look at Tesla here.
Holy, I got long Tesla a long time ago, man. There's gotta be a way for me to be able to see my blotter a little bit better than this. This is not good, man. I need to be able to risk this. Nothing to do with you, obviously. I'm complaining to myself, but I could have been in a lot of trouble here. on this trade. Anyway, go on.
Congrats to you, though. You are
Thank
like
you,
20 pennies in the money, and
Yeah,
there
yeah.
are beak wetters. And Neil is there also.
Amp
Hi,
it.
Neil, and hi, Patrick. Hi, everybody. Always happy to be here. Solo Cristo saying, asking me to talk to the Cybertruck because he wants to move to the upside.
Neil.
So Neil, of course, Sharif, of course, also wants to move to the upside. But I think for me, this is another example. We were talking about this, I think Sharif and I off camera, about how we have these bamboozling candles where we'll have a candle that might look bearish, for example, this topping tail candle at 1225, and then we continue to move to the upside here. So we rest a little bit. We have a candle that could be a little bit deceiving. Then we pamp it to the upside. So yeah, Solo Cristo, it looks like you don't need me to talk to Tesla anymore. Tesla moved on her own. So still thought I'd pull that one up for you. Shout out to you. Sounds like you like our pal Sharif, our log over here on the TSLA. You are like 35 pennies in the money here.
Yeah.
Congrats.
Thank you for having a nice conversation with Tesla. I do appreciate that, Adara.
It goes a little late.
You obviously have way more pull with Elon than I do. We'll see what Tesla gets here, guys. I mean, the whole point was to take a dip trade off that key area of previous resistance, current support, 142. How long did we do the dance with no pants at that 142 level? And that's what precipitated me to put a dip trade here. Alas, I was dropping hot lines on the lesson. I did not know that I was in the position. That's my problem, not yours. But anyway, so we'll see what we get here on TSLA. I did notice that we did a fake out breakout. Okay, so I'm going to get out of this position. A fake out breakout here on the future. Wow, that is ugly. So this is why it's a little bit hard to trade and do the lesson at the same time. Look at that topping tail candle. That is gorgeous if you're a futures trader, especially if the fact that the red candle came in after that and made a new 5-minute candle to make a new low, and down we go again on the future. Not surprised here, to be quite honest with you, that we did get that rejection at pivots, and it was a 17.3 rejection, quite frankly. Look how high we made it up. We made it up into 17.296 or thereabouts, so 4 points off that 100-point level, and down goes the entire market there. But I gotta tell you, I mean, I figured Apple, after this topping tail candle, would be the dead one, and we would continue to sell off on the day. But Apple's the rangy one today. At least it has been for the better part of an hour, ever since we reclaimed the volume weighted average price at 165.5. It has been, for the most part, a 20-penny range trade on Apple. 165.70 to the top, 165.50 to the bottom. Save and except for this 1 5-minute candle over here at 12.15, that range has been in play. So I'm not exactly sure, you know, I don't want to, yeah, maybe we'll play this range trade, Adara. I mean, like, it's the fact of the matter is it's been ranging for the better part of an hour now. So 165.50 to the low side, 165.70 to the high side. Look where I got out on Tesla before it absolutely tanked. Oh my goodness, yeah. So that's when we noticed the topping tail candle on the future too. But anyway, TSLA down below 142 yet again. I'm going to be looking here to range trade the dead one, aka AAPL.
Yeah, take that range trade for me, because that's something I'm comfortable taking in my current state. By that I mean trading live, but please, like, I'll live vicariously through your range trade.
Okay.
If you don't mind too much, I will be like, you know, the toddlers and tiara moms living vicariously through the toddlers and tiara's kids. That will be me with Sherry's range trade. I'll be like, woohoo!
I'm down with it.
Like, you show those
You're
judges.
hilarious, bro. I love the analogy too. Like, how'd you even get that one?
I don't even know.
Were you on the mall on the weekend or something? Did you see some?
I wasn't even at the mall this
Okay.
weekend. That would have been great. I wish I had one of those
funny.
stories, but I don't. But no, speaking of range, I am so sad I missed this dip buy opportunity on the Qs. You might be thinking, dip buy, but it would have been a range play up into that 50.05. I keep saying 505. And I would have gotten it. I just wasn't aggressive enough with the timing. So as much as I talk about the market moving with the viciousness, I also have it to be moving with that viciousness. Now you might be thinking, why was that an area I liked? I've been yapping about it all day, but I'll do it one more time. That 50.05 trough earlier, then we came up. Initially, it was support, then we kind of failed a little bit, tried to short it, didn't work out. Now, though, I like that we bounce off this little top, area we had earlier as a top, that 49.90, then we reject. So I want to be taking, I think I want to be taking this short around 50.05s, or I think 50.04s. We're not going to be too optimistic. And then we're going to be aiming for that 90 area. We're going to be taking like 15 pennies. This will be a range for me. I like range trades. If they present, I would, of course, love to tangle with them. Also, if we break kind of above here up to that 50-10 area, that's where I'm going to have to be getting out. I see a fist pump, so someone is pleased as punch in that Apple trade. I see why you are. We had that nice little pop up there on AAPL. So
This range trade just called me. It's like, yo, tell Adara I'm pissed at her. Yeah. It's like, yo, bro, here I am, an Adara, calling myself an Adara penetrator. I have no idea where I'm going with that. Sorry. All right, so I'll just cancel that. Yeah, we took a couple of pennies there, 10 cents on the range trade, but the whole range trade is 20 pennies. Let's be real about it. I just finished saying 165 to the low side, 170 to the high side here on AAPL. We'll see what we get there, but yeah, interesting look today for Apple. Definitely not what I expected from this name, especially after that big move down on the future. So let's continue to watch that and see what else we can get here out of these names. Now, I kept mentioning Google as a very strong name on the day. It's second only to NVIDIA in terms of percentage gainer. So we'll take, sorry, 1 second here. In terms of percentage gainer on the day, let's look at GOOGL, 156.48. And we moved up into 156.46. And then we kind of made our way all the way back down to 156. But we defend the whole dollar level quite well. Not bad. We hold up above the 10 period, right? So there's a lot of check marks beside Google's name today, especially if the market breaks 17.3. You kind of feel that this 156.50 high on Google is not going to stay intact. And in fact, we'll break it. But that's all predicated on the market continuing to run. So we'll have to watch that. Now, I feel like these Mag 7 names are all range bound, just like the Apple trade is kind of a little bit. So maybe we'll look at some small cap gappers, see what's moving on. So we had that trade on Agba earlier. It's now down again into that 2 1/4. Look, I like Agba at 2 1/5. And the reason I like Agba here is because this is the flat top that we had. The flat top was around 218. You could say 218, 220, that general area. What I look for is support or formal resistance to flip to support. But you already saw it. So I'm kind of late to the party, actually. So this is the top. And then look where the bottom of this 3-candle range is. And you could include some of this in it, too. So they all bounce off that $2.20 area, and they give you decent pops. Like you got a 30-cent pop on a $2 name just playing that dip trade on AGBA. This is the top from earlier. You knew you had sellers there. Typically what happens is that area flips to become support once you clear it, and it did that in spades this time. Let's see if it continues to do it. Usually it's the best the first couple of times around, not like right here where the trade's been had. So keeping an eye on AGBA, definitely still in play. CAN, 1 second, let me load up this bad boy here. CAN showed up on my scanner earlier. Look, it's 14% to the good. It's nothing to write home about. It's sub $1. It just retraced into VWAP. It's putting in lower highs. So looks like a flat top, a flat bottom, excuse me, waiting to happen through around 85 pennies. If you can secure shorts on this, this could be interesting. The closing print from Friday, 75 pennies. That gives you at least maybe 10 pennies worth of profit if you get short on this. But, you know, there's no guarantees that this flat bottom. CAN up 14%, $217 million market cap. The float, 311 million shares, quite big. Here's the headline. Canaan shares are trading higher after the company executive announced their intention to purchase 2 million of the company's shares. So it looks like there's some insider buying at that company, and that's gotten the market excited. So we'll keep eyes on that. Flip back to big tech and see what's popping off. Apple's still within the range. Nothing for me to report. What's good on your side, Adair?
Yeah, I mean, that Apple trade, I'm pleased as punch you did take that range. I was able to live vicariously through it. But yeah, an Adara Panera type trade, I suppose. Also, these TQs, we're getting spicy. I'm so happy I stayed in this because my finger was near the trigger as we got to that 50-12. That was going to be my area of my stop, because that was that kind of previous top, right? So if we make a higher high, I have no reason to stay in the short, but we didn't. However, this is what I was kind of worried about, that, you know, this could continue to flip from support to resistance all willy-nilly. We're kind of seeing that. I don't have that big move to the downside with the viciousness that I was hoping for. But that's okay. This is a bit more of like a kind of smaller, shorter term trade, but I'm really, again, just trying to practice getting into the whole mindset of seeing a setup I like and going for it. A scared trader is an efficient trader, as Sean will say, and I think that's something that I'm really trying to take to heart, because it can be really easy. I think especially I've noticed going live to trade with your P&L, but you don't want to do that because it's like if you see a setup you like, why aren't you getting involved? So I do like the setup. Let's see if it comes to fruition the way that I would like it to. John, shout out to Jay Lee. Yeah, I decided I guess I want to switch to the TQs because it was getting a little bit confusing for me to like be like, oh, I'm long the SQs when I was short. And then everyone had kind of said to me on the floor, like, Adara, you could just short the TQs and it would be easier for everyone involved, including yourself. So I did short the TQs. So I just want to clarify the history there. So shout out to everybody for that. Also, there was... Yeah, John Swart became a member. I thought there was something else I saw there, but yeah, so just in this trade right now. Oh yeah, this is what I wanted to say. I forgot to mention this, but I had this little this NVDL trade earlier. I was really proud of this long. Got involved at this pop, and then this is when we had to scalpulate out. I was gonna give this to probably about like 85s max, because that was that previous pop. More realistically 70s. We rejected off 60s. I said, Adara, take your 20 pennies and get out of Dodge. So I did. So that was just kind of an NVDL scalp. I don't have any levels on NVDL right now. Mainly just watching my TQs, letting them broil and hopefully pop to the downside.
I like it.
Thank you.
I just want to mention one thing that because someone was talking about crypto. Guys, Mara is absolute hot garbage on the day, right? I don't mean to disrespect anybody who's in it, but the fact of the matter is Riot Blockchain is up 15.25%. CleanSpark is up 6 1/3. Hut 8 is up 11. Mara is down 0.5%. So it's completely moving secularly here in terms of miners. Mara, big, tough look for it. I mean, you just can't catch a break, down 30% on the year. So in case you're trading these mining names, be careful. Mara seems to be counter trend from the current move. What's going on there, Katina Man? Short Mara? Oh, the Katina Man is long Mara 1580, but that's like 60 pennies ago. It's printing at 1641. So a bit of a difference. He gave the trade out 60 pennies ago. Yeah, obviously you gave it up. Yeah. So shout out to the Katina Man, which takes me to my next little segue there. If you follow Neil's trades, if you follow Sean's trades from the morning show, you have to know about this other channel that we have. It goes by the name of More Trader TV, and Adara takes care of a lot of that too, because a lot of the information there is put by her every morning. I'm talking about top stocks. I'm talking about economic calendar, as well as the news ticker there at the bottom. Have that running while you watch us all day. You'll be able to see what Neil is trading at all times, what Sean is trading at all times, and their various entries and exits there, which we are trying to make sure is accurate. From the last little bit, I think we've been pretty good there. Now, Magic Mike, shout out to you, man. I am long NQ 17255. How do you see the current market? Do you see something significant on the tape? So the tape, not that important for the future. The future is more level related. That's just my understanding. Now here, let's have a look at the NQ. So you're long 17255. All right, so you're like 1 point out of the money at the moment. So we're kind of at the volume weighted average price, right? And this is the level that Dan the Man Emmons was looking at. And I had to agree with him. That's where we troughed out there in the pre at around 830. And that's kind of where volume weighted average price is as well. So it added confluence to that level. But I got to tell you that just because we're at this level doesn't mean we're going to hold or drop below it. One thing I've been noticing a lot lately is once we get to a level the future likes, it seems to consolidate a little bit at it for a while until the more liquid time of the day comes in. I'm talking about like that 3 o'clock, 2:30 time slot or thereabouts, we start getting movements like you saw on Friday. So I don't know, Mike, to be quite honest with you, especially because we're at this key level, this 17.25 level, which I was looking at earlier for a level of support before we broke it, and now I'm looking at it as a level of resistance. Hard to tell today. I got to tell you the truth. So we also had a 17.3 rejection. Don't forget about that. But we are trading above VWAP. So there's many different conflicting looks here on the future. Sorry I couldn't been more assistance, but it's, you're not going to have a good read every day. Now, here we go. Apple right back into that range that we talked about, 165.70, 165.50 has been a 20-penny range on AAPL since 11:35. It is 12:46, so we're going on an hour and 10 minutes of this range, rinsing and repeating. We haven't had a closing print above 165.70 or a closing print below 165.50. So we've had wicks below and above those levels, but the closing prints have been ensconced within that 20-penny range for the better part of an hour, and it doesn't look like it's going to change here as Apple rejects again off 165.70. And this is what I mean about, the fact that we could stay consolidated. We don't have to trend. There's no requirement to trend. And that's one thing that I've been trying to get myself to see a little bit better is that, when you're a trend-following trader, you have this bias for looking for trends, even though some may not exist. So keeping an eye on some of these looks over here at Dara, and we'll see what we get.
Yeah, that's a good point. Like just kind of being cognizant of your own biases. I appreciate that.
For sure.
One thing too I want to talk about with regards to this TQs trade. So I got out, and one conversation I've had with you, I've had on the show, I've had with Sean and Neil, I believe as well, is that you kind of have to take the trade that you feel comfortable with it, right? And if you don't have confidence in the trade, why are you taking it? That's why I love Sean's sticky notes. Those are all levels he likes. There's levels he feels comfortable with, and those are the levels he's sticking with, and pun was intended there. But yeah, so basically, I like the short initially because we did have this kind of bounce up here from that 49.90. Then we were a little bit more, we kind of had the stagnation, and I thought, hey, this could be short. But then I started losing confidence in it. I was like, Dara, if you don't like this, why are you still in it? You liked it initially. It's not giving what you want to give it. And this looks like it could turn. So I got out, and I'm really happy I got out where I did because right when I get out, it decides to move back to the upside. So I was going to give it to about 50.12. I got out at 50.11. So still adhered mostly to my risk reward, but I want to clarify, and I just wanted to give this lesson because I think you have to make sure you're comfortable in the trades. You have a reason for getting in the trade. And in my case, I had my reason, but I just wasn't feeling it in me to stay anymore, so I had to sit TQQ down, have a breakup, and then happy I decided to end that relationship where it was because it ended up being a good decision. It was based on what I was seeing was just I was losing confidence. I didn't like that we were kind of coiling up and using this VWAP as support. So I hope that makes sense. I just wanted to give that little spiel. I know I'm a very new trader, so of course take that what you will, but I think it is a lesson about confidence and instincts. And if you don't like something, don't feel afraid to change your plan if you need to, right? Like I call it scalpulation. If you see something change, sometimes you have to get out. However, completely unrelated, NVDL, you're kind of rangy and I like it all. So we have this base. I don't like what I just did there, but I really like this range. This 30.35 to about 30.45. So this is like 10 pennies. This is not significant. It is slightly negligible in terms of size, but I do think this is a nice little range. And if it holds up, I do want to get involved. And it's also moving sort of in tandem with the Qs, but also in its own little way. So the Qs have this nice big swoop to the upside here on this 5-minute candle. NVDL is kind of like, I'm here. We're hanging out. Good times. Also, shout out to Ahmed Anwala. Thank you so much for the AED $17.99 super chat. After FRI, or Friday, what am I saying? Hit long QQQ. So far, all good. Good luck, all. Nice. Yeah, I mean, congrats to you in that long Q. Like, I think if you got this at the bottom here, at that bottoming tail candle, getting that wick down to 414, you're $2 plus in the money. So shout out to you there, Ahmed. Thank you very much for the super chat. One thing shout out to Darwin for being green long-term and trading, but one thing I want to quickly look at as well. Nice, a lot of people mentioning NEO, and I forgot to give NEO some love. So let's see what's new with NEO.
And the ADRs are quite strong.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah, the ADR, like PDD is up like almost 6%, more than 6%.
That's a nice look. Yeah, this NEO, this is a classic stutter step to the upside here, bouncing off that 90 MA, which is a level that I do like. It'll be interesting to see if we kind of break above this 397 because we're certainly building here. I think it'd be nice if this one broke above with the viciousness, but of course we're gonna have to wait and see what it would like to give us. But I wanted to give a shout out to all the NEO people.
Yeah, and thank you. Great segue there, Dara, with NEO ADR. PDD is a rocket ship right now. It broke 121. Guys, we opened up at $113 today on Pinduo Duo. I don't even think they're using that Pinduo Duo moniker anymore. I think they're officially just PDD now. I'm not 100% sure. But look at this. Big move up. And then When you wanted to get a dip trade, it gave you the dip trade. It yelled, hey, I'm VWAP, buy me here. And this 117.50 area was absolute money for whoever had the courage to buy that. And now we are really hugging the upper Bollinger Band line. You can see that we're breaking through it and on volume. Look at the volume candles, support the move into that level. We talked about Bollingers last week and we said, keep your eye on the volume when you are close to the upper or the lower band. Typically that will mean something. And there it is. We are touching it right now. And so what I want to see, are we making higher highs on the RSI? Because we're making higher highs on the price action. Remember we talked about this? RSI price confluence or RSI price divergence. Right now, we are seeing a bit of a divergence come in. We had almost a 100 print here on the RSI at this big top that we put in around 1010. And then the new higher high came in at that 121 and a third. Alas, we do not have a higher high on the RSI. So I want to see, you know, are we losing steam in this ascent up? We're knocking on the door of 7%. I mean, this is not a small move here for Pinduoduo, especially if you've traded these Chinese ADRs during the day. You know they have a propensity to gap up in the pre and then sell off after the bell. At least that's been, you know, my observation of them as of late. You're not seeing that at all on this name. In fact, you're seeing it very strong during a weaker time of the day, which is this 1 o'clock, 12:30, whatever time of the day. So anyway, keeping my eye on PDD. I'm not inclined to punch long, obviously, at any of these levels. If I was to get long, it'll have to be a 120 defend or thereabouts. I do like that the initial high there at 119 and 2/3, 119.50. So if we do come down into that 120, 119.50 area, I'll be very interested to possibly take a defend long on that level. But it's far too extended for me to want to get long at, but very, very good looking chart. Now, some other people, Jay Lee, just before I go on to the others, Jay Lee says, in my humble opinion, this point is a short PDD. You're not wrong, Jay. I'm not trying to tell you you're wrong at all. I just need to see a bit more technicals for me to feel comfortable getting long. I don't want to try to guess where the top is. I need to see some topping tail candles, a move down below the oversold territory, something like that. It's got to give me something. But we'll wait and see what PDD is doing. Now, Pretty Panda also brought to my attention that weed is starting to go here. The marijuana names getting off the schneid a little bit, and it goes by the name of CGC Ram. And this bad boy is up actually on the day, despite the fact that most of the weed names are in negatory land. And where is positive land here for CGC? It's at $7.93, a bit of a curl up, and the reclaiming of the volume weighted average price, the breaking of the whole dollar. So keep your eye on CGC. Weed had a good week last week, but I don't see any headlines right now to warrant any interest in or renewed interest in the marijuana names. Obviously, we do know it is an election year. Marijuana can pop off any times. We haven't had any scheduled debates yet between any of the individuals running. We haven't even had vice presidential candidates be selected yet. But we recall last time what happened when Kamala Harris debated Mike Pence. Weed absolutely pumped the next day after she mentioned it in the debate. So entirely possible something along those lines can happen this time again. So keeping an eye on weed. What else we got? My God, that range on Apple is still in. But I think we are incrementally moving up here because we just got a closing print on AAPL at 165.72. So, you know, we're not breaking it by any great distance. I'm talking about that range on Apple that we had from 165.50 to 165.70, the better part of an hour and a quarter. But we may be coming out of that. We'll keep an eye on that Adara.
Yeah, so I had this little baby NVDL trade. I thought we were breaking down a little bit here. I like that 40s area. I took it short, risked about 10 pennies, got out. If we come back here, I'll go long. I'm still up on the day, still positive on NVDL. So we're gonna have to wait and see what happens. And again, just really trying not to trade on PNL, which is I find to be a little bit difficult. But if you see a trade you like, you want to take it. And I did think we kind of had that little curl to the downside. We had that chop and turn, so I liked it initially. Didn't work out. That's okay. That's over. We're all good. Next trade. Also, let me look back at these Qs here. Let's see what these are doing. Yeah, so this is it's not much for me here right now in the TQs, other than these kind of lower highs. NVDA about to go, says CG. So yeah, very happy I got out of NVDL where I did, if that is in fact the case. If we bounce off that 9 EMA though, I want all the smoke. I'm getting back in and along around basically where I went short at 40s. I like that long earlier. I did take that long at 40s earlier. I do like this 40s level. It was previous resistance, which then turned to support, which is then turned to kind of a range. So I have no qualms. Looks like NVDL is breaking to the upside here. So whew, nice little look. And yeah, go long in my opinion, says Jay Lee on NVIDIA. Yeah, I mean, I think I might have missed the opportunity to do so now. But yeah, if I see a dip buy opportunity here, I'm very much interested. So we're going to have to wait and see. I was more interested when it was kind of looking rangier. Now it looks like we're kind of having a breakout. So that's a little bit less my cup of tea. IBIT though, IBIT's been really interesting. And I didn't get involved right away because I like this bearish candle. I'm trying to get involved too. Then we have this, I like this bullish kind of candle here, this bottoming tail candle, then we get a topping tail candle, then we kind of continue to have this move to the upside. So I'm going to set an order here for 70s because I do think if we bounce off that, that would be a nice little look indeed. And I think we do have some support here at this area. These candles have given me the support I need to make sure that I'm comfortable taking this trade. I'm going to get out here around, we'll give this like 7 pennies. We'll give this to this bottom area because to me, this was such a strong area of support. If we break below that, I want no part of this trade. I want no scrubs. So we're going to have, that's my look right now for IBIT. Right now, Qs and NVIDIA trying to make a higher high here. What are other people looking at? Check out gold. It's tanking, says Surya. I don't know if you mean gold, Barrett Gold or GLD, but I'll check GLD first. Because I know sometimes I'll look at GLD and people will be like, oh, I meant Barrett Gold. But I'll look at GLD. At the gold 244. Yeah, definitely kind of stutter step to the downside here, rejecting off that 9 EMA, lower highs, lower lows. Let's take a look at gold, as in Barrett Gold now, GOLD on the NYSE and see what how that one's shaking out. Yeah, so this is a nice actually little look coming into previous support and failing previous support. It's a nice little short that gives you, if it was more than 10 pennies, I think it'd be a nicer range, but kind of breaking to the downside a little bit up here. Also, I'll take a look at, for Blaze Engelhardt, great name, let's take a look at Amazon and see if that trade is delivering, Express delivering a long or a short as of right now. Let's see what this stock's doing. Honestly, to me, this is kind of a pretty straight up upward trend. We had I was talking earlier about this really bamboozling little level we had here with these very bearish looking candles. Then we continue to move to the upside. And look, I was talking earlier about this. I'm really proud of myself. The 75.20, I said this could be an area. Look at these candles earlier and look where we form a support. Bang. 175.20. So sometimes you just want to give yourself a little bit of a pat in the back for noticing stuff, so shout out. This doesn't always happen when levels you call out work out. So or at least not for me. I am not Sean. I am not the sticky note. I'm not the king of sticky note nation over there. So I'm not always the best at levels, but I did like these candles, and it's always interesting when this stuff does come into fruition there. Resistance and support.
You did really well. Yeah, fantastic. We have a couple of traders napping a little bit there, Dara, and maybe, hello, Joshua. Hey, Joshua, wave to the people. Don't. Sorry, bro. You just can't nap around here and not me, to sit and throw you on. So shout out to Josh. All right, Apple's doing things here, Adair, and I'm not sure what is going on with AAPL, but it's on its way into 166, breaking that clear consolidation Adara Panera range that it had earlier between 165.70 and 165.50. And here we go. I think we just got a 90 print on that last little move up. Where do we find the top? Well, obviously, we have the 166 level. That is the whole dollar level there that we should be cognizant of. There was also this topping tail candle here for whatever reason came in at a quarter after noon and topped out right where we are now, 165.88 exactly, I believe. That was the print, 87, excuse me, was the print there. So I am cognizant of that level. Not sure exactly what to make of this move midday, but Apple putting in higher highs and higher lows right now. There's no question about that as it tries to defend that key area of daily resistance, $165. That takes us well back into the fall of last year, the last time we actually printed that level. That is, of course, until this past Friday. So I'm not sure why my earpiece is dying, guys. I connected it a couple times, so if you need me, just holler, because I probably won't be able to hear you. But anyway, we'll keep eyes on Apple because it is trending right now. While Softies consolidative, Meta consolidative, Amazon, you guessed it, consolidative as well. So is Google and Tesla at these levels, and Nvidia no different. They're all kind of sideways while Apple put in a few green candles to the north side there, but definitely finding resistance at that 165.88 that we just talked about. So we'll keep eyes on that. Let's flip to some small cap gappers and see what is popping off. If anything, AGBA looks fantastic. It has continued to look good all day. We wet our beak there for some profits on this one earlier, but this one is a rinse and repeat. So I talked to you about this earlier area of resistance initially at 220 and then flipped to support. And I said maybe fourth time, fifth time wasn't a charm. Well, no, they were. Okay, so this $2.20 area, despite the fact that we held up here initially from 12.05 to 12.20, we defended that level. We came back yet again at 12.45 and defended that level again. So that 12.20 is coming to play on AGBA. It's a cool 91.1% now in the good. And we could see $3 by the end of the day. AGBA is a former runner, guys. It does have these outsized days. Look at going back. You can just see that. So you know it's in its history. It's in its DNA to do what it's doing. In addition to that, it's been running now for 3 days in a row. Each day has been over 100 million shares of volume. Sure, it started off as 40 pennies, but it's well over $1 and has been now for a couple of trading days. So AGBA, keep your eye out on that if you are a small cap momentum trader. But equally, keep your eye on it if you are a small cap trader, but to the other side. So there used to be another trader on this floor. I'm pretty sure he's not gone. He's probably on a hiatus. He loved shorting these small cap gappers. As soon as one was running, he'd be in the short chat. I want 1,000 shares of this one short. And he did it really, really well. So it's not the only way to trade these to the long side. If you can get shorts, if you can get your hands on shorts, it could be a good trade, maybe day 4, day 5, once it's run out of steam. Okay, Adair, I'm going to have to digress from small caps and talk about the future, because here comes 17.3 again. So the last time we were up here was 12.15. We came into 17.296. Here we go again, breaking above pivots and knocking on the door of 17.3. Does the futures open this time? We'll see.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. I have to say I'm very proud of myself getting out of this short here. I risked like 6 pennies. We were giving this, I got it in 24s on the TQQs. We were risking the 31s. Why I got in? This is a clear area of resistance earlier. Initially, we do get in the short, and it does give us the move to the downside. I was watching here. I was waiting. I liked the idea. I had the risk management required, and I got out. So I just wanted to address that brief little trade. Right now, though, this looks like we might get filled in this NVDL. This is just going to be purely scalping, kind of breaking to the upside here. If we break below that 40s area, which was a clear trough, we're going to have to get out here. But I'm trying to take this a little bit to the upside on this NVDL. We're going to have to see if this is an NVDL or NVDW. We just got filled in NVDL. So nice look here. We're going to have to see. I don't love this little bearish candle that I entered in, I have to say. But I do like that we kind of have this rangy vibe here with NVDL, and this is the type of trade I'm comfortable with. Also, yeah, so I'm slightly red on the day now, thanks to the TQQs. But it's okay. I think we had did I have one positive? I had a couple positive trades in the TQQs. Yeah, there we go. So we did have some nice trades, just wasn't always perfect. But I have to say, I'm proud of my risk management with every one of these trades. Like we didn't lose more than 10 pennies, I think, maybe except for that one last trade there. But it's just really, I think, trying to get a better sense of that nice little, you want that nice little marriage between trusting your instincts and then also having levels you like and being comfortable getting involved when you like something, right? You have to be willing to get involved in the trade. You have to, or some people say lose money to make money. And Sean will also, talk about a scared trader is a deficient trader. So I am trying to be more confident, but also having those levels to back it up. So that was kind of what the trading was today, even though I am now positive with this NVDL. So we'll have to see how this works out. But the point I'm trying to make is I think I'd rather risk a little bit and have levels I'm confident with and be proud of myself for exiting the trades. So hopefully that made sense. That was a little bit roundabout, but we took our 12 pennies on NVDL, pleased as punch, just took that off that 9 EMA, which is again a level I really like, so good times. If it keeps ranging, I will continue to be interested, but right now it is 106. I guess I could move into.
I just want to show quickly
please
C
do.
Limited, and then we'll jump into the lesson. Guys, C Limited, it's been a good looking day, 8 1/3% on the name. Well, it got, so if you're wondering why it's up 8 1/3%, Morgan Stanley giving C Limited the nod with an overweight rating and a PT of $70, which implies a nice little upside from where we're currently trading, which is at $59.58. The reason I'm pointing it out now, even though it's off its highs, 61.80 HOD, we're printing 59.58, is we came into the volume weighted average price earlier, and by earlier I'm talking 12.10, 12.15, and it was a rejection at VWAP, not by a lot. We put in a higher low. We're right back at the volume weighted average price. This could be an interesting rejection or a range trade of sorts if we start using VWAP as the level of resistance that it's been acting as, and possibly that $59 area or thereabouts as a level of support. Keep your eye on C Limited. It's presenting opportunities. The volume is decent too. It's not exorbitant amounts of volume, but the volume is there to support the move up on the day. So I just want to mention that for anybody who's interested. This one getting the nod from Morgan Stanley. And as I talk about the nod, let me tell you about this nod. 166 came and went for AAPL. It is now up 2/3%, but that 17.3 on the what's it called, the NQ June contract, not breaking quite yet. We're there. We're at 17.299, 298. It's just a matter of whether we break and take this 300-point level. I looked over to the Katina man. And he's like, look, dude, you know, I'm feeling short. The only long I have right now is MARA, and I gotta agree. I mean, like with the whole move down, I mean, you don't have to be a charter market technician to look at this. This is a 15-minute look, and it's been down and to the right every single day. Why would I change my tune now? We'll keep an eye and see what is made of this level that we're currently at, 17.3. You guys know I care about these 100-point levels on the future.
Yeah, indeed. And I think, yeah, that's a really interesting area. Mara also, this dance that Mara is doing with this VWAP is really interesting, just breaking above it here. So shout out to Sean with that MARA trade, definitely doing that marathon to the upside. Looks like it's going to cross the finish line with VWAP over here. So nice look there. I've been, for my part of Bitcoin, I've been looking at IBIT. So I like this rejection of 37.80. The one thing that I don't like is higher lows and a flat top. I do not want to get short that. I have no intention of standing in front of that giant Bitcoin train. Choo, choo, choo. The headlights in front. I'm standing there like a deer in the headlights. That's like a horror movie. We don't want that happening, especially as we head into the lesson of the day. But IBIT, you're staying on my mind. And if I see a level I like, I have to say I'm a lot more confident, though, in the long. And I'm very upset I didn't punch into that with more aggression earlier. But that's okay. And that's why I don't want to go short, because it would feel a little bit too revenge trade for me. And I like my trades more avengeful than revengeful. So, just pulling up the lesson and not the PowerPoint. Good times. It's a Monday. Let's get the PowerPoint ready for our lesson du jour, which is going to be riding the bull flag and these bull flag breakouts. Day 1 of 5. I was going to say of many, but it will be 5 because it is a week. So let's talk about bull flags, because breakout buys can be a really popular strategy in general for capitalizing on stocks experiencing an uptrend, right? So this lesson will get a little bit more into the concept of using the bull flag pattern, which can signal price continuation. So what's a breakout buy? You've got a bull charging, it's running to the upside. There's all this energy, all this steam, you have all these green candles. That is the energy, the essence of a breakout buy. So you really want to enter this long position and buy into the trade as the price breaks decisively above a resistance level, because you say, hey, if we broke above this level, what other levels can we break? So you see that vigor, you want to get involved with the swiftness, the viciousness, and you want all the smoke. But how do you find the signal you're looking for? So the bull flag is going to be technical chart pattern, resembling a flag waving in the wind, so it'll form after a price increase, followed by a period of consolidation where the price will fluctuate within a specific range. And this consolidation creates a flag-like shape on the chart. So as you can see here, we have the flag pull. Yeah, I also, like you were saying, I don't really agree with where they started measuring this flag pull from. I'd probably do it like 550. Then you get up to about 7, and then you have this chop and churn. Now, we're going to talk about this in later in a couple of slides down, but you can actually use this flag pull measurement to look at the potential breakout. So if I see, hey, from 550 to 70, $5.50 to $7, that gives you $1.50. That means you could potentially try to look for a 150. You try to look to get $1.50 out of the trade, words. But yeah, so that's kind of one example here. Your flag pull, your flag, and then your look to break above it. So this is what the bull flag is going to tell you. You have your upward trend, so the initial price will suggest your underlying bullish sentiment. Then you'll have your consolidation, so the sideways movement, which will indicate a temporary pause before the potential consolidation. And last but not least, your breakout. So you particularly would like a breakout with increased trading volume. You're going to see that price decisively break above the upper trend line with your viciousness or swiftness or what have you of the flag, signaling a potential resumption, I love that word, of the uptrend. But when do you jump in? When do you add? When do you hop on and ride the bull flag to the upside? So there's a couple things you want to look at. Price action can be really key. You want to see a clear break above the upper trend line of the bull flag because that will signal a potential break in resistance. Also, a volume surge would be ideal as well. So as we were just saying, so everything's going to be a little bit stronger for that volume behind it. In general, you want confluence with multiple indicators, but if you do have volume behind your breakout, that's going to be a nice sign. It's not a fake out breakout. We'll discuss those dangerous little guys in a minute. But so if you have your volume surge, that can signify strong buying pressure behind the move. And so here's one example. This is a little bit too specific, but basically what you have is you have your move to the downside, then your breakout with very strong volume showing, hey, this trend is here to stay, and that rhymed, which I was not planning on. Also, let's get beyond the basics into some more specific areas here.
Bang.
So fake outs, we were just talking about these. We talk about these a lot because they're really prevalent in a lot of the market. But that's when you have a price that's teasing a breakout, like, oh, hey, I'm over here, come join. And then it falls back. So you want to be really cautious of these fake out breakouts and use confirmation techniques. Maybe you want to wait for a bullish candlestick pattern after the breakout. Maybe you want to see, again, some volume after the breakout. You want to make sure that this is not a fake out and that you have some impetus to enter the trade beyond the breakout.
Oh, I meant to hit the bag.
I like that. For a second, I was like, oh, Dollar Club apple.
Yeah, I know. Can you imagine?
That'd be amazing. But the apple's a dead one, so that might take.
I know.
Also, stop loss orders, right? So you want to set a stop loss to limit potential losses in case the price movement goes against what you're expecting. Risk management, always really key here. Goes hand in hand, in tandem with stop loss orders. Breakout buys do involve some risk, so you want to not allocate too much of your position or your capital, to taking these kinds of trades. Make sure you stick to your trading plan and don't take breakout trades you're not comfortable with. Profit taking, also really key in planning your profit. We talked about the flag pull earlier, so the link to the flag pull can, at times, of course, not always, give you a sense or an indication of how much profit potential you could have from this trade. Or from the ensuing breakout. So that could give you a sense of where to set profit targets. So maybe you think, hey, for that one example of the flag pull going from $5.50 to $7, you might not want to give yourself a whole $1.50, but you might start piecing out and save a piece for the dream for that $1.50 winner, right? So you can join that $1.50 club. So that's just one example of using the flag pull to guide, not necessarily rule, but guide profit taking. There you go. And some bonus tips as well. Well, breakouts are usually associated with long positions. You can also talk about breakdowns if you have a bear flag or a break below support, because that could be a bit of a bearish signal and that could be an opportunity to get involved in a short. But always, of course, we always say this every lesson, remember risk. Don't go chasing waterfalls. Don't chase. See movements you like and try to get involved in waterfalls. Stick to the patterns and the trends that you're used to. Then I'm going to stop there. But yeah, so make sure that you're not going outside your comfort zone. If you see a setup you like, of course, get involved, but make sure that you have your risk management in check.
Sounds good. Thank you very much for that, Adara. Succinct and awesome as always. All right. I just want to shout out Manuel Palma because UAL has been having a good little while here. United Airlines got the nod last week, and you can see that the 5-minute look here is awfully strong on UAL. Since earnings, guys, they did report earnings last week, and here it is. So since the earnings day, the earnings low there, to where we're currently trading at, we're up 24% on UAL since earnings. I mean, look, we always joke around here, how does a billionaire become a millionaire? How does a billionaire become a millionaire? I know you're going, but I want to.
Why? I don't know.
How does a billionaire become a millionaire?
A B.
No, what? It's too easy. You invest in an airline.
Oh,
right?
I
It's
see.
just an unmitigated disaster. Well, lately, anyway, they've been. You can go.
Oh, yeah,
I know you had your thing to do.
Sure.
Sorry to hold you up.
No, I didn't hear that joke.
All good. Yeah, so this has been, a really good look here for UAL for the last few days, even Friday. I mean, when everything else was tanking, UAL had a nice move up. So that continues today, 53 2/3 HOD on UAL at the moment. Kind of, I don't want to say losing steam, but it's definitely not touching the upper Bollinger Band in the way that it was all morning, right? So you can kind of glean from that what you can. Also, keep your eye on the RSI as well. If that one starts pointing down, it could be interesting. Right now, the RSI is still pointing higher and printing higher highs. So no RSI price divergence right now on UAL. Thank you, Manuel Palma, for pointing that out. I didn't have eyes on it today. In fact, I didn't look at any of the airlines. Shout out to you. That wasn't the only one that was moving here, though. I want to call out a couple of other ones. PDD, I mentioned this one earlier. It's continuing to go. So PDD has still not given up the ghost at day's high right now, 121.60. And you've got multiple closes now above the upper Bollinger Band. I mean, I don't know if this is accurate, but my observation when there is like these repeat closings above the upper Bollinger Band is that this is extra bullish, and I should be keeping my eye on this for a good entry. Now, initially what I wanted was that 120. I said to myself, okay, so that was the local area of resistance. We topped up into 120. We retraced back into 118, hold VWAP. There's going to be a time where it probably comes to test 120, at least intraday. Not yet. It's not yet at all. So we're very much near highs than we are anywhere closer to these retracement levels on PDD. Just wanted to mention that. Now, I wet my beak on some profits on AAPL. We're long 166.05 for the defend of the whole dollar level, but I got to tell you, this perfunctory break of 17.3 is not putting my mind at ease at all. We kind of moved up a little bit on that 17.3 break and take, but it's not by enough a distance to say to myself, okay, yeah, it looks like we're going to hold 17.3 here as a level of support, not by a long shot. So any move down here, I'm going to look to get out of AAPL, especially if it doesn't hold up that 166 level. Mahmoud Sharif, a billionaire became a millionaire by getting married and going through a divorce. Yeah, I know exactly who you're talking about. But we are not going to discuss that on this show, as it is too polarizing. But I do know exactly what you mean and who you're referring to, Mahmoud. So shout out to you. Yeah, a lot of people saying that as well. Okay, guys, come on. Let's leave that one alone. Day Trader Cut says buy UAL shares. No. That's not what I said. That's not what I said. We never give buy triggers or financial advice on this show. Day Trader Cut, you've been around long enough to know that. I'm basically making an observation as to the chart on UAL today. And over the last few days, I've been showing you that it's been nice little pump up. Whether you feel it is a good investment or not is going to be entirely up to you. I don't give you advice, right? So I just wanted to point that out super quick. People saying NVIDIA 800, NVIDIA about to boom. I see you guys. I agree. NVIDIA just broke that local high that we had there, and it was a bit of a top for not obviously on the day, but for the morning, or you can say early afternoon. I'm talking about that 789 level. It wasn't even 790. It was coming to 788. That was pivot points. We had multiple rejections off pivots, and now we're coming to 790, 789 in a bit. We're definitely putting in higher lows. That's very easy to observe, but this flat top is in question at the moment. So whether or not we break above and close above this level, we'll have to wait and see. But if you're looking for that break and take, one of your profit targets could be around this 769 1/3. That is HOD on the day. Could also be targeting 800. I think that that's completely within the realm of possibility on NVIDIA. This can move 10 bucks in a heartbeat. Not saying it's going to move, but yeah, just keep your eye out on that. It looks like Apple is going to break below 166 at the moment. So if it drops 10 pennies, oh, I'm already out. So this one already got me out of that level. Happy about that, profitable on AAPL, but it does break below 166, and that's making me question whether we're going to hold up 17.3 here on the future. So yeah, watching, because we're at VWAP on a lot of names. We're at VWAP on Meta. We're at VWAP on Softy. We're at VWAP on Amazon. Yeah, we're not VWAP on anything else. Why is that important? Because if we reject 17.3 here and we're at the volume weighted average price on all these bad boys, we could look for a possible short. We know we have resistance on Meta at 482. We rejected earlier on MET at that level. But the only thing kind of giving me the other side of the coin is that these higher lows. These higher lows have been in place essentially since 11 o'clock onwards. So we'll have to wait and see. It looks like the market may hold 17.3 here. There goes 790 on NVDA. So yeah, everything looks like it's turning around here, unless its name is AAPL. Google near highs. We'll continue to watch for some of these. I don't want to weasel my way into one of these trades here if the future is going to hold on to 17.3. So good luck there, guys. We'll see what the rest of the afternoon brings.
But I guess it's kind of apt that AAPL isn't doing what its friends are doing, because we do call it the dead one for a reason. So that little bit of a shake and bake there, to use an Obiism. But yeah, I am involved. Oh, look at Randy with the glasses and the Superman shirt.
What's going on over there, Randy? What do you see? Is that a Model 2? Do you see the Model 2? Oh, okay. That's okay.
But yeah, shout out to Randy. Hello, Randy. Right now, though, I am in this Tesla short long. TSLL long. Tesla long. Right now, it's not Bessel, and it's also not a Messel. We're basically just flat, more or less. Also, we did get short IBIT, so that kicked in. Thank you, Position Board, for letting me know. See, I got involved in this because I was waiting, like I said, for that confirmation that we were going to have the turn to the downside. Now I'm looking at this and I'm like, it looks like you got involved in something that still could flat top break. We're keeping this extremely tight risk management wise. If we break above 37.90s, I'm getting out, because to me that is the clear top. So we're going to be cautious. I like this TSLL long better though, and I like that because we have had this kind of rangy look. We know I like a range. Bottom around this 516, top here around this 523. I like this. If we break, I'm giving myself like a couple pennies on this. If we break below 517, I'm getting out. I just stab myself with my nail there, so good times. But yeah, I think this could be an interesting look for Tesla. Basically flat right now in both of my trades, and happy to be able to take them. And yeah, this has been an interesting trading day so far. I did stumble a little bit with my TQQs, but I'm still happy I was trying to trade those, and we had some positive trades in them as well, right? So, c'est la vie, potato, potato. Right now, there's NVDL trying to break to the upside. I'll show NVDA for, yeah, okay. NVIDIA is nice. Both of them, though, I want to see what we do. On NVIDIA, it's going to be that 795. To me, this is the acme. Well, it is literally the acme on the day. The highest point of the day that I'm seeing here in NVDA. We need to break above that 796 with the viciousness. And if we do, I think things can get really spicy for NVIDIA. Definitely bouncing off this 9 EMA area. And I thought at one point, I was like, oh, maybe this could be a short here. We're curling down. Happy I got out when I did, because wow, this is definitely a spicy little look to the upside, whether you're looking at NVDA, NVDL, or any long NVIDIA derivative. This is a very nice look for them. I see you're also looking at the Cybertruck.
I am.
Yeah.
I am, to be honest with you, because interesting look here. I don't know if you notice this, but a range is starting to manifest itself. I know. I say range and she looks over right away. On TSLA, some local highs here at the 142.75-ish, 142.80-ish. So I'll be looking to get short, defend that level, and I'll have a stop on the other side of 143. So if it does take the whole dollar level, I'll be gonzino. So we'll see exactly what happens there on TSLA. Still negative, though, on the day. 3+% in negatory land. Long AAPL, 165.94. We're trying to break above 166 here already. Took some profits there on the dip. Now, what caused me to get into this? A couple reasons. One, the futures continuing ahead above 17.3, and Apple retraced. And then I liked this level. Do we remember this level that came in randomly, 12.15? So using this 165, 80, 89-ish, 88-ish as a level of support. And also, it held right at the 10 period. And we've been talking about the superficial retracements come into the 10, the deeper, more, like profound, not profound, wrong word, retracements come into the 20. The deeper retracements come into that's been my observation. So Apple nicely in the money on this one. Let's see if we can make it near highs. 166.23 basically thereabouts, is the HOD on AAPL. nicely in the money, about 15 pennies in the money on Apple right now. Let's see if we can move up closer to those highs. 17.3 looks like it's in the bag now. I don't want to say that because I'm probably going to jinx it. But the fact of the matter is we've cleared 17.3 now by some decent pointages here. And that is about 26 points. We got into 17.326 right now on this last candle. HOD takes us into that 950 time slot. I guess that's the IB high. Shout out to Dan the Man Emmons. 17.331.5 is the high of the day on the NQ. So we could be encountering resistance awfully soon, like less than 5 points soon here as we're breaking through 25s right now, because we have this high of day with which to contend. If there are sellers on the other side of that, then I guess we'll experience a momentary dip in the future, and maybe some of these Mag 7 names as well. Google is at day's high. It just printed a new high of day. Google looked to be the standout name ever since that V-shaped retracement off 154. It is now at 156.78 HOD, breaking well above this 156.50 crest, which was the implied balance high there. And we broke that with some degree of viciousness, as Adair likes to say. But that wasn't before we used it as a top. So look at all the topping tail candles that came into that general vicinity of 156.50. There were a couple of them. And then finally you got the candle that broke the downward trend to the high side there on goggles. Meta above VWAP right now. Amazon above VWAP. Softy above VWAP. Well, Tesla's been above VWAP. So the Mag 7 names now, we were talking about this earlier, they were all below the volume weighted average price. They are now all above the volume weighted average price. What we do with that information, we'll have to wait and see. We're nicely in the money, 20 pennies now on AAPL. The dead one's waking up a little bit here, Daryl.
I like that. Yeah, so it's the zombie one, the zombified one. Yeah, this TSLA is a little bit frustrating.
Pamp it.
Pamp it, indeed. I think, I don't like this lower high we had. I have no reason to leave, though, so we're going to stay in this trade for now, this TSLA. Like I said, I'm giving it 2 pennies of risk, so I'm keeping this very, very much to be at the tighter trade. Also, someone was asking, why are you trading TSLA and TSLA? And that's because I'm live now. So I'm trying to take names. I'm trying to be a little bit more cautious, and also with these, I can take slightly larger positions, or I feel more emboldened to take slightly larger positions. However, I will say I took way too small of a position on this TSLL. It's like enough that I have a little bit of wiggle room, but I really should have taken a little bit more. But that's something I can learn from, look at, and be like, hey, Adara, next time, take more. So that's all good. Always here to learn, and I feel like that's one of the best parts of trading in general is just being able to kind of learn every day. The markets are always going to give you something a little bit different. And it's kind of like, Forrest Gump with that life's like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're going to get. And I think the markets are much like a box of chocolate.
I can watch that movie like 20 times. And
Yeah,
it still doesn't bother me. I enjoy it. And it's like kind of like The Godfather. You pick up something different, like a nuance every time.
The Godfather is great for that.
That's
a good point. That's a really good point.
Yeah. The Godfather is. We always use it here with the emotion thing. Shout out to Jay Lee mentioning that Nat Gas is doing things on the day. Let's have a look here at what UNG is doing. I know Jay Lee likes Boyle. He likes that triple leverage stuff. Shout out to Jay Lee there. So UNG on the day. What do we got here? Let me just load up my watch list for Nat Gas and see what's popping off. So okay, so UNG's up 1 3/4, but it's Boyle here that's doing the biggest damage. 4.5% for the triple levered ProShares Ultra Bloomberg. That's what Boyle is, I guess, hence the B. All right, let's put in the ticker for Boyle. Look, I mean, you saw the NOS boss talk about Nat Gas, and he was going to do a bit of an ARB trade there in Nat Gas before he went on pat leave. But I got to tell you, I mean, I got burned for $1 a share on UNG, and unless I see some sort of discernible uptrend to the upside, I'm not trying to guess bottoms on Nat Gas anymore. That's a fool's game, and they call it the Widowmaker for a reason, right? It doesn't just get that name willy-nilly. So look, how do you weasel into this? A possible 14 hold, Jay. There was a dip trade here at the volume weighted average price, but other than that, you've just had to get it in on a 10-period retracement. That's the 10 EMA here is the trick, I think. If you're getting it off the green, solid line, that's been the best place for me to get, other than this VWAP dip that you could have had earlier. Otherwise, I'll steer clear of this monster. Look at Apple heading to the high side. New high of days on AAPL as the dead one decides to wake up on the day. It's coming into that pre-market top that we put in, and that's at 166.40. That took place at 8:40 a.m. on much lesser volume. We're about 3 pennies away from that right now as Apple wants to go 1% green on the day. Oh my goodness, 0.87 to the high side. The future's pamping. Apple's up, Meta's on the way up, Amazon is on the way up, Google has been on the way up, and it looks like NVIDIA may touch 800 today, or at least make its way into that local top that we had earlier. That was the IB high. $796.39 is technically the high on the day. Be careful here. Waiting maybe for 800 to come in and completely negating this previous area high. This is the IB high. 796.5 essentially, okay? So look for a break and take of that, and then maybe, that 800 will be a bit more smooth, but I'm keeping my eye on this area here of resistance on NVIDIA. I know that we have okay, by the way, I just want to point this out for the newer viewers. You don't have to trade NVDA. You don't have to pony up $800 a share. There are ways to trade this other than using options, obviously. NVDL, NVDS, and NVDX, all equity derivatives of the NVDA ticker, so you can trade that as well, Adair.
Yeah, thank you for going over that. I trade the NVDL, and NVDL definitely gave you some spicy opportunities right now. Also giving you spicy opportunities is thank you everybody pointing out this Bitcoin move to the upside. Yeah, this IBIT. Whew. Thank gosh I was out of this short. I was like, I initially was like, you know what, we did have that rejection. Then I was like, Adara, this could be, we have these higher lows, this could be a flat top break. So I got out, lost a couple pennies on that, and thank gosh I only lost a couple pennies. Look at this move back up here. If we see a clear bounce at this 37.90s area, I've been eyeing 37.90s on IBIT all day. So if we bounce off that, and I don't want to see anything other than 37.90. That is my level. I think 37.93s, I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. But I'm not getting involved like 38s or anything. You know what I mean? I need to see a bounce that I like, and I'm not getting involved until I see that trampoline-like action off that level. Also, this TSLA, I added to this position. This was a planned add. Like I mentioned this earlier, I think as well. I wanted a few more shares. I wanted some more spice. Took out, how much of the position did I take out? It took like, I'm trying to math this out, 3/5 of the position. So I still have a cool 40%. Yes, I like to do exact math for my trades, good times. But let's see what we do here. I'm happy with where we got in on this. I like, this kind of range action, and I'm okay continuing to add and subtract from this trade. I was gonna give this 2 pennies. We touched 517 and then we bounced right back up. So I was happy with this. The grand goal for this is gonna be if we get to 520, what is this, 523s, 524s, I'd be pleased as punch. I'm not getting out of the rest of this right now. I have no reason to leave, but I did want to take some profit here. So happy with how that went. IBIT trying to entice me to get involved. So I might get a bit of IBIT if we get that area I want, specifically that 95-ish bounce. Q is really strong here, continuing to the upside. I've been looking at the TQQs, and I've just, my instincts on this have not been super good. However, I have been proud of my instincts to just get out of the trade when it's not going well. So I think, sometimes you have to take different lessons. Even if your lesson isn't, oh, I had this great trade, I made this profit. It's, hey, I realized I had to get out here, and I did, and I was able to minimize the damage done. So that's what I learned from these TQQs trades. Although we did have this one profitable one earlier that I was really proud of off that previous resistance, flipping to support. Previous resistance flipping to support and then taking out at that earlier resistance level. So just basically, I guess the fancy term for that is range. It was just a range that I liked. But yeah, I think really just trying to learn to make sure you're getting involved in trades you like. And if you see something you don't like, just get out, get involved. Or stop getting involved if that's not what you want. Also, someone mentioned Boeing earlier, so I do not remember who it was in the chat. But yeah, Boeing is going. This is a nice look here. Higher lows. Higher highs. These couple little VWAP bounces and then shoop to the upside. It gets off the ground there, continuing to fly there. Not very much turbulence either on its flight to the upside, unlike, unfortunately, real Boeing planes right now. But we did have that 170.40 area. That was a little bit of a temporary break. We bounced off. I'm really sorry. I felt badly saying it. Thank you. We bounce off that 170.40 after a little bit of turbulence. We bounce off that 9 EMA, continue to the upside. We have maybe a little bit of a bearish candle forming here. As Sharif says, do not look for just one bearish candle. See what else is in store. Don't make your trades based on one candle. That being said, if we bounce off this 170.80, to me, that was a double top early. Not just to me, it was a double top earlier. So I want to see what we do here on this bowing and see if it keeps going. It's got about 25 pennies to get to that level and then bounce to see what happens here. Yeah, there we go. That's the Boeing. Sorry for that morbid Boeing.
Hey, it's apt. I mean, it is morbid, obviously. I gotta tell you, man, like I'm actually worried a little bit now when I get on airplanes. I'm not gonna lie. Like I never had that issue, but now you just can't help forget the headlines. I mean, the headlines are tattooed in my mind, right? That's the way it is. Our guys, we got aggressively here into some key levels on a lot of names. I'm talking about U400 on Softy. I'm talking about 177 on Amazon. And I'm talking about 157 on goggles. We didn't get to 800 on NVDA. We put a bit of a topping tail doji candle there in the 795 area. But this is really interesting. I was actually going to punch short and Amazon 177. I said, Sharif, why are you getting short at this level? Is the only thing that you like the fact that it's at the whole dollar level? And then I wasn't able to see this area in the pre. And that area in the pre right there shows you that 177 was a local consolidation area top. So I could have scalped like at least 20, if not more pennies off it. What's your profit target if you're getting off at 177? You're getting in at 177. I would say set your beak wetter for 176.50 to see, number one, do we bounce off the 10-period moving average, because we've been talking about that holding up, or 176.25, because that's where the volume weighted average price is. So that's all predicated on 177 rejecting on AMZN. Yeah, 790 coming back down here on NVDA after making a new high of day of 796.39. We'll also keep eyes on Softy. This 400 level should be a lot more important to me than it is. And look the accumulation. The accumulation took place near the closing print on Softy, which was at 399 area. That's why I didn't have eyes on 400. We were rejecting off the closing print from Friday. That's the white thin line here, horizontal line. All the wicks into it earlier on in the afternoon were rejecting, and then we put in higher lows for that 400 break and take. Right now at $410, do we hold 400, or is this just gonna be a perfunctory break of that level and then come right back down? Apple doesn't know that any of these ones are retracing. It continues to print higher highs on the day. AAPL, high a day, 166.61 right now. It's broken all the pre-market levels, so there's nothing for us to chart as resistance from today. However, going back to the Friday print, there is the opening print on Friday, 166.75. We are 10 pennies away from that right now. We printed another high of day there on AAPL 66s. So we'll see if we get into that 166.75 and find some resistance there. But looks like Apple independently strong on the day. It looks like here, doing its own thing. We know that 165 level is a level of support on the daily, and the fact that it's on the daily gives it more credence in my book. Also, Tesla, not to be outdone here, 143 looks like a flat top breakout looking to happen. We've been ranging in between the volume weighted average price. It looks like it's been more the 50 period. So we've been having higher lows come in here on TSLA with that 143 acting as a local top. So that could be an interesting area I would be more inclined to take a dip trade rather than take the 143 breakout trade. So maybe sit at 142.50, 142.25, look to get filled at a better cost basis, and then we'll look for a 143 take. But it looks like it's going to take 143 here as Tesla waking up a little bit. And these higher lows are quite telling, even though the flat top is still in play, the higher lows are definitely there on TSLA Adara.
Yeah, I'm happy. I still kept, and I know this is hyper specific, but I'm still happy I kept 40% of my TSLA trade in. I took out 60%. Happy with that. Pleased as punch. I am going to watch what we do at 26s, 526, because that was that area we had these wicks, 2 wicks into, then we went to the downside, right? So if we hold 26, if we break above 26 with a business, I'll stay in. If we cannot break 26, I'm getting out. So that's what's happening there. That is the story, and I am sticking to it for TSLL. So I was a skosh of a hypocrite with IBIT. I know I said I'm not getting IBIT until we get below 37. I don't know what voice I'm doing there. 37.90s. That's what I want. But then it was like Adara. Sometimes, you can't always get what you want. Shout out to that song. And you can't always get what you want. I'm sorry, I sang a lot today. I'm gonna stop singing, but I do like this 38 area because I was like, we do have this kind of hold that we're having. I like it. We are holding it, and then I can use this 37.95 as my out. So we're risking about 37.93. So we're risking like 7-8 pennies. I'm okay with that. I would really love to see us break above this 31.80 with the viciousness. And what I'm seeing on Bitcoin is pretty similar to what I'm seeing on IBIT. So I'm really happy I took a bit of IBIT here at this level. Happy I stayed in TSLL. And honestly, again, this is one thing I'm definitely learning and this is why I'm trying not to trade with my P&L so much, because if you see something you like, just get into it. I know I say this so many times. I've said this an umpteen amount of times today, but it is one thing that I still think is just a proof that, sure, trades can go against you, but if they go well, then you can be proud of yourself because you saw a level you liked and you got involved. I was never going to get my 37.90, so I'm really happy I didn't sit around twiddling my thumbs and waiting for it. So pleased as punch with that. We're going to have to see if it continues to stay pleasing as punch, but right now I like the IBIT, and I'm willing to stay in this one for a bit and see what it gives me there. NVIDIA, I know Jaylee, shout out to Jaylee for mentioning NVIDIA or NVDL. I want to see what we do here at 30.80 because that level, a little bit of chop and turn earlier, that was also going to be my potential out for one of these longs at some point that I was in this trade, but it's all good. I like it because it would be a bounce off the 90 MA at the same time it's bouncing off that previous area of chop and turn. That is what I want to see, and if I can get involved in it, that'd be awesome as well. But right now I am managing my 2 trades, babysitting Tesla and IBIT and waiting to see what happens. But NVDL, if you want me to join, just give me a call. Give me a little wave. Give me that little bounce off that 30.80, and I'll be right over. How are you? Who are your short
I
Tesla?
got into, because I had a resting order and I just found this out. This is the second time it's happened to me today, dear. So
Tesla both times too.
Yeah, so look, I may not like this trade for much longer. It really depends on what it does. This is the range we're playing here on TSLA. We were talking about this area being an area of resistance on Tesla, but if it breaks it, that's it. I mean, that's the fact of the matter. We'll have to trade what the market gives us. We're short at 75s. It's printing 79s right now, so it's definitely not going in our way. But we are topping out a little bit here on the future. So this Tesla is going here. If it breaks, I'm going to have to give this a few more pennies. If it breaks above 90, well, then that'll be the end of my trade there. And it looks like it will be the end of my trade here as Tesla is on the way up. Here comes 143 on TSLA. Maybe we'll look for the $1 rejection here on Tesla. Yeah, I'm just keeping an eye, seeing if it is finding some resistance around here or what it is doing. But yeah, the whole idea was to play this range on Tesla and not really to dance with the whole dollar level, but it was so close to the whole dollar level. We should have been taking that into consideration. So yeah, I'm just gonna wait a little bit longer. We lost about 15 pennies on that last Tesla trade, as it does make its way up now into 143. So looks like Tesla is breaking out of the range here. So we'll keep eyes on that. Good move here for Tesla into that 143 area. What is everybody else talking about? Yeah, I saw that, Shim King. I mentioned that to Adara earlier, which was Rivian is up in the face of very weak EVs. 1 2/3% RIVN knocking the door of it's above 8 3/4 right now. Not one that I'm going to trade on the day, but definitely good to know. It's a counter trend trade because all the EVs are negative. So interesting look on Rivian. Yeah, interesting. Thinking maybe I should try to get short again here on Tesla and give it to the whole dollar. But I'm unsure as to what I want to do. I'm gonna think about it a little bit and send it to you.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I did get out of my, well, it's not my Cybertruck because I'm TSLL, so it's my Model 2, if they make it. I got out because I didn't like we had some candles in the queues I didn't love, and one thing I'm trying to pay attention to a bit more, and shout out to Kyle Burdett, who's mentioned this, shout out to Sean, who's mentioned this to me as well. Like, you always want to see what the futures are doing sometimes in these trades, and look at these little candles just chilling out. I don't really like these candles. Those are not my favorite type of candles. Looks like we are breaking up, so I could have probably stayed in, but C'est la vie, had to do what I had to do. Took about 6 pennies with the remaining 40% of that trade, so please just punch on that. I'm in this IBIT still. IBIT, I want to see a bit more movement on you, IBIT. Although I do agree, Jay Walker saying I'm thinking long IBIT. I'm also thinking long IBIT, but I want to see a little bit more oomph. I want to see a little bit more pedal to the metal on this, or I'll have to get out, or I won't have to get out, but I'll choose to get out with 10 pennies in the money. We used to joke about the 10-cent club or the dime club, and I'm okay with doing the dance with the dime club, but I'm going to give IBIT another chance. I have no reason to leave yet, so we're gonna give this. Ooh, yes, I'll give it one more chance. Shout out to the. I'm saying that really poorly, but that is Jackson 5. And right now we're trying to give this 10 pennies. So we'll have to see what happens here with IBIT. I'm risking 10 pennies, so I'm cool or I'm risking like 7, 8 pennies, so I'm cool making 10 pennies on this. And I'll scalp out if I need to. Gap to the upside on Riot, says the incredible Mr. Lib. I like that name. Let's look at Riot. Oh my gosh, Riot's up 19%. Wow. Wow, I am playing the wrong crypto-related name here. No, I'm joking. I like the look on, for myself, I like the look on IBIT, but wow, this Riot double bounce off VWAP, swoop to the upside, couple little pauses there on that 9 EMA. But yeah, this one, if you were in a long, I'm sure you were having a riotous party. This is definitely a riotous occasion for you, because this is a very nice move to the upside on Riot. You had a couple little resistance areas, couple little support areas, but once you surpassed them it was a pretty nice smooth sailing to the upside there on our IoT, and you are short the Cybertruck.
Yeah, I'm trying my hand again at this level. We'll get out if it breaks a whole dollar level. So I've already put some profit takers there. We'll see exactly what we get. But let me tell you what is not turning around in terms of price. It goes by the ticker AAPL, man. This thing is just on the way up. New high of day now for Apple, 166.79. It keeps heading to the upside here. Could we see 168 on the day? I mean, we're up over 1% now on AAPL. 167 coming in. Where was what was this? This is the pre-market high. On Friday, 160, no, that's not the pre-market high. This is the pre-market high, but that's like at 6 a.m., dude. Can't really base it off that. 167.25, I guess, maybe, is the level I could be looking at here for a level of resistance on AAPL. But yeah, just another high a day, keeps going here on its way up. Good, nice recovery there for Apple. Just wet my beak on some profits now on this Tesla short, and down it goes. Please just punch about this trade here on Tesla. That was the range we wanted to play. So let me tell you, honestly, we just make up for this L that we had over here. So nothing super profitable on the name, but I'm happy I stuck with it, and it heads right back down again. So nice short there on TSLA, while everything else heads to the high side. So Tesla is showing you its propensity to kind of march to the beat of its own drum, as the future is at day's highs. We could now realistically see 17.4 because we are at high of day 17.372. So well closer to the 100-point level at 400 than 300. Good recovery for the future today, up over 1% on the NQ. The NQ and the ES are identical, both up 1.11%. The Dow just lagging a bit, 0.99, essentially 1% to the good, and the Russell leading the way today, 1 1/3 in the good goes the Russ. New high day for Apple as we continue to watch that, and Tesla comes right back into that mid-50s area yet again. What is on the way up, though, is NVDA coming right back into high a day, 796.39. Here comes 795 and change. Shout out to Adara. I know she had that NVDL trade. Shout out to her. But the future is just at a new high a day right now, 82s instead of 72s now, awfully close to 17.4. Good recovery, because we were talking about 17,000 hold, especially when we woke up, when we came in this morning and saw where the future was printing. Anybody who watched that big move down too, the lows there that we made at 11:15, just right at the start of the show, 148, excuse me. And we're almost at 17.4. So good recovery on the futures today. We'll see what we get here. I was about to think possibly short 400 on Softy. Thankfully, I didn't do that. It's about $1 clear of that level now as it also finds its footing here on the future. But I think we have like 10 minutes left, so we can kind of slow things down a little bit. I did get to watch some interesting stuff this weekend.
Please tell me.
The most interesting was the fight Friday night. Ryan Garcia versus Devin Haney. And it was a very interesting fight because Garcia had been acting super erratic. So you can kind of tell his promoters were telling him to do that so he can create hype for the fight, right? Because he was just acting like he was 10 ways to Sunday. You know what I mean? Like, yeah. It was out of there. And then he even, in the press conference after, he's like, guys, you really thought I was crazy, right? Like, you guys know that I was just doing this for a while. But anyway, the fact of the matter is Ryan Garcia's left hook is the real deal. If he catches you with that left hook and you're in his weight class, you're going down. The only issue, though, he needs to find more weapons. We need that right hand. We need that jab, right? You need to be able to diversify a little bit if you're going to beat someone along the level of Tank, which you lost to, obviously. But Devin Haney got put in his place. And a lot of people saying the referee really gave Devin Haney an unfair advantage. He was breaking up the clinches too quickly. He kept warning Ryan, but not warning Devin. So a lot of people were saying that, you know, it could have been more one-sided than it was, but it was a hell of a fight. Katina, man, did you watch Garcia Haney? No. You saw the highlights and stuff after? Neil, did you watch? Neil didn't watch. But yeah, my boxing fans out there, one of my favorite fights that I've seen lately too, and I've always been a fan of Ryan Garcia ever since he was with that Gymshark thing. He's basically like, he made his name through Instagram.
I did not know that.
Yeah, that's how he
really
got
cool.
famous. Yeah,
That's
which
really
is kind of an unusual path for a lot of boxers. Right?
Yeah, you don't see that a lot. With,
No.
That's cool. That sounds like a good fight.
Look what Stan said.
No, I just don't know. I know nothing about fights, so I'm good with what.
Yeah,
I
you're
like
usually
listening.
pretty. You're pretty good at listening.
No, and I think what's interesting too is that he won. That Ryan Garcia won, even though the ref was biased against him.
Yeah, well, that's the thing.
That's an underdog story.
It wasn't a very clear-cut victory. It was a majority decision, meaning that one person had it a draw and the other two had it in favor of Ryan.
That's spicy.
Right, yeah, it is a bit spicy. The market just absolutely rocketed up. So we were talking about 17.4. Forget about that. 17.407 now, high a day. Now it's just whether we claim the break and take of 17.4. About 8 minutes left. What do you think we end up here? We end up above 17.4 or below?
Let me see it. All
right.
So what's the equivalent of that on the Qs?
The Qs. Oh, good question. Yeah, it's kind of hard
Sorry,
to
I'm
tell
just
a
trying to
little bit.
figure it out.
Yeah, good question.
'cause
Good question. I don't know, actually.
Yeah, I mean, I think, I'll put it this way. Right now I'm on the Qs. I think we're going to have to wait and see. I think, honestly, to me, I don't want to say blue sky setup because it's not blue sky setup in terms of overall, but I think it is a really nice look here. We did have a couple little pauses, but in general, since 12:45, this is the 5-minute chart, we've had 2 red candles. This is the 5-minute. That's a lot of green candles. So to me, I would say the bullishness, by and large, outweighs any potential bearishness happening right here on the Qs. So I know levels are usually better for these futures, but I think that's going to be my take. Is just from a candle basis, like wow.
Yeah,
wow.
big move.
Ooh, and look at how small these red candles are. Like 2 disproportionately small red candles in a sea of green. So this is, to me, a very nice look. Also, congrats on your Tesla trade there.
Thank you. Yeah, I got out of Dodge
earlier. But the timing of that was excellent.
Got out of Dodge at Dara before Tesla created a lot of stress for me. But quite frankly, I got to tell you, this is why we wait for these levels to resolve. And sometimes, we don't have the best prices because of things like that. You're not sure exactly if the market's going to turn around at key areas of resistance. This is the area that we're talking about. Earlier, we kind of range at that area and then we really skyrocket. So I think we're going to have a nice little recovery here. Man, the market, anytime you feed it bad news, no interest rate cuts in 2024, we sell off 1,000 points and then the next day we're pumping right back up again. So 167 got cleared and taken here by AAPL. 167.26, 143 is now a defensible level on Tesla. We'll still have to wait for for 178 on Amazon, but 485 got taken as well on Meta, and 400, that was an interesting break and take for Softy there, because we weren't sure exactly how that was going to resolve. They put in a bit of a doji candle, then a red candle following that, but then boom, you bought that 400, $1.50 in the money as quickly as you could have said that. And Google goggles, HOD, 157.17. It's at high a day right now. And the monster of them all. Be careful with this one though, because it's not clearing levels. We're at that pre-market high right now, 796.88. That takes us all the way back into that IB high at 950. We'll continue to see there. Let's just flip quickly to some of these small cappers, see what they're up to. Agba is the real deal. Okay, I was going to say something that I shouldn't say, but all good there. 250 HOD right now on Agba. This is a multi-day runner. Keep your eye on this one tomorrow. It could be right back in play. Higher highs, higher lows for multiple days now. Edible, no longer tradable. MLEC, also no longer tradable for me as it's well below VWAP. NKGN, this is kind of like that one we're unsure of. A little bit below VWAP, a little bit above. So we'll continue to see how this one can go. CAN, tradable, and NIVF, just a smidge below VWAP. Looks like it's given up the ghost here, Dara, as we dip down below 17.4 again.
Yeah, these markets, wow. Sean, are you still long, Mara? Yeah, so shout out to Sean. Sean is more than dollar money in the Mara. I pulled up Mara for somebody else, and I realized you got long like 1580s, right? So I was like, nice look there. Shout out to Sean, who you'll be able to see it in 4 minutes. Today flew by, oh my gosh. Yes. But yeah, so this MARA, Min wanted to look at MARA. Yeah, this is a really nice look here. Kind of coming into that previous top area, but we'll have to see if Mara can continue its marathon to the upside, or if it's going to pass the baton a little bit to some of its other crypto-related friends. Also, speaking of crypto, I want to talk about IBIT. I took this long. This actually could be a range, which, like I said, I don't trade beyond the midday, so that would be, we're not going to get involved in this anymore, but I have to say, I want to, oh.
You want me to cover? Yeah, I can cover. Yeah, okay, no problem. All right, Dara's mic just fell, so she's going to fix that quickly as we dip below 17.4. So I'm keeping my eyes on those same levels that we had earlier. I'm talking about that 400 on Softy. I'm talking about 142 on TSLA. Well, I mean, I'm not really all that surprised that we are getting that rejection at these levels, because NVIDIA was right there at that key area of resistance. We kept just talking about that, not saying that we reject. And keep in mind, quite frankly, look at these. I mean, we're still putting in higher lows. The dips off the 10 on NVIDIA are being bought up. If I had to guess, if I had to bet here, I think we break above 800 on the day on NVIDIA, just owing to this succession of higher highs and higher lows incrementally made, and not, not propelling to the high side, kind of showing what could be a mean reversion trade. We'll see.
Yeah. Yeah, sir, thank you for taking over there. My microphone fell, my mic back fell, and then things happen. So thank you very much to Sherry for that. But yeah, this IBIT, I liked this, and honestly, I was pretty proud of myself, because usually I don't stay for things when they have high of day breaks. I get out right before the previous high, but I stayed. I watched. I saw we broke above. Then I was like, we pulled back a little bit, got out. So pretty proud. I wasn't there for the break into the 38.15 high. I was there for the break into 38.13, and I got out at 38.11. So pretty happy, because I know this wouldn't seem like a super risky daring trade for a lot of people, but it was for me. So I think we have to, for myself, I'm going to be proud of that for myself. And then maybe next time we'll stay involved until 38.15, right? Who knows? So baby steps, especially as going live. But yeah, really happy with how the trading went today. TQs and I were not besties, but I'm proud with what I got done on the markets today, with the NVDL especially. And I think one of the themes, we only have like a 15 seconds left, but one thing I want to point out is today, the theme really has been support and resistance coming in. Right. A lot of these previous levels here on the TQs, look, this trough then became support, then we had support becoming resistance, right? Like there's so many levels, and I think NVIDIA is another really clear example where we'd have these troughs coming in, these previous resistance areas coming in, these chop insurance here, this topping tail candle here at 795 before we make that new high of day, right? So I think not always you're going to get support and resistance so clear. Today, I definitely think we did. Is there anything else you're looking at?
Just PDD, I want to remind everybody that Pinduo Duo, very strong, unusually strong for an ADR at this time of day. It is trying to hold 122 right now, up 7.5%. This one could find some support at the whole dollar level, and it's also the 50-period moving average on the one. Keep your eye on this one if you're looking for something long, but I think it is now 2 o'clock, Adara.
It is 2 o'clock, so we'll see you tomorrow for more bull flag breakouts. Finding out how to ride that bull flag, same bat time, same bat channel. For now, though, Brendan's at the big desk.
See you guys.
Hey guys, yeah, welcome in. 2 o'clock, 2 hours to go on a Monday afternoon here as we, back to the upside. What sell-off? Still some room to go as far as what happened on Friday, but retracing a significant amount of it right now is the overall market and individual names. So we'll touch on a couple here. That's $1, meanwhile, kind of hanging out, really not doing much. We tested higher, we tested lower. Now it's just kind of chopping around, but still holding on to some significant levels from back on Friday. I wanted to show NVIDIA here. We'll touch on it in detail coming up as far as why we're getting this move. But remember, this was down 10% plus on Friday. So yeah, we're retracing 4.2 of that, but still a long way to go as far as the significance of what happened back on Friday. Overall, the market 1.2% for the NASDAQ, 1.2% for the S&P. There's 1.25 right now. Just took out day highs, bit of a retracement. A few things standing out to the downside here still. Yep, Tesla down again, 3%. Verizon on a headline today as well, down 3.4%. I saw UNH. Everything else, though, a really, really good day for the overall market. Nice bounce back for the banks leading once again. Remember, we were saying that if we didn't have some strength from the banks on Friday, that would have been a much worse day for the overall market. 4.25 here for NVIDIA, back higher. We'll touch on it again coming up. But all the chips higher, Apple higher, Google, Microsoft, Meta, going into what's going to be a very important week for big tech with earnings to come. That's a 15-minute chart. You get the picture here. It's been nothing but upside, 2-month low. We started the day at after Friday's debacle and sell-off. But yeah, it's about tech once again, and NVIDIA with the most prominent move here within that. But as I was mentioning, 4.2%, it's a great day, obviously, but when you're down 10 the prior day, barely 50% of the way back here, guys, for NVIDIA to...
Man,
Did you see that heat? First of all, that heat map had like two things that were red on it. If you were just looking, welcome back. But it was UNH that stood out and Tesla, pretty much.
Yep.
I mean,
and then what's this?
Verizon.
Right, they have a report coming.
Yeah, Verizon reported this morning. So
I have it on my screen as well, but
yeah, it's on Sean's screen.
no, it doesn't matter. It's the same thing.
Like, are you kidding me? If you had told
UNH, baby.
Like, what is going on? If you had told me that I would be short a firm at $32 this morning before the market opened, I would have laughed in your face. And yet here we are. Is what it is. I'm just going to go there. We'll go to NVIDIA in a quick second because this is probably, like, we go right into Wednesday, or check that, that's Thursday's highs. And I'm looking for the short into there. We talked about that last week. Well, if it gets up to that price again, maybe we short it on Friday. It never did. Well, we're here today. NVIDIA, you know what happened on Friday. Okay, if you don't know what happened on Friday, then things were really bad for most of the market. They were exceptionally bad for NVIDIA, SMCI, and ARM.
Yeah, there was
the
another
chip
one.
names. I'm like, yeah, what was the third one that was down over 10%? Well, today, understand that a 4% day and rip your face off is not even a fraction. Well, it is a fraction of the move that we had on Friday, but it's still impressive. I had one position to the long side in this, but trust me, the other chip names, shorts, have been dangerously bad. Like ARM was bad, NVIDIA was good. They're going to wash themselves out, a little bit up more on the breakout of NVIDIA. But this VWAP hold, and now we're run at 800, seems a little bit crazy. We might get this 805 we were talking about to look for a short. Well, you can't see because my head's in the way. There you go. This
805?
This is the 805 level where things accelerated to the downside. And when we were talking to Adara about her first week of trading, this was a shorting opportunity that I think she said she missed, or at least on NVDL. And it was right there at 805. If we get back there, I think I want to put a short on. So I had short, I am short Intel. I'll get to that one in a quick second. But that 805 looks like the level for me this afternoon. I'm short Intel again off of the high of the day. Like, wow, really? It's right back up to those tops. So what a strong reversal it's been. Just keep in mind, it is a fraction of the move on Friday. lots of stocks. I mean, everything basically is making lower highs if you're a chip name. It's not as if you're breaking out from Friday's levels. It's like a relief rally.
Yeah, so I just want to say how funny it is because what Neil just mentioned there, his worst stock being ARM, and it's my best stock. So although we both have the same ideas on the stock, a lot of it does come down to just timing, execution, and then if the market is your friend, because just like Neil hit that long in NVIDIA, I'm sure some of you probably hit the short there at some levels anyways, just back and forth. I think if we stay with some of those chip names, I know we're doing NVIDIA now, then I feel like it'll be okay. We did give some back. Basically, Micron and ARM are like a wash for me today. So like I was shorting Micron here at 108.50. We got some profit, it didn't work, out a couple times. And then you have ARM, which looks like this, which is short, and it's basically been working in and around this $94, $95. And again, it just goes to show you, you got to stay with what you're doing, because right on here, we don't have anything about Micron, but yet we have ARM on here. So stay with the stocks that you believe in yourself, and you'll be a lot more profitable, I think. So anyways, that's what I'm doing right now. I'm short the market, and then the only chip names I have all day is ARM, and then that little small trade there for Micron. So we had ARM early. I mean, this is why ARM is number one. I mean, I can't just sit here and keep talking about the same trade, but this is 93, 94, exactly as we had it on here. So that is that print, and then this out is 89. So that's $4 or $5. And then now we've been shorting with much more shares right here, right now. A couple stop outs. We did get stopped out a couple times, and we took 93.50, but we haven't taken 94 yet. And we did. The sometimes doesn't work, but this time it did. And we reloaded that position. So, yeah, pretty happy with the chip names today. We'll get over Tesla next, and I'll talk to you guys about that adventure.
All right, first off, brought to you by Alfonso AI. Want to beat the market? Then you need Alfonso AI's powered stock ratings. Their top stock picks have surged over 100% since October 2022. Scan the code GET 50% off on the Pro monthly subscription with code TRADER50. Let's talk about Tesla. Sharif and I were just going back over the past few earnings reports here, and you got to go back a long way. It was January was the last time they reported, and the stock actually went up. I'm not saying that's going to definitely mean that they're going to go down even further off this report coming up this week. But yeah, it's been a struggle to say the least. Here, shout out to Trade Ideas as well. 25.89% down there on the month for Tesla.
Yeah, like you said, I mean, does it rocket up or does it tank down? It probably won't do anything in between because it's Tesla, but we'll wait for the earnings. We'll call not the past earnings, but the one prior to that. Elon was very bearish on the earnings call, and that's what precipitated the down move. It wasn't actually the release of deliveries or anything like that. It was his outlook that really pushed things down the fall, so we'll definitely be all ears when the call is on. But with respect to the catalyst today, it is more price cuts coming in to the tune of around 231 or 32, basically 14,000 yuan, excuse me, a reduction to the Model 3 and the Model Y in China, Brendo. That is the umpteenth price cut I think we've got in the last 365 days.
Yeah, similar to what we heard from some of the Chinese makers this morning as well. Demand still an issue over in that country. So any ideas here for trades, guys, today?
Well, there were some ideas for some short trades, and realistically, like if you looked at the open, it did flush like right away. You get this hammer candle down to 139, breaking through the 140 level. So if you scalped it, I'll be the first to admit, I said this morning, was a little too greedy with the breakdown trade and did not take profit on it, and then came back, was able to get, like this is all in the first 3 minutes. Did not get anything out on the breakdown trade, and then stopped out of it, then shorted 141 on the way back in, got a buck, then we shorted through again. It took out a fresh high. At that point, we're like 1 for 3 shorting Tesla, and it's broken 142. So I was waiting for the 145 level. I'm just going to pop to a 15-minute chart. That was Friday's pre-market bottom. I was waiting for it to make a run at the 145. I'll slide back to a 3-minute chart here. It gets in to about 144.5, and that gave a chance to short it. So I had to sit it out for a couple of bucks. It pulled into VWAP. I trailed it thinking we'd see the lows. Obviously, you guys can see there, we didn't even get to the lows. And I mean Tesla didn't get to the lows. And we talk about being patient, but the mistake here wasn't the lack of patience. The mistake was taking a breakdown trade and then not scalping, which is generally speaking my strategy. My strategy when I take breakouts or breakdowns is to ensure that I'm getting that first wick grab of profit, because that's part of the reason you take more shares in it. So that was a mistake. You don't want to break your rules when you take that kind of a trade. We did. Now it looks like maybe VWAP is a bit of a thing. There is one other name. We didn't really talk about Rivian today, but Rivian's getting, because the market's up so much, I didn't think this would happen, but that Rivian and $9 could come into play this afternoon. So I said last week, Rivian double top failed $9, and I would short it if it tried to get up there again. Well, didn't think this would happen, but we're at 880, and if we're at 880 and it's 2 o'clock, that puts Rivian $9 squarely in focus. We get into the mid-90s, you'll probably see me in the short trade in Rivian. So Tesla price cuts. There was Li Auto. I guess we'll talk about Li Auto later because it's at the bottom.
Yeah, just responding to some emails. Okay, Tesla, all right. So we had it down as our #1 trade idea here today. We just got too short too early, and then we wound up making money back. We haven't done anything since. I was actually waiting for this 145 to come in again. We have pretty much the high of the day on the short. That was 144.50. We're short right now at 144 flat, so actually we don't have the high. I was waiting. We should have had more shares there. I'm still going to wait for it. I still like Tesla to the downside. Brendan sort of discussed how bad it's been this year for them, and it doesn't seem like it's going to be getting any better with earnings just around the corner. I mean, we sort of just like plug your nose and hope it doesn't stink that bad, I guess. But Tesla right now trying to break 141.50. I think it's probably another short. We're still short the market. We just reloaded a little bit right here at this high, looking for it. And the reason why we're short the market, because we'll talk about TikTok next, but right here, you're right back to 17.4 again. So we're back. Oh, you can't see. Yeah, get that out of there.
We'll have to.
There we go. So here we go. So we're just back to this level here of 17.4, back to February 21st. Sort of that little whoosh down that we talked about before we took off again. So now we're just going to wait to see if we could fade off that level. That's why I shorted the market. We only shorted the market now. So we were trying to be as patient as we can, and here we go. I was just going to use the top here as an out. So basically 50, I have my stop, hold on, 75 break. So I just looked here at the 20-minute chart, and I just sort of said the last time we were here was right there, and we wicked high. It's the 60s, it's 63, 64. So whether or not you want to use, I'm just using 75. Remember, for TQs, it's triple the NASDAQ. So if this really gets going, you got to get out of the way. So be careful with this. We're short it right now. I know we're kind of dancing with the devil. We also have the short in ARM. So those are the two shorts that we have. And then we are going to talk to BTC in a couple minutes. But let's go talk about TikTok and Snapchat.
And Snapchat, but yeah, TikTok based. We had that bill passed in Washington over the weekend that it's basically to a point where it needs a signature from Mr. President, and that will be all said and done for TikTok. So we were talking about this with Meta gapping to the upside this morning. I mean, Snap was kind of the same, but not as much. They both had that same sell-off initially, but I mean, there's still some hurdles to get through with this, so yeah, not a done deal by any stretches of the imagination.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, last time around we were talking about the forced sale or divestiture being within 6 months. Now it's been kicked down the road, excuse me, for about a year from the date of enactment. Look, the winners here are going to be likely Meta, obviously Google, as well as Snapchat. Some of the losers, though, we haven't really talked about the losers because this is a privately traded company. Oracle houses all the U.S. data of TikTok. They stand to actually lose that entire contract. So we'll have to keep eyes on Oracle as well if there's going to be a forced divestiture.
Nice low here, anyways, to hold on to this morning, guys, for Meta, but hasn't been as good a day as some of the other ones.
Yeah,
right,
I know
Right.
I don't think we really talked as much about Meta because I think we're probably of like mind that usually when there is a snap up on some of this TikTok news, the bigger percentage move is in Snapchat. Why you got to put the fail on it? I think that was perfectly reasonable. Snap. And then with Snapchat, what I'm going to say for this is anchoring. So I've talked about this before. Sometimes you get anchored to a round number, and in this particular case, it was $11. I was looking for a dip buy in Snapchat. It was at $11.60. Now, if a stock is going to fall 5% and you're going to look for a bounce, maybe you don't have to be anchored to the even dollar level as much as I know I was. Because if you look at last week, where is that support? Was that a close at 1090? Is that a pre-market low at 1090? Is that a bounce essentially at 1090 this morning? Yes. So anchoring to the $11 level did exactly what? It got me into longs too early, got me out of longs too fast. And then you see it hold 1090, it then puts in a higher low at 11 even, and that's your opportunity. So we always talk about having a plan of action for execution as well, and this is what I mean by the particulars of a trade. Now, Snapchat wasn't a big loss for me. ARM was certainly worse. Tesla a little bit worse, not by a lot, but at the end of the day, it's not about that. It's about the fact that a little bit better of an execution plan and just a little bit more patience, and this should have been actually a really positive stock. So that's what we talk about, refining your strategies. I know exactly what I did. I saw it get into this level. I'm like, ooh, let's get long here because we like 11s, and that's only 10 cents away. When really your level's down here, it just happens to be 1090. You needed to let it really test underneath 11 bucks, and that ended up being the case here in Snapchat. I didn't look at Meta, but Google's having a massive day, and we tend to forget about them when it comes to this TikTok ban news. We always talk about Meta and Snapchat as if it's only them.
Yeah, same. I was always checking Snapchat, and today we did have this written down on our sticky note. And remember, we talked about this last week, what's up to Piper and everybody else. I said that there's going to be some days, like we have this bottom. Like that was my big position, and so was 11. But we made some money back, and that was fine. And then we averaged in here, and then we got stopped out once it broke 90. That's the low of the day. So we could have had a lot of money here, and we don't have any. So that kind of sucks because that was a good opportunity for us, not taken. Snapchat, I'm a little bored with it. I'm not super excited about it. Meta's still this is still near like where we sold this in and around Friday, I believe. So let me just double check this. Yeah, so okay, you're well up from right now. But back into here like 484, 482. Like I'm not really satisfied with Meta honestly until we break back above 500. So for me, it's going to remain a short. We have big earnings season now. I say you wait on Meta, let the TikTok sort of drama settle down. It will get divested. I'm certain of it. There'll be a lot of buyers there looking for that information. So I think you just got to hold off and wait for earnings on pretty much like all of these names. I don't see any real catalysts until we get to earnings. So sure, it's a nice move for Meta, but we knew the TikTok stuff earlier in the day. Like the TikTok stuff's not new. And this already went down $20. So it's back up now, the market's back up. So I'm discounting like, this might be a short here actually. I can't be too short, but this is looking good at 487. Anyways, I don't want to be just like TikTok this, TikTok this. This is going to be an earnings story. Meta could drop, quite a lot. We've seen Netflix make that same move basically to the downside and not even really green today despite us being up 1.37%. So yeah, I still think there's a lot of drama to happen in this market today.
All right, we were just talking about some of these crypto names. Pretty good day across the board. There's Bitcoin, nice green day. If you look at the individual names though, I mean, there's some that are definitely lagging. You just mentioned this one. Mara only 4.8%, but a huge wick forming on the daily chart. MSTR, crazy mover. Once again, it's up, 14%?
Yeah, Brendo, 14. It was 14 and a quarter.
Unreal.
Come down a little bit. Like the winner of them all today is Riot Blockchain, a cool 21% as I'm talking right now. There's a reason for that. A couple of nods here, one from H.C. Wainwright, the other from Needham. Needham maintaining its buy rating on Riot with a $17 price target, and H.C. Wainwright also maintaining its price target with $20. So not bad. That's a big premium from where it's currently trading at.
I didn't check coin, but yeah, not as much either. Only 7. Pretty good.
We're, the only trade here, I mean, it's a big one. It's on the sticky note. It is going to be my P&L 2 of the day. Shout out to Big Patty Ice, everybody over here that is trading Mara. So again, like these are the trades, and we could sit here all day and, talk about the different trades that we're in and why we're not in them or why we are in them and this and that. But like, honestly, this is why I have the lines here. I went for a walk. I immediately told BPI and Sharif, I'm going long Mar, I'll see you later. Like that took the 50 period. So we tried to go long here 16 and it didn't work. So that was definitely like, hey, it's me. I'm the anti-hero one more time. Shout out to T-Swizzle as well. But the idea behind this trade is simple, man. That's ARM, my bad, Mara. I just got out of some ARM because we just took some positions and it came back in for us, so that was a good one. Was just to get long on that 50 period break. I mean, look, Bitcoin held up. This came back in. This was pretty puzzling for me. We tried to defend 16. We didn't do it. There was obviously a seller here. Bitcoin was still fine this whole ride. Now you're at 66.5. We took that. Sure, we got a lot. I mean, this is why Pat just said, like, tell me you're still in this. And I was like, not really. I only have 10% left. And the reason why is because when we went $1 into the money basically here and we are near VWAP, we are near the 200, that to me is like a rules-based thing. If we can ever get basically the bottom of the day and bring it back to VWAP or the 200 period, we're going to get out of that. But there it goes again, man. A stock that we don't normally trade. It's Mara, and it's my number 2 stock of the day. ARM's going to be 1, and Mara is going to be 2. So again, you've never seen it probably on the sticky note in a long time, but when it's there, we get a read on it. And I think, Neil, it's just the same thing. It's you wait for the catalyst. We had the halving. Obviously, we sit here and we talk about miners throughout that whole time. And there it is. Hopefully a nice trade for a lot of people out there in Mara and or Riot.
Yeah, that's the key. I mean, look, to be honest, I didn't even notice Riot was up 20% today until just now. I knew it had a big day, but you look at the one that you're comfortable trading. Like, you should know where you want to express the trade when something happens. So the happening, if you like Mara, you trade Mara. If you like, I think this was nothing to do with Coinbase, but at the end of the day, if you like trading Coinbase for whatever reason, you could have traded Coinbase.
Yeah.
Coinbase might break it out this afternoon. So 228. I'm looking over. Bitcoin's holding 66.5%. I mean, if you do get a bust out the top, this could be wild over 228. We've seen the squeeze before. It's up 7%. Obviously, anything bullish in the crypto land in general can be seen as good for Coinbase, and it never broke the lows. You got a big V-shaped recovery from this morning's fall. So I think the 228 levels that's where my eyeballs will be on Coinbase if it's going to break one out this afternoon. It's not today's high. That is, I think it got there. Yeah, it got there on Friday, and it was a double top at 228, Thursday and Friday. Not quite today, but that looks like a potential breakout this afternoon on Coinbase to me.
All right. Fabian's here. Let's talk about Li Auto here. Downside initially this morning on this note for demand again, some price cuts, significant ones coming through over in China. We did get a bit of a pop here back to 25, but yeah, that's pretty ugly. Still 5.25% on the day.
Yeah, I mean, when Tesla's cutting prices in your jurisdiction, you're going to have to do the same thing in order to meet the same type of demand. But yeah, Li Auto released the L6 last week. It's their smallest in terms of the L7, 8, and 9. It's the smallest of the bunch. It was not well received. In addition to that, it's MPV, the multi-purpose vehicle, which is supposed to be a really big van. It's only pure electric battery vehicle, also not well received. And today, Brendo, we heard more price cuts. A bit of a tough look here for Li.
Yeah, unless you're looking for a bounce of some sort, not much really happening here, guys, today for Li Auto.
Yeah, I was looking for a bounce to fade. Thankfully, we took profit on this one. Otherwise, it would have gone the way of everything else. It was a stair step to the upside on Li Auto, but there's almost no way when I see this on the daily chart, flat bottom breaking 26, I don't want to try to short this going into said top. So that's essentially what we did. It came back, it obviously didn't get into 26, just dark pooled prints in there, but it bounced, waited for it to make a level. At the open, the high was 24.75, so when it came back in, shorted that to VWAP, then shorted it off the 25 level back into VWAP, thought I was holding the rest for the absolute bottom. You can see what happens, just stair step up, and when it took out the highs, we jumped out of it. That said, look at the gap that still exists on Li Auto. So yes, it is an upward trending stock today, but it's done nothing to break the downward trend as far as I'm concerned. It just means you have to be a little bit more patient if you're day trading. So good for them. I think it helped that the Chinese ADRs ended up really strong today. Otherwise, I'm not sure this makes the move that it did. But underneath that 26, when a level like this breaks on the daily chart, my response is to pretty much look for shorting opportunities unless it regains that support. So until that happens, I'm going to be looking for shorts on Li Auto. Price wars, we've been talking about this forever and nothing's really changed. Oh, and remember, keep this in mind. Li Auto down 5% today. I know it had a little bit of a bounce, but have a look at something like a NEO. Up 6% with a nice little relief rally. But just like Li Auto, when you zoom in there, okay, it's got an up day. It hasn't even broken its latest breakdown. So everything is always in perspective. Yes, day trade, what an unbelievable reverse that NEO had. Yet to even take out last week's tops. So great, strong bullish run today, but in the grand scheme of things, the overall trend still favoring the downside for these Chinese EVs.
Man, it never stops. I'm here trying to organize rep tryouts now. Like, I was on the phone all last night. Now these guys may have some problems with some timing. Okay, China EVs. Yeah, I mean, you just went over NEO, XPeng, Li Auto. I mean, the EV name, let's just check in on FSRN real quickly here. Ooh, Fisker 5 cents. Not bad, up 12%. Okay. Let's check out Lucid to see how beat down some of these other names are. Will we be joining the pink sheet at some point? Lucid is in the building today, and it's not doing too much, but it is also near the bottom. I think the name that most of us are concerned with, and we'll have to get Randy back on here, talk a little bit more about this name because he likes it, and that's Rivian. And right now, Rivian is kind of at its bottom. And by kind of at its bottom, I mean it directly is at its bottom.
Oh, yeah.
Let me do a bigger chart here for Rivian, just to have a look right now. Oh my God, he's here. Okay, Randy, good call. I just wanted to see Rivian. Okay, so I know it's at its 52-week low. I just wanted to make sure it was at its all-time low. It had gotten in here to 11 or so before during the summer months, but there it is right there on the weekly chart. Hello to Ford and everybody, Amazon, everybody that IPO'd this thing, up to 180, or that was part of it, up to 180 there, now down all the way. You would think this one reversed, or this thing split or something, Randy, but it did not. We were at 180 on Rivian, if you guys can believe this or not. What week was this? The week of November 15th in 2021. So what a week that was to get puts on Rivian. And now you are all the way in the dumpster, Randy, but the daily doesn't look so bad. But there it is right there. Nice little move to the downside for Rivian. So,
did you just say the daily doesn't look that bad?
Not as bad as the week.
Okay, fine.
What I was getting
Okay,
at.
fair.
Yeah.
It looks pretty bad.
At least you don't get to see that 180 mark. Yes, and I see you're wearing the Superman shirt, so.
I actually have that exact same shirt, but like.
I think a lot of people have that shirt,
Yeah.
to be honest with you. Okay, just quickly, ARM just broke, but that's fine. Still my number one stock. We didn't really do any reloading right there. We did a little bit of 80, out at 94. So please just punch for that. But the reason why we can't hold on to it
You say please this one.
is because, yeah, I said that. Yeah, that's something that we say. This one right here is what's the problem. So the NASDAQ just keeps on going. We were able to get some out. We are currently net positive on it, but if this market just keeps on taking out highs here, we're not going to be able to withstand short ARM, short NASDAQ, so no. So we're going to run out of the way here. We've given some back on this. If we hold this, we'll be negative on it, but our out's coming very, very soon up here, about 10 more cents, and then we'll get out on the TQs. You could see huge move down over the last couple days, but today's really surprising a lot of people. Well, me for sure. I mean, I thought we were going to be, and Neil too. I thought
I
we
have
would.
my hand up, like, yeah.
Yeah, your hand is still
me
up
too.
there. Yeah.
Me too.
Yeah. Can we get Neil's hand up there?
I'm just saying, if you're
No,
not
no,
surprised
but-
by today, then
Yeah. So
maybe some people are not.
we'll see. It's 2:30 now. I don't want to like throw in the towel yet, but we are pretty close to doing that on all the shorts.
Fabian,
Last one.
Fabian, that's a good one. Throw in the towel. And you know what would be really cool if it was like Sylvester Stallone throwing in the towel, like he should have done to save Apollo's life. Why does the brother have to die in that movie, yo? You could have made the point if he was just in the
It's-
hospital or something.
Yeah.
He didn't have.
He had a good run.
I'm just saying he didn't have to die in an exhibition match.
He should not have died. That seemed
Legend of it. Anyways,
great film.
It's a good movie. It's some good movies, but like, come on, throw in the towel, Rocky. Literally, you could see the
He's
man.
supposed to be your boy, yeah.
What's so weird about that is it doesn't. When you watch that, it doesn't actually make sense because that's his boy. They have a great relationship. He sees him being pummeled, and he's ready to do it. It's like, okay, so basically you didn't throw it in there as a plot device to motivate you to be able to win a fight and then say all that line. If I can change, and you can change, we all can change. That whole nonsense that had to happen.
You like Rocky, Randy?
Anyways, you don't seem very passionate about it.
Can Rivian get off the mat is the question.
No.
Thank you, Randy. Give it a bit, yeah. Been done giving
Well,
it a bit.
buy the dips, huh? Okay. You know what? And actually,
Buy the dips until those dips.
No, this is something that Brendan's been saying, and I know he said this on the podcast. Check out the podcast.
Yeah,
It came out
good
this weekend.
segue.
Get your swamp water.
Get your swamp
while
water
it's
on
still good.
immediately.
We can
If
put the
it's still
podcast. I don't have the button
Swamp
for it.
water with ice is good. I've never had
Oh,
swamp water
no.
ever, man.
Limit the amount of ice so you can get more of it in the cup.
Well, that's the whole point about the swamp water. You can just keep refilling it.
Oh, that's true. But then it's more trips to anyway.
Yeah.
If
I
you
don't think
don't know
McDonald's
what-
likes that anymore. I think there's been a few McDonald's that have taken away the self-fill up.
You can do it at Burger King too.
Oh, well, yeah. I mean, literally anywhere. You could do it at your house.
Wow. I mean, okay, I guess you could. Cineplex, you can do it as well.
I thought the Cineplex
anywhere.
I thought they all got rid of those machines, the most of them.
No, some of
Cineplex has your own fill up?
some of them still have.
Oh, yeah. I know the one at
Yeah.
Scotiabank. Yeah, it's the machine one.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, you can get like Pepsi vanilla.
I actually don't like Pepsi Vanilla. Maybe that's an unpopular point.
I don't know. Sometimes
I'm not
there's-
a fan.
You like cherry Coke? That was pretty popular.
No, I like cherry Coke.
I don't
You
mind
know-
cherry Coke.
You know why I like cherry Coke? One of the good things about it is it's good for making like some mixed drinks because like you know,
Okay,
you
yeah,
put cherry,
like
a cherry garnish in,
yeah,
right?
amaretto.
Yeah, then you can just put like a splash of like cherry Coke, ends up being really, really good.
It's actually not a bad. It's actually not bad. Yeah, Paulo said there's no tomorrow, so that's why.
Oh, but
it's either going to be no tomorrow or there's literally no tomorrow. You know.
Look,
I mean,
I understand why they had to do
Maybe
it.
he took it literally.
It's a movie, but it's the equivalent of imagine.
Come on, futures.
No, but it's the equivalent of like imagine you're buying the dip on Pack B, and then what are you gonna do? Are you gonna buy the dip when it breaks $1, or are you
hell's
gonna
their average cost?
buy the dip when it breaks 50 cents?
57.
No, it's not a big deal. But what I was getting at with the podcast and the line in there was why buy the dip? Why do you have to buy the dip in Rivian? Like if Rivian's going to look at a daily chart of this thing, first of all, can we come to the chart, Ramin, for a sec? Ram, thanks. No, it's all good. I know.
Was that a Ram chart or no?
It's
Okay.
that's a chart. But if you're gonna get, like, even if it goes to the 200 period at $18, or maybe it comes back to this like 24, 25 in a couple of years. Like, are you gonna care whether you actually pick the bottom, or what if it does this round, breaks 10s and then holds $11? The next thing you know, you're buying a consolidation after it's made a rounding pattern. Now, and the good thing about that is, if you had done that before, you might have bought this, like $12.50, and then you'd have an out at 10. And
Right.
then you risk 25% for a potential double up. That's actually a trade with a risk reward. When you catch the falling knife, oftentimes you don't have an out unless it's zero, and I'm not gonna say like I've never done that before. So back into trading as the market continues to go higher. A firm, by the way, why am I short a firm when it's up today? This pattern. Like downward pattern, so when it goes into a resistance at a top, I want to short that. And last week's top is in here, so it's consolidating off that level. That's why I like to short. And you just respect, trends come in a lot of different fashions. Like there's a trend in the day, but then there's also the trend in the higher, to your 15-minute chart, your daily chart, like those matter as well. And if I go against the grain, it's usually because I'm working with the higher time frame trend and it's gotten to the level. So that's the case here with a firm at 32. Or I'm in at 32, but this high is like 32.40.
Yeah, we are basically pennies away here from taking this one out. There's not much we can do. Well, we could have got out earlier, but the TQs just keeps on pumping up. See, we're not averaging in. We got, like, I'm kind of waiting for like a 30-cent swing back to the 50 period. I'd hate just to get stopped out and then to see this. The futures do bump around a little bit. But right now, I mean, it's just heading higher. So the right play was to flip it over like we did on Mara. That's the only long that we have right now. And actually, you know what? Funny thing, I was just looking up some Rivians here. Funny thing is that Tesla does not look the same. I mean, the market is pretty much marching higher right now, as we can see. We've just talked about that. Like relentlessly higher to where I can't even get out of these queues. But Tesla is going the other way. And I mean, maybe not right this second, but it was just tempting fate at VWAP. Do you know how far away we are on VWAP on the market? I mean, this is one of the furthest levels I've seen upside right now, which is why I'm trying to hold on to the short. But the short has been a painful short. We won't wind up losing that much on it, but it hasn't been right. This is where we started to get involved at 17.4 when I thought that we had seen the top. I can pull out the charts again to show you 17.4. You go find it yourself. But I thought that would be resistance there. I guess once it broke and just kept on going, that's when we could have got out of that for probably flat trade. But I just was like, okay, we're starting to like bleed up here. Maybe eventually we will trace down. And I think a lot of this has to do with, I mean, there's Tesla going down. I was just looking at it because like I'm making money on Tesla, but just giving it all back times 5, times 10 on this Q short was NVIDIA because
800.
Yeah, okay, so that was the next thing I was going to, Neil just yelled it out. I was going to say it's the rush to 800 here, and then in the eventual break, which is happening right now, that is sending this market, obviously, not the market, but it's nice to see that you do have the emperor back. And I mean, NVIDIA was down 11% or something like that at one point on Friday. It touched 7... How low did it go? 730 or what was that? I mean, that very bottom. Yeah, no, 7.
No, 40.
55, sorry.
Oh, no, I'm thinking SMCI. Never.
Yeah, that's the thing. I always get these names confused. But end of the day, NVIDIA is really holding fort here today. And it's up 5%. It's 3 times the market. It's a great trade. Even the fact that AMD has really battled back as well. I mean, you're getting back to that 150 marker, which we had looked at as short earlier today. We missed this play. I think you probably had a short there. If I remember, did you trade AMD today?
I had that shot on AMD.
Yeah, so that shot could be coming again. So shots from the back.
But if NVIDIA breaks 800 and continues higher, I just want this to, I want AMD this time to bust into the level. It was so different when it was like way too fast. Like look how rapidly it goes into that 150 area and then pulls back. Like this time, this is a little bit more steady. Like you're grinding slowly into it. So the way that I would look for a short would be like a false breakout. But let's go to the, oh, by the way, before we go to the desk to take care of some business, Intel right back at the high. Like so once, twice, this is like the third or fourth time it's gotten up to this. 34, I think it's like 56 is the actual local high here on Intel. So wild, we're all the way back, 1% to the upside. I got this, I got a firm. Neither one's broken the top yet, but it feels like it's just a matter of time. Let's go to the desk and take care of some business.
This part of the show brought to you by IG. You can get as much as 50-to-1 leverage when trading Forex at IG. Currencies like Euro and USD can require as little as 2% margin rates and offer $0 commissions trading using a Forex account at IG. And for a limited time, traders can open, fund, and trade with IG for up to $10,000 in funding bonuses. Terms and conditions apply.
As they are apt to do. A couple of other things to get to you guys. We already talked about like the crypto names, Coinbase, all that good stuff, but we didn't mention this bad boy, Alphabet. Up 2%. I think this is the champion, Mag 7. Well, okay, never mind. I mean, NVIDIA percentage-wise is, but I would say just the way that this bounced might be the strongest one on Alphabet, above 157.
That's beautiful.
Like it was just like the ramp job. And now you're above, there we go, now you're above last week's highs at 157. So if there's something that actually is appealing on a dip buy, because if I think the market's getting close to resistance levels, then I really want something strong. If it does pull back, that's a dip. I think 157 on on Google is going to stand out. So it's at the half. If we do get a dip, definitely going to cover some Affirm and some Intel into that. But 157 on Apple. I keep saying Apple. 187, 157 on Google, or Alphabet looks pretty
Okay,
solid.
okay,
But yeah,
okay,
now
okay.
we're finally getting a move into the downside.
Okay.
Like I said, I'm going to cover some Affirm and some
Yeah.
Intel on this dip because if you don't take profit on shorts,
Dude, I don't know what's
You're in
happened
trouble.
here. I have this piece in my ear. I ain't hearing nothing. I don't know if there's.
is this even on?
Oh, it's. What now, Fabian?
Well, mine's not.
All right, good. I like you. All right. So we just.
What was that? I missed something. Whatever.
Nah, it's like when Ramin comes, it's all good and everything. But then Fabian comes over here. I'm like, what are you doing, my guy? Right there. But all right.
Too close, man.
Yeah, you're too close. Back up. All right, so we just got a little excited there. We took some profit, man. I mean, when this just came back, we are net positive. Hallelujah. I'm not going to do anything because we still have this whole position pretty much. But TQs, so we just took some out. We are now net positive with this current hold. I just put another bid at 50 to, come on, yes, okay. I'm also bidding some 46s. Then I want to bring the pain down. So if we're going to be right about the futures, then we are in the futures. We're in the TQs. We're trying to spin this. We just made a decent amount back on this move back in. We didn't make anything back. It was unrealized. But like my net was like, okay, let's not have these Leafs go down 0-2 here. But like, you know, I was about to have a bad day. But this now coming back down in. Let's see what happens. There we go. Come on. Come on, here we go. Let's go. Let's see if we can get the Bears to ride again. Does that make sense? It's more like the Bulls to ride again. Shout out to the Chicago Bulls. You guys really shit the bed, but that's okay because, you know, last year you had DeMar DeRozan, whose daughter is super cute.
Well,
okay, but yelling and screaming, and then our lack of professional free throw shooters couldn't make a shot, although, you know, fans were yelling. So, anyways, I love DeMar DeRozan. That's, I mean, from a Maple Leaf, from a Raptor
I love him too.
standpoint, but I thought that was like, and then I was also mad because Masai, for some reason, traded away our first round pick this year. Thank God it's protected. We'll see where the Raptors go. Anyways, they finished, I think they finished sixth, and we need sixth last. But we need to protect that pick. So we need to either win the lottery or slot in
I got bad news.
6 or down. The Ducks do fly together.
This is, if you follow like college basketball or men's college,
I know, it's a bad year.
it is probably talent-wise like the worst NBA like the lottery in the NBA draft is going to be the worst one in a very, very.
The thing
long
is, though, man,
I
those
can't
scouts
even,
are so wrong.
I
all
can't.
the
Even,
time.
I know, but I can't even think of a year where people have been like that you can compare it to. And usually there's not this much of a consensus about it too. And the top two.
It's
picks,
more the consensus.
like
right?
the top two picks might be a couple of dudes from France, and trust me, they're nowhere near the level of usually the star from Europe.
Yeah.
It's like normal years these guys would be going in like the I don't know, like 5 to 15 range, and now they're going to be 1-2 because there's just nobody out there. That said,
Let's
I
just
mean, you
hope
gotta
it's
take
the
some
same.
shots.
Yeah, you got to take your shot. I mean,
Gotta
that's what
take-
they
you
need.
have
They
to.
need some shots.
And I'm not that worried about the Leafs, and Patty Ice said this, and what I love about Big Patty Ice, you can see Patrick in the corner just next to Sean there. So the Leafs went down 1-0. He's in his Leafs hat, his Leafs jersey. That's called staying the course. You want to talk about staying the course? It's realizing that you haven't lost anything. It ain't over yet.
No.
And you haven't lost anything till you lost at home, and you haven't lost on the trade until the trade is over. So with that said, the market is not going. I mean, the market's now starting to come down.
Come
I'm
down.
going to apologize for the wick on the chart that just showed up on my my Intel.
Man, we doing it now.
So quick in here, we're back at the 34.4. I just took some out, and then Affirm as well. This is rolling back into first support at 31.75. So I just took some out on that wick, and I'm looking to get more at 75. I don't know if we get a VWAP retracement. That feels a little bit extreme. And guess what? I wanted NVIDIA at 805. NVIDIA made the curl at $800.
Look at that futures
It
trade.
looks like the entry was going to be $800, but the shorts only have 2 on, 2 working. Just got to stay the course at this point. Yeah, trading range. I missed the NVIDIA short as well because I was looking for a break of 800 to short it into 805. Obviously, that's not going to happen. We got a couple others. Affirm, that was more off of like the 50.
Where's NVIDIA now?
Anything else? 793.
Okay, so it did break. I mean, I was watching it live. It broke that 800, but yeah, I was thinking about shorting that 800. I sort of talked about why I didn't, and it's because we had the TQs on it. We were already short the market, and we just got paid off. So right there, in what was going to be one of the worst trades, and this is why we talk about this all the time. You sometimes have to get the market and luck a little bit on your side, we were pretty close to getting stopped out there. We talked about where we were pennies away. So for this thing to fall back in, and then we were just like, okay. That just came in pretty nicely, and we're able to take advantage of that. So we just covered a bunch down there, man, in the 30s, right in this shelf. Remember what we said? If we could get it back into here, this is like good. So we'll take that now on a day where we've been wrong to short it. All of a sudden, P&L 2 will be the Qs on a position that I was not in love with. So there you go, man. Sometimes you got to get good to be lucky and lucky to be good. And I just figured there, we picked our levels, we zoomed out a little bit, and we just believed in the trade. So it worked out. But, you know, believing in something and being stubborn about something is two different things. So you got to be careful that you're not that. And then this is where, and by stubborn, I mean, I can go over some stubborn trades if you want. You know, Tesla this morning, keep on averaging in until you're eventually wrong. You know, that's bad. But right there, this was the level that I looked at. So that's why we shorted. We get that huge wick up there, about 40 handles away from 14, and then we start to come, 17.4, and then we start to come back down. So, I mean, you know, we're gonna sit here and just relax here in the afternoon. We averaged into this trade. It is coming back down. We did indicate to everybody, though, that we had a nice win with Tesla, and that's still trying to bounce off VWAP. So if the market does come down, then this is the name that we want to short. It's Tesla, and hopefully this makes a move back down to the downside. Mara is going to be an out. Oh, we can talk about Disney. Mara is going to be out if we break 17, so that's about it.
What's the Disney's a note on Disney?
Oh, no, Disney. Oh, so I'm flat on Disney. Look at this, ripped up. I was shorting it.
I didn't even know you traded Disney today.
Yeah, well, it was off camera. It was off during lunchtime because we came back up into
What the hell was that move?
Yeah, I don't.
Hold on a second. Whoa.
I didn't even see that Disney did this.
Whoa,
I was
whoa,
just
whoa.
reviewing my trades.
Whoa, hold on a second.
So
What
maybe news on Disney?
I mean, look, I'm not saying that was news on Disney, but come on. It's the biggest volume candle since other than the open, and look at the reversal. So, I mean, I can look it up myself, too. I didn't see anything on Disney. If this pulls back and holds VWAP, that looks at least a little bit interesting. Sorry, I'm just going to pull this up on Benzinga. What time was that? That was about 1:18. You know what? I don't see anything at that time. Okay.
I think the market just ripped.
Well, Adara might have it. Let's go to the desk.
I don't know if this is what's it, but I did see something on Disney here coming in around 150. Their technology executive is leaving the company and taking a job as the chief tech officer of Penn Entertainment. So DIS technology executive leaving to get a job as CTO of PENN. So that could be what happened here on Disney. That news coming in about an hour ago, guys.
I don't know, the CTO leaving, having it go to the upside?
Yeah, it's like, no, our technology is so bad, we need somebody else. So once it...
I mean, if the stock goes up that much when that guy left, or whomever it was, I didn't actually catch it. Aaron, Aaron,
Aaron's here in the chat?
Aaron LaBerge.
Is D Nice in here as well? Where's D Nice at?
So Aaron leaves and the stock, you know, I feel like it might be something else, or it could have just been technical, but that's a Christmas tree that if it gets back into VWAP, that looks a little bit interesting. But, wow. Yeah, I'd assume that something must have hit, but that's wild on Disney. Sometimes it just goes to show you, well, like maybe a buy program just gets triggered.
Yeah, you never know.
Yeah, you don't know. That seems like it could just be a buy program.
Yeah, it's like a learning opportunity. Like, look, you just get out.
Yeah, I mean,
See? There's the learning opportunity.
The volume, wow.
We're short against VWAP, it breaks, we give it a couple pennies and we get out. This is how, when you look down and you say, okay, I was just trying to review some trades, like going over some stuff that we may have not talked about before. So that was a shot right there at VWAP, not working out, boom. If I could have all of my trades like this, that would be perfect. Like if we're gonna lose like this. I have another example on a low-key loss right here. It's the same kind of thing with Micron. This one we lost a little more because I was really liking the short in Micron, and we did it a couple more times. This is kind of like a little bit being stubborn because here we are shorting basically VWAP, basically the 50 period, and then once it wasn't working, I just kind of went up about 30 or 40 cents, found this level, and then eventually that wound up breaking. But again, get out of the way so it's not like a day-month ruiner. We talked about that. And then that will allow you to put damage on the board like this. Like the Qs just dropped down again, and we just got another fill there at 30s. So it's like, as long as you stay in the game, and you don't, like I'm saying, you don't want to just keep on averaging in all the way up. You have to have an out, and as long as you can justify the trade to yourself, that's the only way that it's going to be quantifiable. Because,
You know what's hilarious about Micron?
What's that?
I have exactly the same experience on Micron. I took 2 shorts and I just got out of the way. And that the points that you're getting out, like that out looked bad because I could have gotten back in and it would have worked. But then this one is exactly where it accelerated. Like look how bad that is, or could have been, I should say, if you kind of stick with it. Like think of it like this. When we talk about risk to reward, we just talked about basketball. Like if you're a certain Mr. Porter, and not the one that's actually playing right now or that is allowed to play in the NBA, it's about risk to reward. So is it worth risking your NBA career to make a few $1,000s? I don't know what the minimum salary is in the NBA. I'm going to assume it's more than 21 grand because I think that's how much Porter lost or something like that. Or he made $21,000 in his bets, but he risked his NBA career to gamble on NBA games. That's the equivalent of going against the grain in a trade forever. When, like, think of how far it has to come back for you if you just short it the entire way. It's risk to reward. If you get the right spot, then your risk to reward is good.
Yeah.
If you get the wrong spot, then it can be ridiculous. And I'm not just saying that because I want to harp on a Raptor player.
No, I think that he was in trouble way deeper than he thought, and he tried to make back a bunch of money gambling.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know the whole.
He made
story.
$2.8 million in his NBA career, but
Yeah.
I feel like he found himself in a lot of trouble.
750 minimum is the league minimum.
Yeah. I mean, there's only 10 people or 12 roster spots. So
Yeah, think about how rare that is.
If you're going to go into the NBA, that's even just to get drafted.
No,
It's like that Caitlin Clark. She's making, which is crazy. The 4-year deal averages are out at like $72,000 a year in the WNBA. But again, you get paid based on revenues, so
You know how much she's going to make in
I can't
endorsements,
complain.
though?
Yeah, she's already signed an
That's what I'm
8-figure
saying,
deal
like-
with Nike. No, it's all good.
Yeah, she'll get paid.
It's all good. Oh no, I'm not worried about her. It's the other ones. It's the ones that are not getting.
Oh, it's 1.1 million?
What?
No, the average salary. Let's see, the minimum's 1.1, not 750. Really? Okay, I didn't know that.
What is the
Yeah, ask
NBA
who you asking?
I'm asking
Oh, you know, no. Let me
complexity,
ask the Meta AI on WhatsApp because now you actually have. Oh, yeah, I don't want to show you my conversation.
You can have.
Oh, it doesn't matter. But you can ask like Meta, what is the minimum? I can't type worth a crap.
It says next year's minimum will be 1.1 million. This year is 1.0 million.
Okay.
So it's 1.01. So you throw in $17,000 in there. So it's $1,017,000 according to.
Well, because I asked this
AI.
something. Yeah, see.
Not Allen Iverson.
No, I asked a question to this over the weekend just to test it out. I'm talking about the Meta AI through WhatsApp.
We're
and
huge
it got,
right
like,
now.
It got an easy question wrong, and I was like, that's kind of ridiculous. But it got that one right. It said 1.
Yeah. My hands are still cold, man. What the hell?
Of course, they're still cold.
All right, they only started to get cold like when we're starting to sit here and trade. Like I was fine during lunch. Okay, so here we go. Maybe it's just nervous hands, but we ain't nervous hands right now. Let's props it up. There it is right now. We will put on right in front of all of you. This is the #1 P&L name. I mean, I'm still holding it on the day. So again, you might not have anything written down on here, but we felt bearish. We kind of sniffed this level out. It was a little bit too early of a take. I understand that, but I wanted the short at 17.4. That's kind of where we started. As you can see, we're just here right now. So that's kind of like these fills up at 30s, 48s. So we started this fill at 45. It's not like we held it that far against us. So now it's coming back down. Let's just see what we can do. We've now taken out like almost 3/4 of this. So let's just hold another piece, see if we can make that piece for the dream and then get back down to the downside. So we're really happy with all of that. So let's hold out hope that this can make a move back lower for us on the futures. We might have just stopped. And the reason why is we're running right into this level. So we had a pretty epic move, then the cool down, then another huge bump, and then here's the move back, the retracement back, and now you're possibly getting a slowdown right there at 17,380. So that's something to look for. That's what I'm doing right now, and the TQs, and then Tesla is still a short. I keep on clicking it, not realizing that we're on the futures. But here's Tesla right now looking to break through 141. I think that's going to be a good take if we can get lower than where we are right now.
Yeah, I just took some profit on
No futures.
a firm 31.8. It just we're short 32.7, 07 into 31.8. Still some higher lows. I mean, overall, you can see it making higher lows, but that's a pretty decent pullback. And if you go station to station, obviously you had this high here at 31.5. I think that's a good target instead of VWAP. And then obviously you had this level in here, 31.8, where it did another pullback. And when that happens, I like those for target areas. So we waited for down moves to short, down move to short, and then we're going to take some profit in. I think we still have a chance, for this market to really do a little bit more damage to the downside. And if it happens, you got 80 points until you get to what was overnight resistance. And if that level comes in 17.3, I'd expect some bounce shots. And if we're still in those shorts at that point, might be the spot. We're getting into power hour now, might be the spot to be all out, or at least looking for longs. Now, Alphabet didn't show any bounce off 157, but it seems like it could still bounce off the early breakouts, which is 156.5. So there's this nice chance to be able to get something out in front of VWAP, but it didn't really set up off 157. So, not just yet. Vanny, you're right, Leaf Nation, that's what it's all about. When you talk about stick-to-itiveness for your plan or your trades, or your trade plan could involve like setups on 10 different stocks, but it's the same setup. Or it could involve trading the same stock. Either way, it's about sticking in your lane. And if you're a Leaf fan, then you don't freak out after one loss. And that goes with anything. Like in trading, you don't freak out just because you lose an individual trade. Like you can't be about that. Because if you are, then you're not going to trade the next setup when it's there for you. And if you turn into that kind of a trader, there's just no way to win. Because if you can't take your A+ setups because of something happened the trade before, well, guess what? There will always be a losing trade that you have to try to follow up with a winner. That's just the reality. You're not always able to take a position coming off of a couple of nice wins. So sometimes you just got to suck it up. Apple, I'm looking at VWAP here. We talked about Google, but Apple's strong as well. I'm looking at VWAP at 166. This was a really good turning spot for Apple. Above Friday's resistance, you get above this 166 and hold it for support. Just another couple of ticks down, and I would look for some kind of a bounce there in Apple. Just feels like we might have a chance to get Google a little bit as well. Oscar plays. Coin has relative strength. You're right. Although I did outline what I was looking for in Coinbase, which was very specifically this break here. I wanted this taken out, this triple top. When I see this, there's only one of two things that I'm doing. I either want to short the top or I want to get the break of the top. That's 3 days in a row, essentially the same level. Today, because Bitcoin's relatively strong, you have the catalyst of the halving for a lot of this move as well. I'd rather be looking for the long in Coinbase. And to each their own. The other thing I think Coinbase has going for it is on the daily chart, you have a nice consolidation where it's trying to break out of that consolidation up. It's holding the 50-period moving average. Remember what we said about things like Microsoft and some of the chip names and the tech names, where they're holding underneath and looking to break down? Well, this is holding the 50-period and looking to break out of it with higher lows off that support level. So I'm favoring the breakout trade on Coinbase. And I just realized, hey, it's above 225. I can have that order out. So I don't want to miss it. And what the fun thing about this is if you're at Real Trading, there's like multiple stop orders that we can use. But one of them, if I sit on it, like Edge A stop, for those of you that are with Real Trading, that one sits server side, so it's a little bit faster. And when I mean server side, instead of sitting on our server here, waiting for a print on my system, and then firing the order out that goes all the way down into the NASDAQ in this case. In this particular case, the stop goes all the way over to Direct Edge's server, which is essentially right next door to the NASDAQ, and it's just a little bit faster to trigger. So for a breakout trade, I prefer that one. And it'll show up as like a limit order in my, like a limit order that'll cross up to like 30s. If 228 breaks, I'll fire an order up to 228.30 or whatever it is that I put it to. I might have put it to like 35. It doesn't matter. So we're looking for that breakout on coin. We are ready for it. Yeah, appreciate you, Oscar. Like when we're kind of chilling out here, I'm not forcing any trades. I'm in a couple that are working, but I am looking for new. Whether it's Alphabet, dip buy, maybe we can get an Apple on VWAP, could be a Coinbase breakout. None of those things have happened yet. And until they do, you just want to be patient, picking your spots, right? It's like what made Floyd Mayweather so good? What made Floyd Mayweather is like the most patient dude you could ever imagine in your life. Imagine going into a ring being better, you're better than the other guy, but his game plan is to sit there and play amazing defense and pick his spots and just not make any mistakes. Even though he probably could have gone in there and aggressively boxed a lot of guys and looked a little bit more flashy, he could guarantee wins by being boring to some people, which I always thought was pretty cool. Like I love watching Floyd box, and some people are like, Floyd's a boring fighter. I'm like, that's nice. Everyone's into something different. Like some people want to see someone throw some haymakers, man. I love watching that guy just make other people look like fools for a bunch of rounds, then pick his spots to go in there. Hopefully we can do that this afternoon.
Good movements on board right now. Yeah, so just real quick here before we go. So the futures did make that move down. We were able to capture more profit down on the downside. I'm not going to average in. If we break higher, we break higher. See you later on that one. Mara's still holding fort. I just wanted to show you just about how bad it was last week. So here's a tweet right here. This was the largest 10 performance of top 10 largest companies last week. So this is just last week alone. So check out some of these missteps. You know, Microsoft 5, Apple 6, NVIDIA 14, Alphabet. So why I'm bringing this up is because I do think it's important that we realize, first, the Berkshire up. We talked about the diamonds. I already talked about that 2 podcasts ago, actually. Eli Lilly, TSMC, and Broadcom. So in a day where we're trying to battle back, if there's going to be like a big market move, you know, like Alphabet was only down 2% last week. So none of these companies reported. I shouldn't say none. Maybe there's one, TSM. So, yeah. But other than that, everything is still to go. We don't even have Netflix on here. Obviously, they were down last week as well. So that should have been included here probably. But this just pretty nasty movements down on the largest. I guess it's because it's the largest mega cap names. That's why Netflix isn't on here. But it's nasty. You could include AMD and all that kind of stuff. But the idea here is Alphabet down 2%. Oh no, hopefully I just minimize that. And then you're seeing today as well, Alphabet, I don't know, is it leading? I mean, what was, Meta was still, Meta had that flash up, so that's 1%. Apple today, well, we know NVIDIA's leading, but just out of all of these, Apple, so there you go. So just to pick some of the major cap names, Microsoft, yeah. So you just go back to the one that was the strongest last week, so Google. So that's kind of the work, and I'm a little bit upset because I don't have it on here. That's some of the work that I like to do, is look for relative strength and weakness. And then if you like the logs, which is why I have Snapchat written on here as a log. Now this will be an L. It's unbelievable where it went. We have the bottom of the day. But again, I feel like we were right, but not. So if you don't make money, you're not right. That's Snapchat, and then Mara was the other one. And again, the Mara one really had nothing to do with market at all. Just the halving and Bitcoin holding up, and we wanted Mara. So that's going to be a good name for us. We'll have to wait to see if that continues, as here we come right back in for the TQs. So where will Microsoft be on Friday? I mean, that's a good question, and if we knew that answer, then I'd give it to you, but I don't. So I'm hoping that it's still listed.
What? Oh, come off, still listed.
I mean, obviously it's going to be.
No, obviously it's listed. Just a couple of things here. I want to talk about. I'll talk about
going
Ford,
nowhere.
Kinzuka Ushi just said your favorite boxer of all time is Roberto Duran. My favorite boxers were like my dad was a huge Sugar Ray Leonard fan, and so like Hagler, Hearns, Leonard, like those guys fighting. Because they just went back and forth. It was unreal to have 3 guys at their prime at that same time. But one of the reasons why I like Floyd is because of kind of how things ended for Sugar Ray Leonard. Like watching him at the end of his career, like I remember watching one of his fights where he was just getting beaten up when he was old. And my dad was like legitimately, like it was hard to watch. Like this was like my dad's hero. He's getting destroyed in this fight. And you could tell, it's like he didn't want to see this guy basically getting pummeled, and that's what I loved about watching Floyd. I'm like, you know what? Like, here's a guy who not only, like, he's going in there, and boxing, you're supposed to get destroyed, and he's able to do it without taking the big hits.
Right.
Which is amazing to do. Imagine stepping in the ring without having to take the big hits. And I actually, like, a lot of the way I look at risk to reward and trading and life in general, I'm realizing might have something to do with that. Also, my dad wouldn't let me box. Like, he loved boxing, but he was like, you're never doing it. I'll never want you doing it. And I remember being a kid being like, come on, man, like it's so cool. But now I kind of get what he was talking about with that, with like CTE and all that stuff. But Ford, you want relative strength? This is relative strength today. 6% up. And we rag on this stock a lot. But Ford bounced nicely off the 200 period moving average here and cleared the 50. And with this move up, I think it's got room to 14. If we do, presuming at this point, hey, we're going to close above 1250, there's only 55 minutes. If Ford were to drop under 1250 today, that's a pretty outsized move for Ford in 1 hour. So I think that's unlikely. But I think I'm going to be looking for longs in this till about $14. That's a great breakout trade. So all you're looking for is continuation above 1250. So Ford, that's going to be on the board. Affirm, we just go back to the trades that we're actually in. So far, so good for that one. But the bounce right back into the high. So I'm looking for a lower high. Reload this around the same price we got, the 32.10. Watch out for the chip names. I might not reload Intel because I think NVIDIA could break 800 again. This is NVIDIA. Don't want to reload a chip unless NVIDIA is failing. And NVIDIA is right here cresting that 800 level for the second time today. Actually, let's check that. Third time today. That's a couple. This break here, that break there, those are just dark pool wicks. So 800 on NVIDIA could be a little bit of something. The other one would have been AMD and 150, which I don't think we've had a chance at yet, but this could come into play as well. So if we're breaking that 800 on NVIDIA, that 850 short on AMD will be in play. Shout out to you. Appreciate you there. Golden Crest Financial, we appreciate the super chat.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Look, man, I repeat myself for a very good reason. And it's all good. You repeat yourself multiple times a day regarding key trading skills. Please don't stop. Some need it drilled in their brain. So the reason why I do this is for me. Actually, I trade buyouts on the side. How many times a day do I talk about a single mistake of, oh, I'm averaged into this when the market's doing this, I got in too early? Sean knows. I probably say it so many times he's like, shut up, Neil, you say it all the time. But I say it to myself because it's necessary. Because you always know internally what's the thing that I have to correct. And so that I'm always sort of saying that over and over again. I had a coach when I couldn't shoot foul shots. He was like, you repeat some certain things about your mechanics in your head as you're going through the foul shot. And I went from a 50% shooter to 80%, which was necessary because if you can't make a foul shot, you're in trouble. But that's why we do it. And I appreciate the super chat, but we're here talking you through our trading journey, so hopefully we can help yours. And if it does, great. If it doesn't, I hope you get something out of it. And there's entertainment value. There's our trading lessons. There's Sean's trading lessons. There's Adara's trading lessons. There's Sharif's. There's Brendan's as well, Brankel's, Patty Ice, like everybody here on the trading floor. We just want everybody to be able to learn from each other. That's what it's all about. So we appreciate your super chat. Gold Crest. Hopefully you've been trading some gold recently because that's been doing okay. Although still don't know what, I almost said what that, you know what happened to silver this morning.
Yeah, I haven't looked at that in a minute. We'll look at that come up for the market recap.
And it didn't bounce either, silver.
Yeah, thank you so much, Goldcrest. Very, very nice. And thank you so much for that super chat. It's a great donation. Thank you so much.
I'm going to buy some gloves with that.
It does mean a lot, for sure. All right, so we just got another piece out there at 30s. I mean, it fell in for the TQs. We're going to hold out on that and see if we can get some more action into that name. Looking for some more plays, though. As we go, DraftKings just popped up again. We can look at DraftKings. If there's any name you guys want, we have Nucor coming tonight. If we have the earnings board, I can quickly do that. I also have the earnings board as well. Actually, you know what we didn't look at today? Didn't Verizon report earlier today before market open? Verizon down 5. Oh, that's too bad. They were getting a nice little bump up there. On the daily for Verizon. Okay, here we go. Cliffs. Okay, we like that one there. We've talked about some copper plays. You can't see because I can't see the other side of this, unfortunately. Nucor, Globe Life. Oh, I talked about that on one of the podcasts as that name got absolutely killed. That's another one coming through tonight. All right, not much else, man. I'm looking forward to tomorrow then. We've got GM. Neil mentioned Ford there. PepsiCo on some nice runs as well. And then Freeport-McMoRan with copper. Look, man, some nice ones. Nice industrial names coming, including, you just saw there, and GE as well coming. Oh, yeah, there's lots of names tonight. And then the one that I didn't see on there that maybe was Nucor. So Nucor, again, a big steel name. We talked about where this name looks and where this is possibly going here. It's had a pullback. It's at the 50-period moving average. You know, you can look at U.S. Steel. We see that deal is sort of being blocked there with Nippon as President Joe Biden, or Joe Biden, sorry, goes through there. That was just a hip-hop reference that probably no one... anyways, 190 right there, 188. Looks like the dip there. Nucor's already been hit to the downside, but what a performer this one's been. I mean, you want to talk about how some of these industrials have really gone crazy. Steelmaker, 202 there. So as they make America great again by building all this infrastructure, you see Nucor definitely capturing some profits or capturing some tailwinds of that. So Nucor tonight coming through. We'll see where they can report. Again, I'm not expecting too much. The average move for Nucor right there as of last time, we have the expected move here is 3.5. Sorry, the last move was 4.5. There's Nucor right here. So the last move, as you can see, was 3.5%. Expected move now 4.5. The big movers there, MedPlace. Here's that GL. I think that was the Globe Life, I think, GL.
Oh, goodness, that's...
yeah, we talked about this on the podcast, and it's getting killed. And there it is, boom, to the downside. But a nice little move back there in insurance. We'll see if that can go well. And then GE, our charts are going to be kind of a hot mess for this. But at the end of the day, GE has made a nice move. So there's... That just... Again, it's just because of the spinoff. But GE has really pulled back a little bit from that 160 marker all the way to the downside into 147 or so. So watch out for some of this. Geo Aerospace was just spun off. I said DraftKings before, and then we sort of started talking about earnings. But again, this name is still up that 1%, and it's hovering right around VWAP. So 41 isn't horrible for a long. We've sort of danced around this area. We've seen the action there. Break lower, break higher, retest now. So watch out for DraftKings possibly catching a little bit of a bid here off 41. My thing is that I still am looking for lower. So we took out some more TQs. Let's see if this market wants to give it up. We're still under the 50 period. I'm not going long. I'm trying to hold shorts. Yeah, go.
Okay, I know. I went over there to refill my water. I was actually talking for a quick second to Branko, the floor manager. Were you guys talking about hip hop? Like, why is everyone talking about Joe Budden? I haven't heard. I think he has a daughter that does music, but I was a Joe Budden guy. But
he has that Coy Leroy or whatever?
You guys were talking. You were talking about Joe Budden?
Yeah, Benzino. Yeah. Coy
Oh no, it's Benzino. Joe Budden was legit, man.
I said Joe Budden because she said Joe Biden, and then so I was just like, But you weren't here. So I don't know. I wasn't sure if anybody else got it. I didn't even check the chat. So I guess people got it. So. I don't know.
The only politics I care about is when are we going to vote in President Camacho? Let's go.
Hector?
That's where we're headed. Well, you haven't seen Idiocracy, which I think is I think it's a great movie. It's very, it's pretty lowbrow.
Yeah, okay.
It's the other Wilson brother, not Owen.
Luke.
Luke Wilson.
Luke. Is it Luke?
Yeah, it's Luke Wilson. It's hilarious. It's absolutely hilarious.
Didn't Luke Wilson? Well, Luke Wilson played football.
There is a Luke Wilson, but not.
There is a Luke Wilson that played football.
Yeah, wasn't he a tight end for Seattle or something?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking about.
No, but the Owen Wilson's brother.
Okay, just a fluke that it's same name.
Yeah.
Okay, because sometimes it's so confident about it, but then I'm thinking about a football dude.
Speaking of tight ends, I'm just throwing this out there for absolutely no particular reason.
I've already told you though, because I'm trying.
With the NFL draft sort of at the end of this week, I think we should all take the time to recognize the fact that if you don't have a fantasy, if you don't have a tight end in fantasy, a quality one, it's essentially like not having a trading plan. And I think when you're devoid of one, your fantasy team should probably try to acquire.
Remember, my tight end's going to be an IPO, remember? It's going to be Brock Bowers.
I'm trying to make a trade.
I'm IPOing Brock Bowers.
Very slowly. Once a week, you'll hear me say it on the show, and I'm just wearing him down.
And I'm IPOing Malik Neighbors. Yeah, that's right. We have some practices on the long weekend.
One more thing here.
Or do you guys think it's going to be Marvin Harrison, Malik Neighbors, or that Roma Dunze?
Where do you pick?
3.
Oh, you're going to get Neighbors then.
Yeah. Oh no, I'm getting Neighbors.
It's going to go Williams.
Or if not, I'll take
Williams
Caleb.
1,
right?
Harrison 2. So it's going to go that way.
Yeah.
If you're watching the NFL draft, I always find it a lot of fun. But it's a lot like long-term trading.
I need to find
right?
the odds.
In long-term trading, how many people actually beat the market And then, long-term investing, I should mean. In long-term investing, how many people actually beat like the S&P 500 return? You look at all the experts in their like mock drafts. I don't even bother with that stuff. It's like if trying to actually predict where each individual guy is going to go is ridiculous.
I think like once you get past like the top 10, so many people slip that it's like one person slipping can change the whole trajectory
It's
of
so
the
impossible.
draft.
What's your IPO's predicted price?
What's my IPO prediction price on what stock? On StubHub? I think StubHub. I think is
Yeah,
gonna be a good
StubHub.
IPO.
Do we have a date for that?
No.
Oh, okay.
This Perplexity won't show me the odds of. I think it's still Caleb going 1, isn't it?
Oh, it's got to be. It's no. It's that's
Because the Bears traded Fields. Yeah.
It's got like there's no. You're not getting paid anything to bet on Caleb going 1 at this point. You want to make money like.
Well, plus they signed Keenan Allen, so they're not going to take
Yeah,
Marvin.
No, they're not doing that.
Yeah. Okay.
Some of the more fun bets are like how many wide receivers are going to go in the first.
Those are
Instead
the
of trying to
ones.
pick exactly where a guy's going to go,
There's gonna be 3 in the top 10.
Yeah, 3 and I think you'll have 5 wide receivers are going to go.
Roma Dunze.
Adunze is underrated, man. He just produces.
No on my
like
NFL draft platter. No.
I
All
don't know.
right.
We talking about food? I could eat.
I don't know. The wife always prepares something. Maybe I'll get her to prepare something for NFL draft. I think that'd be kind of fun.
We'll do. My wife she makes chili.
Yep.
For like sometimes Bills playoffs or like the Super Bowl.
Right.
But for an NFL draft, he's like no, because she'll watch the NFL. But she's like, you're watching, and there's like you're watching the teams pick.
Yes, it's
the
actually
player.
more fun.
Does anybody play? I'm like no, and so they're just talking about it. I'm like yes.
I find it more fun than the game sometimes.
I can't go that far.
You know, the draft is really interesting. I don't know.
No, I love watching the
It's
draft.
huge
but
ratings.
I don't know that it's better than watching like an actual game. I love the game.
Yeah, I don't
Would you go to an NFL draft?
No, it's probably to go there. It's probably no.
Okay, how about I'm gonna frame it this way. So now I know the answer is gonna be yes. How do you get Sean to say yes to something? If the NFL draft was held in Green Bay, would you go?
No.
Oh, like exactly. See,
No, I know it has nothing to do with where it's held. I think I don't know how exciting it is. I'd actually rather go to New York. What am I going to do in Green Bay? Just chill out? There's nothing to do there. I'm going there to watch the Packers.
I've never
See,
been.
that's the difference. Like, I think I'd go to Vegas was where the NFL draft was.
I'll go to Vegas for a lot of
They
things.
shouldn't always have it at Vegas, but that looked like a lot of fun.
How about we do the market's
$1.63.
really not doing much of anything.
Like,
I did
come
just get a
on.
fill at the low 40s in Intel, but that's like 5 cents in the money. Like, look at how tight that range is. So I'm not trying to force anything, except for the fact that we should be doing a meetup in Vegas. I think that's worth. You don't want to force trades, but you do want
Yes,
to
man, I'm
force
just waiting for you to tell me the date.
good ideas. Tell you the date.
Yeah, I thought you were organizing the thing. That's what I'm trying to get
The
at. I
big
need to
problem is
log
we're
into
not
my
supposed to ever
WhatsApp.
take time off at the same time. So it's like you basically.
We're doing live from Vegas, remember?
So we'd have to find like a long weekend or something, because literally we've been told we're not allowed to have. We're not supposed to be off at the same time. That's why you never see it. We did it one time on opening day in the afternoon because we both wanted to be at the Jays game, and apparently it wasn't received all that well. I thought it was okay. Riot's moving. You're already in Mara, so let's have a look at Riot here. We'll look at anything. Still higher and higher and higher, but very gentle upward trend. Like if you look at this, like it's non-parabolic since earlier in the day. Like since about 1050, that's a pretty solid and general trend to the upside. Nothing to fade there. I think when you try to make fades against the grain, you fade big moves like that. You fade big moves like that, or at least attempt to. These small consolidative moves, unless they're at a monster resistance level, I don't want to touch them. We talk about that all the time. Like, what's your setup for going against the grain? Monster level, or it just goes too far too fast. So for a firm, the reason I like it is it's at what I think is a big level, so you short that. And it had made a pretty big run going into it. Just no reloads yet. Adara?
Thank you to our sponsors, Kalshi. Have you ever wanted to trade on events that directly relate to companies and the economy? Kalshi is the first legal financial exchange in the US where you can bet on any event. Ever wondered if TikTok will be banned, how many cars Tesla will ship this quarter, or what a new movie's Rotten Tomato score will be? Now you can use Kalshi to put your predictions to the test and trade on what you really know. Visit Kalshi.com to sign up today and grab a $20 bonus after depositing $50 exclusively for the first 500 people using promo code TraderTV. It's easy to get started. Just choose an event like the whether Boeing will have a new CEO this year, currently priced at 76%. Buy 100 shares at 76 cents each, and Boeing And if Boeing announces a new CEO by the end of the year, you can cash out $100 on your $76 bet. Don't just watch the news, profit from it. Join Kalshi's 100,000 users and dive into diverse markets, make your moves, and potentially profit from global events. Kalshi.com.
All right. Thank you, Miss Adara.
And we were just talking about some of like the random bets that you like that are fun to put on. Oh, like there it is right there.
Oh, you can do likes to the $50 bet for the $50 super chat. Oh, that's cool. We have 13 likes.
You can like a super chat? That's new.
Yeah, that's new, I feel like.
Hold on a second. No, that doesn't make any this makes no logical sense, YouTube. You know why this doesn't make any sense? Like you should only like a super chat. Like that's
What do you
it's a
mean?
default. It's like default. Like it should just automatically.
Well, there's no
be like
down.
super. I know there's no down, but it's like everybody
down.
should like it. Who wouldn't like?
By the way, the market's
It's
cranking.
about time.
All right.
So finally, the Rock has come back to.
Face slap. Finally, the market has come back to reality. All right, back to the downside right now. There it is. It's a big one here. It's literally a day saver for me, or else it would have been a heck of a lot worse. There it comes down. It is the TQs.
Puff out his chest a little bit.
Yeah. Well, the Bears still not puffing that much because
No, they are now. See, look at
they're
that.
trying.
Heads up.
Okay, yeah, they're doing it, but they might lean back there a little too much. All right, shout out to the triple Qs as we're starting to go lower here. I mean, now we can just hold into the close in case we are really right. Unfortunately, ARM is my number. Not unfortunately, I have no. Actually, now it's easy, man. Now it's TQs. TQs are is my number one stock here today. Remember, this Mara, I was going to take it out on a break of 17. I still think that's fine. We may just choose the top here to get some out around 1740. I think that makes a little bit of sense for me to do that. But the net is really getting juiced up here because we are starting to go to the downside. We did see a rejection of VWAP for Tesla. So I'd still like to hold this, but I think that's fool's gold. 140, 150. Let me just see. We've done really well on Tesla. Like 140, that's not even low enough. We can get lower. If we can get down into that's still 141. What level is that? 140. Yeah, that's 141. All right, 141, 10, like 141, 50. If we can break that, that will be a break of VWAP rate. Oh, no, actually, that's his rate where VWAP is. Okay, I'm going to take this because I was already thinking about this level, 141. And then right there is like 141.16, so I was upping it anyways. Let's just do that, 141.50. If we get that fill, let's take a VWAP fill on Tesla because the market is what's going to sort of lead me the rest of the way. We only have 20 minutes until imbalances come out, 27 minutes. So I'm pretty happy with this take. Nice downside move there on the TQs. DraftKings possibly already broke. No, so it's right there. So that, yeah, it did already break. So remember we were talking about this. Didn't break that much, goes down to the 200. I'm going to try to stay short, but that's not bad. Intel.
I'm thinking
You're not
AMD.
Intel. Oh, you already are Intel.
I mean, Intel just gave me a couple. Like, at the same time, remember Intel's got a really tight range. It's like 54 at the top and 38 at the bottom. It's like 15 to 16 cents unless you're getting absolute perfect. Oh, on that one. Oh, I'm going to sneeze. Fight it. Okay, not going to sneeze. AMD, we didn't get a shot at 150. If you got in early, you got a shot at it, so fair enough. If you're short 149.5, congratulations on AMD. That's where we're short before. Maybe we shouldn't have waited for 150, but if it's going to trend into VWAP, there's a lower high in here that we can have a take at off the 149 level. So I think that's going to be very much in play. The futures are making a lower high. We like the fact that it rejected in front of 149.5, but if I get in front of 149, that's not a hold till the high of the day kind of trade. Because if I'm shorting the lower high, I'm getting out if it breaks like 49 teens. And then it's a separate trade if it goes to 150. There's still enough time in the day that you can get a nice pop and retrace into VWAP, which is something that I like. NVIDIA is continuing to roll down. Affirm, I see no reason to take. I didn't get the reload, try to grab it in here and missed. So unless it bounces up and gives me the fill there, it's bouncing off 31.8. Well, I already took profit there. I want this breaking this flat bottom at 31.8. Might be worth an add a little bit tighter to 32 and not wait for above 32 on a firm. So I would look to reload that trade. It's just been these two. Thoughts on Coinbase, Street Alchemy. I wanted to break out of the top. I actually just canceled that order. It's 324. You see it pull back. It would have to run $4 now which is 1.5% to even get to that break. It's one thing when it's looking strong to go into the break and there's some time. But when you pull back like this, I can't imagine it getting to 228, then I still like the long trade. So maybe tomorrow for Coinbase. I still like the notion of this breakout on Coin, but that's the thing of a breakout trade. If it never goes through that level, then I sit there and stare at it and you might miss some shorts. It's all in the game. We never went long Rivian off the $10 level, but when it finally broke that $10 short, it was easy to 950. So that's what I'm looking for Coinbase. I think you can make a nice move off 228.
You know what? All right, I'm just gonna get out right now on Mara. I just can't. Oh, we didn't get it. Ugh. Okay, I was just gonna get out now. I'm like thinking this is breaking right here. I see some chatter in the chat that about some crypto and stuff like that. So I'm just going. No, there's nothing happening, but I'm just going to get out here because if we break lower than this, I'm thinking the futures are now. Remember when we were up here? And this is when I was trying to justify the short that I had, which has been justified. Obviously, it's working now. We're 50 cents in the money, MPL1 on it. It's just like this move right here for NASDAQ. Like if we drop out, then I really think this could get going. So let's take out some Mara if we can, or the rest of it at the level here. But yeah, this could fall. So this is kind of like what we're waiting for. And then remember when we talked about this is the stuff that I study is just visually. I don't have a fib on this, or I should get like a retracement tool or something to see how far away this is as a percentage or something. But at the end of the day, I don't remember seeing this far away to the upside on VWAP in a long time for the future. So maybe I could be wrong, but that was a nice move up there on a 1 minute chart. Thankfully it faded out, and we also got matched with 17.4, which was nice. So, we chose that, and that turned out to be a decent little level for us there on the mark. So yeah, so far so good here as we just sit around and wait for a closing trade to come through.
Oh, CompSRX has something.
What is he like, BTC 50K?
No, PDD is almost 10% up. But it's where the stock is on the 15-minute. I mean, if the market's going to pull back, it's almost 330. Look what happened the last time Pinduoduo was at $124. That was the start of, in 4 days, down to 111, and that day it dropped like $6. Also, look at what it looks like on the daily chart. Okay, fine, you're making a bit of a wedge, but last time I checked, wedges have resistance and support levels. So you look at that at 124, 125. That's a good-looking level. Usually, you know what? I just finished saying I don't like shorting. I like the level, but I don't like against the trend when it's that linear to the upside. Like generally, I want to get into a short that's trending like this with a big push up that overextends into 224, then on the way back down. So I like the level CompSRX, but it violates like a trading style or an entry point that doesn't work. Because I find like I'd just be sitting in here waiting for something to happen with a stop higher, and we can't swing trade it. Like if you were, it's a bit different if you're, I'm gonna hold it overnight or hold it into the aftermarket or whatever, but we have like 20 minutes for this to work. And it's not really giving you that big push up to be able to fade. Might have a better chance getting more affirm here. So I'm gonna just try to short the pop here and affirm. I think that can break down as well. Just a bit better of a setup because it's already showing me the lower highs as opposed to still trending up.
All right, shout out to Daytrader Cut in the chat there. I just responded to you on Twitter. All right, slid into the DMs there. I know you're already in Intel. I'm trying to find names that, oh, we got out of Mara. Okay, sorry, my bad, didn't cover that. Oh, shoot. All right, well, we got out there at 20s, now it's at 30s. So good trade for us on Mara, obviously, there, as it will be a red. It's a nice day. I don't know why we said red. This will be a green name for us today. Well green. And again, it'll be my second P&L name. We do have, I think, no, that's not right. TQs, ARM, then this. Lost first, found the 50 period, and boom to the upside. Since then, there's been no worries. It's kind of similar to this TQs trade, you know, like it lost it off the open, and then as soon as you took that 50 period, although if you got out on a 50 period retracement back, that still would have been about 70 or 80 cents, but at the end of the day, there's the move up and there's the break lower. Now we're starting to trend lower here. 50 period finally, since the morning, now finally starting to slope down. So that's why we're in this. We've been taking out a lot of trades here on the TQs as we wait for that, but that's just an example right there.
Only because you said that.
Of a name getting going. And look how garbage Tesla is at the 50 period moving average. So some of them are going to follow it on some days and some aren't. More of a trend indicator.
I don't use Fibonacci's. I'm just going to get that out of the way. But only because you said it. If you actually do bottom to top on the Qs, which I mean the TQs will probably do exactly the same thing, this bounce is off the first retracement level. If you use the bottom and the top and want to draw it that way, like you do have like that 419.5, looks like it would be a spot. But again, I don't use them. I find that here's what you'll find interesting. When you're using a tool to trail out of winning trades, you're probably going to find that it's fantastic because every single indicator it gives you is taking profit, right? So it's like, you're going to look at even when it's like, that wasn't the ideal out, but you still made money on it. So you're going to really, really like using tools to give you those outs. Just keep that in mind. So use whatever you use. I've dabbled with Fibonacci's. I am not a huge fan of them overall. I never really found anything that works. I think way back in the day when I was trading a lot of penny stocks early in my trading career, I know there was a few people that I knew that traded penny stocks that lived by Fibonacci's. That's the only reason I looked at them. I just could never find anything that was better than just flat out support and resistance. Because the same thing, you know what, let me finish the thought, man. Like that same Fibonacci level, like this, like right in here, that pullback, the first pullback, like if you're long this stock or looking to buy a dip, like once it does this, do I really need that level to tell me, or is it already or is the price action and support and resistance telling me the same thing? You know, so I think you're already getting the confluence you need when you just look at that chart. That said, it's 3:30. I'm going to give a quick look. If I don't get refilled on the short of a firm, fair enough. But I want to look at some individual names here for you on the imbalances. Oh, absolutely nothing. Early look. Oh, that's right. You know what? This is my bad. For the last 2 or 3 sessions, we have not been getting the early look on individual names. So until we get that back, this will be blank until 3:50. That's my bad. I forgot they were having issues starting last week. So we're only going to have the imbalances at 3:50. No early look on individual names.
Uber moving around a bit here. Uber's starting to go to the downside. It's not doing a whole heck of a lot here. Here's Uber. I was looking at it because I was looking at Tesla. I'm still interested in this because we're at 70. So this is an interesting level there, 68 and change. I mean, this has been a name that before this sort of epic fall in the market, I was raising some cash and we're still sitting on a decent amount of it to see, like, it's not that much, like 15% or so, just to see if, you know, some of these names came back to some levels here. But now that I've seen, okay, come on, futures. Now that I've seen what Netflix is doing this is day 2. I have to make sure I go to NQ. So we had a big move down, or day 3 actually for earnings. My bad. Because yeah, it wasn't Friday, it's Thursday. Wait a minute, when was Netflix's earnings? Yeah, it was Thursday, right? Yeah, so Thursday, Friday, so Friday, and then today, you know, despite the market being up that 1.2%, Netflix just getting off the ground right now. So, I mean, maybe we probably did this, flush down to 540. You know, if this was going to be a red day in the market, how low was Netflix actually going to go today? I mean, try 490, try 500. We talked about where the anchored VWAP is. So yeah, nice push down here for Netflix as the anchored VWAP off that bottom is 500. So I still feel like this is coming lower here, and watch out below because Netflix is in the problems. What's up, Cal? She hit that QR code right there. Who's reporting today after the bell? Well, that is a very, very good question. We have the earnings board. We can get that in a minute if you want. But right here, just let's have a quick look at this aftermarket. So you can just go to the screen if you want.
That's cool too.
We'll talk about her after. All right, right here. Cadence Design, CDNS right now with a $77 billion market cap. So there's that one. There's Nucor, we talked about that aftermarket, but there's not a whole heck of a lot as we go brown and brown there. I'll cue to this for a second. Equity Life Props. And then as Ramit said, let's cue to earnings because here we go. All right, so there's Cliffs. So some of these names are going to be.
I thought Cliffs was in the morning.
It says aftermarket, so I see that aftermarket as well. But yeah, so only 10 billion. That's an average move from last time, 6.5%, expecting 7% on Cliffs. So potentially something there. Globe Life is the big expected move, 17% for GL. So watch out for those.
That's because of
Yeah, they had
That-
some
that
sort of a
sucks.
report last week where they're an insurance company. So, all right, so we'll do that. I'm going to prepare the
It was the
closing
short
show.
seller report that from Fuzzy
That's
Bear.
what it was. It was
It
no,
sounded-
no. Fuzzy Panda.
Oh, Fuzzy Panda, that was it.
You know those candies, the Fuzzy Peach?
We were just like, are you kidding? Like, never even heard of them.
Shout out to Sales Guy. We should get Fuzzy Peach to sponsor the show. You know.
Getting sponsored.
We get some, put like a bowl of candies here. We can like
That's the whole problem.
review the candies. Oh, by the way, here we
I
go.
have no problem with the taste test. Let's get
We are-
VWAP.
Yeah, we are now in the money on this, probably about 100 handles. So there it is right now. Let's go bye-bye to the TQs. Yes, sir. All right. This is a monster move, man. This is the move that we all were talking about. Here's the push. Back down. It is a monster move. This is over at 1.5%. Full 0.5%. Because this is that level that we're talking about shorting right up here. We were up 1.5% on the NASDAQ. Now you're falling into the close. Finally, the roost has come home and get some pay dirt for TQQ. So I'm going to put another bid out here. Whatever, man. I'll just keep on catching these falling knives. If we get back into VWAP, then wow, what a trade that has been. But there's the TQQs. Yes. So big save here in the afternoon off that one. Hey, Kyle, you want hot dog dance? Shout out to Maple Leaf Wieners.
That's right.
Shopsies, that's who it is. We'll have to find out if they have
There
a
you
sticker.
go.
We'll get some
There you go.
hot dogs sponsor the show.
That's what it's all about. You got to find those moves wherever they lie. The futures are pulling back. The NASDAQ wants
Tesla.
that 1% under. Oh, we should have done a poll with a NASDAQ close over 1%. But I feel like if we did it now, everyone's just going to
I know where I would have been on that.
No point. I probably would have bet the under because I feel like, how good do you feel not taking profits on a rally like this after what happened last week? That's just me. But I always like to put myself in this. Like, put yourself in the person that's long and having to think about whether they want to swing a massive win buying Monday morning, going into Tesla earnings tomorrow, and then Google. Like, it all, like, you got that gauntlet to run this week. Like, do you really not want to bank your profit? So that'd be my take. I'm gonna trail out a firm. It's pulled back nicely into 31.7, which is oddly enough exactly 1%. But if it breaks back above 31.85, I'm just going to get out. I don't think we get VWAP, but I think we can get 31.50. Intel's a much tighter range, as I've shown you, but it did pull back into VWAP. So it goes about 15 cents. It's like half a point there. Not nearly as good. Kyle Burdett, will the SPY get under 0.5%? Over under? It's way too late in the day for to actually put a poll up. But, it could. It just feels like it's going to run into overnight. Come to the chart for a second. I just feel like we're going to run into potentially overnight highs and resistance turning into a bit of a support at the close. Just kind of like a technical thing there. So I just got out of a firm, which means it likely trailed back out above 80. So we take it 32 change into 31.8. It's a strong stock, but I just liked where the resistance was. It could not break those highs, but we're going to jump out of it, hold Intel, see how far that one happens to go down. Comp SRX saying Apple apparently not having a good day or a good afternoon. It never got to VWAP in time. It's now 338. Even if we get there, it's going to be 350 by the time this thing gets to VWAP, and then I'm putting on a trade into the last 10 minutes, which I'm not a huge fan of. I'd rather take that bounce where it has a chance to go. But that's all right. If you're patient about it, really just put on 2 shorts. They'll both end up working out. And I'd rather that than put on 20 trades and then try to figure out which one's going to go or which one's not going to go. Coinbase 228 break's going to have to wait till tomorrow. That's one I like. Comp SRX, congrats on the AMD trade to the south side. So the shorts did end up working out. AMD, the thing about, remember AMD is very much not like other things.
Right.
AMD is one bad day from not only the 200 period moving average, but that move will then be I think it's 35%.
Annihilation.
Well, it's not annihilation. Well, if you bought 220, it's kind of
Well, maybe I'm being a bit dramatic.
no, but it's like annihilation if you bought it up here at 210.
Right.
But that's a hefty pullback. We just talked about Nvidia going into corrective territory. This is 30% plus. I don't know what the exact math is there. This high is 215. What are we at? 150. So actually, that's exactly pretty much exactly 30%. So over 30% pullback, and you're at the 200-period moving average on AMD. If Intel doesn't completely crap the bed, maybe the 200 period's good here for AMD.
Yeah, potentially. We are hoping that the futures continue to do that to the bed because we are starting to get low. So another fill rate there. I'm going to put one at 50s. I didn't think we'd get here, honestly. Like as we get better and better with trading the futures, we'll have to just start to believe that some of the things that we're looking at on equity side. I just started trading the futures, really. Obviously, Arun's no longer here. He hasn't traded in probably a couple years, maybe. I can't remember the last time he traded. I was here last summer, and he hadn't traded for a minute then. But there it is, down to the downside. Very hard to trade the futures as well. Stephanie's not here, Arun's not here. But there's a nice move down, 50.75 right there. So let's see. We'll cover a little bit, then we'll go down into VWAP, and we'll see what happens right there, down to 50.41 right now. So a nice move, man. Yeah, fish in a barrel right here today for the short. Tesla as well, finally starting to make a move down. I thought I had a bid here, but that must have canceled. So let's do that again right now. Sometimes when the market's kind of going crazy, I'll just cancel everything and then regroup based on where the stocks are going. I feel like that's always been a decent strategy for me. So we do not have this bid here. I think we might as well put it. As Neil's mentioned, and I've mentioned, we have those imbalances coming out right now. So that level for Tesla looks pretty decent. We'll just let this market continue to fall down. I don't have much else as far as market trades are concerned right here, other than what we have, of course. So we'll just continue to sit here, see if it will work out for us. It's Tesla, and that's what we're trying to get out of. So we'll see. Right now, so far so good. Tesla downside, market downside, and we're waiting to see what happens here into the close.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's what it's all about here. Like you basically just found a couple of shorts that have been able to work out here. Well, you could have picked your spots on just about anything, but you had to pick the ones that you liked, and then you're good to go. Anything to the long side, like you could have had some opportunities really early in the session, but now you're starting to bounce off look, I'm seeing things bounce off VWAP, including Intel. I got rid of those wicks, and everything worked out. I'm happy because sometimes when I do that, it's like they just come right back and I can't show you the chart, but I can now show you the Intel chart without a wick that's making everything look distorted. So it's been bouncing off VWAP, and when this happens, when we short it before, take a bunch out there, get out off VWAP, and then reload off the high. I'm not all out of VWAP, but I am going to get out if it goes above like this 45. So you had a bit of an inside day on Intel, which is fine, 34 to 34.5. I feel like you could have a little bit more of that because they report this week. So, they've had I don't want to say the worst of it. That's probably not whoops. Oh, that's right. I have to do this. So you see me. I like Windows Extended Desktop because then I can do this and then slide things over when I want to show you a daily chart. They might have had the worst of it on Intel, and it might start to go sideways because this, like AMD, is over 30% down from the highs. So you have had a bit of a nasty move. I could see you not breaking a 32 until after they report. As a matter of fact, if I see 32 before they report, I'll probably be looking for a long there. They report Thursday, I believe. We'll be talking about Intel. And when you get to that point, all bets are off. It could go 10% in either direction. I just remember the last time thinking it was like the worst report. It was nasty, and then the stock went higher. And I was like, and it was part of the reason why I was selling off that top. I'm like, why is it even up here? Yeah, this could be a 10% mover, but I like 32 before they report. Support level like that after move down like this, I'd be surprised if it were to break. Nvidia's bouncing at 790. We'll all be trailing out of Intel in 5 pennies here. It's not a big range anyways. Wow, Nvidia is strong today. I know the reason I didn't go long Nvidia again. No, this move down here completely put me off of going long Nvidia today. Like I had the breakout trade, it did the trend reversal, and the last few times it's failed a breakout like this, it's just trended down. Like Nvidia always trends, well, recently, when it fails one of those breakouts, like here, another triple top break, dies. Fails a break, dies. Fails a break, ends up not even at the lows, but it certainly doesn't break higher. And then same thing again today. Like it reversed an early breakout, and I'm thinking it's just going to be trend down. Don't look for the long in Nvidia when it does that. So pretty bullish there on Nvidia. Bucked my expectations. This could have been Like it could have been a heck of a lot better on NVIDIA. I also made a keystroke error, which I mentioned on NVIDIA. Like this breakout should have been just as good as the 600, but I actually double barreled this out accidentally on a keystroke. Not much I can do about it, but it could have been a little bit better on NVIDIA. Sometimes in the heat of the moment, I had an offer out, thought I didn't, hit offer enter, and it was pretty much at the same price. That's why they're overlapping. But when that happens to you, you just got to be able to live with it.
Yeah, talk about sticking with your sort of your rules and the way you're trying to trade things. I mean, there it is right there for Tesla. I mean, we got that fill. We told you where we were putting it right there at VWAP. We wind up getting it. So far, so good on that take there for Tesla. Now I don't have to worry about it. Like, that was a good out. We'll wait to see if this market wants to continue, but that's a good one for Tesla for sure. I'm pretty happy with the way that one worked out. We have 345, and then we have those imbalances in 5 minutes. All right. Just having a look to see if there's anything else moving around. Disney, again, still just hit a scanner there. Let me see what's going on with Disney. Oh, wow, yeah, that's why. Okay, so right back into the low again. Wow. Talk about, like, reverse V. I guess this almost looks like an N. Just straight to the downside. So, yeah, Disney kind of saying, okay, we're not sure what we want to do right now, but there's a nice pullback in. I'm not going to go long ahead of imbalances, but watch out for this name tomorrow. Again, market up, Disney down. Been trading bad. You're under the 50-period moving average. Disney reports. I'm much more relaxed about Disney now because we're able to get some out. Remember how we were sort of like, how high is it going to go? And we were talking to everybody about this. But now, I mean, I would still like it to go higher. That would still obviously be nice. Their reporting date is May 7th, so we still have a while to go. Obviously, short flow was never really an issue with this name, but Disney pulling back quite nicely.
You seen the weekly on that?
If you believe the levels, this might be one. Now, what does the weekly look like?
The weekly on Disney
Pushed off of that?
actually looks like it's still in the earlier stages of an upward trend.
TQ.
You know, like, so here's your, look, the weekly holds the pandemic bottom, breaks the 50 period, kind of, you know, turns right around at resistance on the 200 period, but it's still making higher lows on the weekly. Like, it's a big down move that's only now making the smiley face. Like that, the longer you look at charts, the more you realize, I know it looks like it's a short here to some people, but that actually still feels like it's just making high lows in the upward trend. You said they report on the next month, so like the 7th of May. So you have some time into earnings, but it looks pretty solid. Juxtapose that to, you know, Netflix, which looked like it was due for a pullback. It had already run so high. So with about 3 minutes to go till the imbalances come out, not going to put anything new on. Steph B says, look at SOUN. Oh, I should have looked at this on Friday when NVIDIA was getting destroyed. This must have got punked. But 6% to the upside. I mean, these guys had their big run on that NVIDIA deal, partnership, whatever news. I forget the exact nature of their contract with them. But 6% up, but let's be real. When NVIDIA pulled back a little, this pulled back a lot. But this is, I think, what you're getting at. Pulls right back into like 350 in here. $3 would be ideal, I mean, obviously. But that's your first up day. So with so much room to run, some of these can get really spicy because all it has to do is like make one higher low, get a couple of days running, and it could be at $5. Like the stock went from 10 to 3. It's not much for it to get back to 5. If NVIDIA stays strong tomorrow, maybe you're looking at like a 390 break or consolidation off of 350 or something along those lines. It's worth a watch. As long as NVIDIA is showing strength, I think it's okay to be looking for longs in this. But when NVIDIA is tanking, you don't even want to be on the bid of this thing.
AMD went back to 148.50, bouncing around a little bit. We got a piece out. I'm just waiting for these imbalances there, so they're going to come through in just 2 minutes, and then we should be able to see the market make a little bit of a move. Obviously, it's come back up, so there's our outs. I mean, we got the 200 period. We got even below that. We get another 200 period out right there on the futures as we'll wait to see what comes out next. Yeah, nothing wrong with starting in position in sound. I think that could be a good one there as we'll wait. Again, you want to wait.
Out.
Yeah, you just want to wait for earnings.
Well, $3, because $3 looks like an out. So when you have an out in a small cap, you know what you're doing. It's like you're just looking for the ramp job and you actually have a stop.
66.4, yeah. All right, so we should still be long Mara. Mara broke the 50. I'm still waiting for this to hit. So actually, let's put up here. Once it hits, we'll go over to it. But there we go. We broke the 50 period. I thought the market was heading lower, which we were right. I mean, you know, this happened. So we'll take money there, but we do give some back. We should still be long Mara. But again, a strong P&L name. I can't hate on this. There's the latest long. That's the second long. We had the first long was here at 16. That didn't work. We got out, so that's about 15 cents worth of a hit. And then this one gives us the juice all the way back up, making about 80 cents, or no, that's 15.80. Sorry, that's out 17.20. So $1.40, my bad, on that one. So that's a good trade for me, $1.40 there on Mara as it gives it back up. So good job, back up to the day's high. We had written this down on the sticky note, but again, should have been longer a little bit earlier, but Mara's still working out today for us, so that's a good one. And here we go with the futures, man. So they're coming in right now on this imbalance. So let's get a quick look just to see where they're going to go in just 5 seconds. These will all come out. Let's see if Mara moves at all. We're in the futures, so we will know pretty much immediately the result of this. So here we go. There it is. Looks like we're starting to push down, obviously, into the NQs. Mara not doing much. There's the TQs as they start to push downside.
Apple's big sell.
Okay, so Apple's a big sell. Anything else you're noticing?
Apple 1.5 to the sell side, GM 1.8 to the sell side, Palantir 900,000 sell, Morgan Stanley's a buy of 800,000, Lyft 800,000
Okay.
buy. Okay, so it's Amazon's a sell of 700,000. It should be a sell number overall. Yeah, 1.6 billion to the sell side, led by Apple, a little bit of Amazon, Tesla 700,000 to sell. TD, be careful. TD is the biggest imbalance, but it's dual listed, and do not trust. If it's dual listed to Canada, you got to know what it comes out in Canada, because it could be like a buy in New York and then a sell in Canada, and it's completely meaningless when that happens. But mostly to the sell side on those big cap tech names. Tesla for 700,000 is a bit different. Usually Tesla doesn't have big imbalances ever. Yeah, not really doing anything. So it's not like you're getting a move off of this.
No.
I don't see any trades. Unfortunately, sometimes there's a trade there. I'm just going to hang on to Intel in case it breaks this 34.20. Maybe get something out of the quarters, as it's just chilling at VWAP. And usually, even Intel usually has an imbalance. It's got absolutely nothing there today. Oh, yeah, congratulations, 4L-Taz. You actually just won on Streamlabs. I haven't spun that thing in forever. I'm on like a 20-spin losing streak. Although, hey,
Yeah, maybe
it's complete chance, so realistically, your streak means nothing at the end of the day when it comes to that, because that's just like straight up gambling.
Yeah, that is gambling.
And it's all fun. It's just like viewer points. If you're not a subscriber, it's a subs-only chat, and there's some fun things in there that you can do in the chat as well.
For sure.
Let's go 250.
Yeah, let's go. Let's see if we can get this market going a little bit. We just take some out on the TQs. We're not doing anything else. We're just waiting for it. As Neil mentioned, TD is the biggest one on there. Let's just take a look at ARM. We were short. Yeah, okay. I mean, this is my PL1. So that would be the futures, but we're already in that. But this is a name that we're looking at one more time here for the closing trade. ARM downside. Let's see if it continues. Whoa. I know you mentioned Apple. We haven't seen that as like a big sell in a long time. So this should send the market absolutely reeling here, and it looks like it is doing that. So here comes the market back in just a little bit for Apple. Yeah, not really a great day for the TQs or for Apple. So there's the sell. 166. Apple's still positive, but that sell is hurting a little bit. Will that be an indication for tomorrow? Possibly. We'll see what tomorrow brings for Apple. And then again, not too many big earnings for tonight. We have CLF on board. Let me see what that's doing right now. Cliffs. We've talked a little bit about the copper space. Heading into earnings, pretty flat, but it's had a nice run, right? Okay, it's pulled back a little bit as well. Nice run for CLF. We'll see if that can hold. We already know that Nucor is coming out as well into the close. Is there a major move?
Do you still own Nucor?
I have to check. I did sell some Nucor, but
I remember that.
yeah, I like Nucor. But nice move to the upside right now, 193.50. Again, really working out. Not a big move into the close. So some of these names going to get it all figured out here as we get ready to go. But yeah, so far so good. Nice move down. There it is. So we get that level on the futures. So yeah, it is a plane crash a little bit here into the close for the NQ. And we have it. So there it goes. We had no P&L on this before we went short at 17.4. Now the market's down at 17.38. So good trade here to end the day. With a nice little short, and then we'll see if Tesla, was that a good move or not? Tesla was a good move to get out of as well. And then Mara, I assume with Bitcoin kind of holding, is still doing its own thing. So looks like we'll be okay to get it out on Mara. We got out at 17.20. So far the worst case would be 4.20 cents right now. Pretty happy with the Mara trading. We'll see everybody soon I'm just going to wait to see if the TQs will settle down, and I'm going to go over to the desk.
Yeah, I just took VWAP on Intel. If it's not gonna, it just held there, and we're at 355, where sometimes you get a bit of a reversal. The reason sometimes you get a reversal at 355 is that's a big pairing event for the imbalances for anyone that puts orders into the auction, and they tend to reflect them sometimes at that price. So it kind of bounced off VWAP and I got out. Doesn't mean it doesn't continue lower. It doesn't mean I'm not looking for essentially the same thing. You know, with the short till it's not, like this stock, like look at, even when it's gentle, it's still kind of trending you in the right direction. So when you find a resistance level here, you just want to stick to it. That's what it's all about. So CLF, new core on earnings. Tomorrow morning, there's a couple of decent ones tomorrow morning. I think GM and, was it Spotify, right? No, GM was for sure. I don't know why Ford was, by the way, why was Ford up 6% today?
They report later on this week. GM is tomorrow.
GM's tomorrow, but Ford was abnormally strong, and I feel like there wasn't anything terribly specific with it. That said, is what it is. Boeing apparently said it expects slower increase in rate of 787 production and deliveries due to supplier shortages on a few key parts. Remember what I said about Boeing? How I don't even need to hear good news. I just want to go a week without hearing any bad news.
Yeah.
Like that's almost the reason. Like if I just give me a quarter that doesn't like stink. I just want to see not like anything in there that the analysts can't really harp on, and then just no bad news, and I think the stock is a buy. Just go a week without any bad news. Because look at the consolidation it's doing at the bottom. Like you don't need to be early on this thing. I think when it goes, you're going to see the 200s in maybe 2 quarters because it's been waiting to join some of the party. And it's a bit of a defense play too, which I think can play well in here. I know oil prices go up and all that kind of stuff, but I don't like the airline stocks, but I don't mind these guys if they can make a bit of a bounce. But it's just got to show you something. Like you see a chart like this and you say short till it's not. I'm just waiting for no news and a break of this consolidation higher, and then once you can start showing me an upward trend and there hasn't been bad news in a week or two, then I think you can go okay for the long. But unfortunately, none of that's really come to fruition. Sam saying Boeing more downside.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, like that's exactly what I'm saying. Like I need to see good news. I need to see some higher lows. I'm just waiting for at least one sign and then a second sign, and then you can think about it. But you don't have to be early. You just have to be right at the end of the day, you know? It's more important to be right than perfect in this market. 3 minutes to go here. I'm not putting anything new. Just going to cancel some scripts because you never want those firing off in the aftermarket. Not that it's happened to me, but I say it out loud because it's happened. Not
Yeah, you can get.
Not that it hasn't happened to you, but there was a trader on the floor.
Well, it's probably happened to me.
No. Like this, I'm talking like for real. Like it's a one thing if you have something, it's at a price that's so far out that even if you get it, it's probably good because like why would something move that far in the aftermarket? But there was a trader that got triggered in like right at the close on like it was like the Qs or something. It's like, oh, what are you doing? And then something reported and.
All right.
That thing they reported moved the Qs, and that trader got hurt a little bit. Just to take the time, cancel your orders, make sure that you've done everything right, no orders out. 2.5 minutes to go. We're just going to be chilling as NVIDIA and the market continue to fall.
We got out of our our TQs right there on the bottom. It just the 355 happened and nothing really flipped over. So we got out. Right there. I'll check quickly on Apple, and then I got to go over to the desk. Join me and Adara today for the close. So that should be fun. That's going to be all new format. We'll have Adara on the desk with me for a minute, and we'll talk to Chris Varley today as well. Not Chris Farley. Chris Varley. I haven't had to double check.
Legends.
I haven't had to. Yeah, I mean, what? Yeah. Okay. I had to double check that with Brendan. I'm like, okay, I always make sure, I got to make sure his name is right, you know? It's because, like, we had Steve Gomez, and I'm always thinking about New Jersey Devil great Scott Gomez every time that happens as well. So, okay, I'm going to move over there so Adara's not so lonely. Only a minute and a half to go, and we will see everybody tomorrow as Apple's still pushing lower. And there goes the futures. So we were dead right about this TQs trade at 17.4. Let's see if we can be patient with that tomorrow. 17.4, 17.440, the high. So good luck into the close. I'll see everybody later.
Absolutely.
In 1 minute.
I think it's going to be a lot of fun. We did the aftermarket show with Adara. She did a fantastic job. You guys are going to do me always kick butt, but I think it's going to be a lot of fun. The new change, get some perspective in there. We know her trading's been going well. So 1 minute to go. Looks like, well, the question was, would the ES get to 0.5 I believe it was Kyle. The answer will be no. But the NASDAQ did get underneath 1%, which I thought was more of that was more of a reasonable level to look for a pullback. I didn't think the ES had a chance to get to that 0.5% to the downside. NVIDIA is pulling back, but is held 790 again. So, NVIDIA still going to end up closing relatively strong here. Pulls back off 800 and it won't even break 790, won't even get to VWAP. Everything else pulled back and is breaking VWAP, at least most of the things I'm looking at. So a lot of times when it's really, really weak and you have a massive down day, you're going to see some relief rally. And we talked about this. It was also short sell restricted, which gives a little bit of extra juice to that push up on NVIDIA. Is you couldn't remove liquidity off the bid without an uptick. But get it off me. Let's get it on Adara in 3, 2, and 1. There it is. Doing a little bit of everything. Doing the morning preparation, watch list, giving you guys live trades because now it's a second week for Adara Live. Also, giving you guys learn to trade, which I think is always, every single day it gets a little bit better. Like you get new topics that we can all learn from. Doing news in the afternoon, ringing the bell, and now going to do the aftermarket show there with Sean. Shout out to you, Willis Addison. We appreciate you. Appreciate the super chat. I want to get that in there. Let's go coin into the close. You swung 240 calls into Friday. Good luck with that. I mean, if it breaks at 228, that's a breakout that I'm looking for at some point this week. I think it could easily see 240 if it makes that 228 break. A lot of pent-up anger at 228, and you had some strength, relative strength in BTC and crypto in general, which I think is fantastic. Big shout out to Fabian and Ramin on the 1s and 2s. Despite the fact that Ramin was saying that we bully her, which I was doing none of, I just want to point that out. You didn't hear me say a bad thing. I never say anything bad about Ram Ram. Ram Ram brings me treats when she has some, which is very kind and sharing of her, knowing that I will eat anything that is sweet, because that's basically how I roll. But shout out to you guys. Shout out to Brennan as well. Appreciate him every single day getting the news. And I think Adara is doing a fantastic job cluing in. Shout out to Sharif on the midday. You know what's up. We love those lessons. Shout out to all the viewers, especially our regulars that contribute every single day. We love you all. We love seeing you guys come back, asking great questions, giving us some great levels, and just sharing with the community. You know what it's all about here. But you know what you got to do? It is the new look. Market might be closed, but it's recap time. It's still at the desk. It's still with Mr. Katina, but joined by Adara. Go get him.
All right, what's up, everybody? And is my mic on? Yes, it is. What's up, Miss Adara?
Hi, I'm good. How are you?
You ready to do this?
Yeah, I am. I'm excited to see how it goes. I'm very excited. I'm very eager to get
You
going.
may notice I may be a little different than Sharif.
Yeah.
No, I won't be talking about different bread types like Paneras and all that kind of stuff. I'll call you by your first name. And we'll do things, I appreciate it as well. Great to have Adara here, so we're happy to go. Yeah, it should be a fun one. I just switched my symbol to D on here, which makes no sense because that's Dominion Energy. What I'm trying to do is get a daily chart here because we had a pretty good day overall. We had gold, though, Adara, down 2.4%. So that was something pretty interesting. And we are going to have up here a little rundown. We have the sector recap. If you're joining us for the first time, everything will basically be the exact same. Adara, if she's hearing any news or anything that breaks, will come through. She'll be watching the chat. We got Benzinga Pro. This show is sponsored by Benzinga Pro, so that should be really fun to get that going. And what a day it was today, starting with FXI up 1.7%. A little boring, generally speaking, with FXI, but a nice move upside as some of the Chinese names, including PDD, started to get going as well here today. That was a nice move. Gold downside, we talked about that. Gas upside. Some of the financials started to lead the way today as well. But it was really, look, XLK is here up 1%. We were almost up 1.5% there. But it is nice as we zoom in a little bit. You see this? You see this? We finally have a green tick here on the daily chart. After a couple red days, we finally come back in. Now you're up in and around that 4 and change level. This is the Benzinga Pro. Now, I'm not logged in for some strange reason here right now, Adara, so I'm going to get logged in to Benzinga Pro. But has any of the earnings sort of dropped yet?
Yeah.
We're waiting for CLF. Yeah, what do you see?
Well, we got Cadence Designs. I don't know if
Okay.
this is a major one, but they just came in here. I'll pull up their chart so everybody can see this. Yeah, so big move down here on Cadence. We're going to find out what exactly happened here. I'll pull this up. on the Trade Ideas. Shout out to Michael Noss and the team over there at Trade Ideas.
Yeah.
Oh, I like the little mini symbol there. But yeah, so they
Wow, okay.
earnings per share and for sales here. They raised their outlook, so I'm not seeing exactly what's moving cadence here to the downside. I'm not seeing anything particularly on this, but I will keep an eye out. If I see anything here, I will let you guys know. So far, though, it all seems like positive across the board in terms of both outlook and the actual numbers they delivered. Because usually if there's the move down and the numbers are positive, outlook might be bad. I'm not seeing that for cadence, but any other earnings, I'll let you guys know.
Good, good. Thank you, Ms. Adara. Here's a couple looks at some of the names that we had seen today. Today, the market recovered, man. It recovered greatly from that move there on Friday and into last week. Was a little dangerous. It's funny because we filmed that podcast on Wednesday talking about doom and gloom, and then it was followed by Thursday, bye-bye, Friday, bye-bye, but a nice little recovery today. Look at this board here. I mean, we don't really see too many names in the red. We have UNH there, we have Tesla as well, and Verizon. So a couple names that were moving around the market definitely recovered from a big day on Friday, with now today both the NASDAQ and the S&P 500 starting to go upside. And again, a lot of that was sponsored by our friend NVIDIA. NVIDIA today was up over 4% or near the end of the day there. We lost 211 billion, Adara, in market cap alone on Friday. That, quite frankly, is more than any market cap of a stock reporting today, and they lost that in one day. So as we go up, we do start to come back down. Today, China was nice. Tesla, though, with that full self-drive news, I mean, they dropped the price of full self-drive, what is it, 4,000? So from 12,000 down to 8,000. That's something there. With Tesla earnings on deck, I mean, we're starting to lose it, Adara, down to 140 and looking even lower. But guess what? Tomorrow, we get sponsored up by General Motors. So they're coming with an earnings play. And look at the difference in this one. I mean, I know when you first started trading, we probably didn't trade too much of GM and a lot of Tesla, but now GM is straight upside, coming with the report tomorrow, April 23rd on the pre-market. So we'll have this, today's the 22nd.
Yeah.
So we'll get this tomorrow, Adara,
Oh.
and we'll see what happens with GM. I mean, you don't own a car, do you?
I do not drive at all.
But it would probably be an electric car if you chose.
I assume it would, yeah.
Yeah, so we'll see what happens here with GM making that move back up. But what's on deck this week, or even coming, Spotify, UPS, GM, Pepsi are all before the open. And then Tesla, Visa, and Enphase are all before the close tomorrow. So we'll just keep checking our Benzinga, and that's what it's all about. And look at the chat. Let's go a little love to the chat here. We do have Chris Varley coming, and this is a guy who hasn't had McDonald's in over 45 years. We talked about that last time, and no, it's not that long. I think it's like 20 years. When's the last time you had McDonald's?
I don't get it much. It was maybe like a couple months ago or something.
A couple months ago, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not a huge McDonald's.
Same. We'll get the coffees and stuff like that because the kids always want to get the fries, something like that. I like the coffee.
I like the coffee.
They got the coffee and muffin deal. It's like $3.
I like the muffins too. Yeah.
I like the muffins.
Yeah, why not?
What is your my muffin would be Raisin Bran. I know that's not a popular choice.
See?
Where the hell's who said that?
Who do you think said that?
Like people like this is the thing. Like I get in trouble for saying something and then I hear an ew in the background. That's fine. To each their own.
Yeah.
I don't know if that would be my favorite. You know what I like? The banana nut crunch is a good one.
Okay. I'm not a huge banana person. I don't mind Raisin Bran, but my favorite, if we're talking McDonald's, I like the cranberry orange.
Ooh, the cranberry orange.
I do like the way the oranges and cranberry dispersed.
That mixes well.
Yeah, I like it.
Adara, we have Cliffs out, it looks like. So Cliffs, CLF, right now, 1.5 billion share repurchase program. That's coming into the building again. Let me just go over to a 1 minute chart and see what whoa. All right, so copper not doing the greatest right here. Here is the Benzinga Pro platform, of course. So we'll have this right here. Where's CLF? There it is right here. So we have adjusted EPS right now of 18 cents, missing 22. So that is a fail. We'll slap that on there with another red miss here. That's kind of cool about the Benzinga platform. It's just green or red. There's the miss again. But I like this, the 1.5 billion share repurchase program. Of course, we've seen that with many names. And Adara, what share repurchase means is that they don't know where they're going to put their money, so they're just going to buy back stock.
Yeah.
So they're going to lower the float that's out there, creating hopefully more value for shareholders that currently are in the name. So CLF with a nice pushback in right there. What is it up on the year? So right here, down 1.04%. So just trying to hold on right now is CLF. And if we reverse it back in, we do have a nice bottom possible, but that doesn't happen until about $17 or $18. So right now, CLF is downside. That cadence, though, was the one that you brought to our attention. Look at this, down 8% now on the 1 minute chart. We'll flip it over. Big shout out to Trade Ideas. We will have Chris coming out for us soon. But look at this, a huge move down into 261, 263. Flip it over to a daily chart. And again, another software name, Adara, that continues to get hit. Earnings are going to be real exciting coming through this year. So get ready. Like, I know you're trading right now live. You're going to see something in just a couple days. The market should be pretty wild. Are you excited?
Oh, I'm so excited. And I think especially, too, we have 4 of the Meg 7 names reporting this week. We have Tesla, we have Microsoft, we have Meta, we have Alphabet. And I think all of those alone are going to create some really exciting moments. And I'm excited to trade those and try trading them for the first time live because, of course, my approach is going to be a little bit different.
Right.
So exciting.
Right. Yeah, good. Okay, yeah, let's start hitting these live. For me, I don't prefer to trade them immediately on earnings, but we'll find some key levels. You know what was interesting? I have the roll call up here. I want to thank everybody for staying tuned with us again today. We have over 2,900 watching us right now as we go. Can't wait for my Raisin Bran muffin. Oh, by the way, Ramin, what kind of socks you got on there? Those are like little fancy green socks there? Oh, they're just Argyle or checkered? All right, let's keep on going here. Oh, what about uranium? You want to share your screen? You want to share something? Is that what you're doing? Oh, you're talking about
No, I was just trying to figure out what happened.
Okay. I want to welcome Adara right now. Welcome. How's it going so far in this recap show?
It's been good. I'm happy to be here. I'm still getting used to it all, but thank you so much for having me. And hi, everybody.
Let us know in the chat here. This is the first time ever that I've had a co-host. Well, I think I've done it with Brendan maybe once.
Yeah, I think you and Brendan
And
maybe.
I think Neil and Brendan hit it. On days I can't be here, Neil will be sitting here. But, I mean, the good thing about this is the more you're on air, the more we pay you. Maybe was that my mic live there? No, okay. So that's good. So good job, Adara. We love that Adara's doing this as we go. Shout out to Miss A. Let us know in the chat. We think it's been a great advancement here. Okay, the one thing I want to talk about, and I tweeted something. Oh, I'm not logged. Oh, I am logged into Twitter. Haha. Sometimes I miss it. You sent this to me, Adara, which I thought was pretty neat. And it was the top performers from last week. So I think that when you're looking at this and you're going to say last week we were down 5, down 6, down 2. This is Microsoft, Alphabet, Apple, NVIDIA down 14%. Amazon getting absolutely clocked. These are all the big names. What we always want to look for is what was relatively strong.
Yeah.
You know, so we had Alphabet again and relative just against its peers. So we had Alphabet only down 2% yesterday or last week. So when you're looking at what's happening today, you're going to see today we actually had Google to the upside.
Yeah.
So again, outperforming the market a little bit here today as Google just continues to march higher here on the 1 minute chart, taking back out to that 158 level, then dropping back in a little bit. So I like the levels here for Google. I think this is something that we'll look at. Earnings post-market on the 25th. And again, just on the daily chart, there's not too many of them that are still up top. Google, for me, is the most interesting name heading into earnings. And then the other name that I like would be Meta. I mean, this is getting ready to dump. I sold some of this. This is post-market Wednesday. So you think we're having a lot of fun now, Adara? Wednesday, we're going to be off the chains right here now. 474 for Meta. I'm a little nervous about that one. Have you been reading anything about any of these major tech names? What names we should be worried about?
Yeah, I mean, I think one thing I would just say for myself is I think Google could be a really interesting surprise because I think they have been, as you've said, it's really strong, and I feel like it's kind of been stealthy. We haven't talked a lot about Google. We don't talk a lot about Google, but I feel like Sundar Pichai and his team could be cooking something
bang,
up.
there she goes. Oh, now you're name dropping? Now you're name dropping.
They had that AI fumble with Gemini, so I think they have a lot to prove, and I think this could be the opportunity for them to do so in that earnings call. But Microsoft, too, I would not underestimate that team. They have OpenAI. They have AI on lock there. So I think, and you know, last time their earnings call was pretty much a knockout. So I think that could be a really interesting move as well.
Okay, so a couple good names there. Thanks, Adara, for that. Yeah, no, I'm with you on all of that. When's the last time we saw a board like this? And I know for those of you that are joining, we've already sort of looked at this, but it was just real quick. I don't remember the last time, honestly, Sometimes when we get moves up, like, okay, NASDAQ will be up, but oil might be down, or the financials might be down. But today, it was like across the board, we had a lot of strength. And I look at something like Berkshire, up 0.1% again. It was strong last week. It held fort again. All these finance names, including, let's go over to the screen quickly, Ramin, if we can. Wells Fargo, American Express, JP Morgan, the big dog, Bank of America there. All the financials well up. And we actually had a pretty cool layout development here from Trade Ideas, whereby we can show all the different sectors.
I like that.
Look at the financial sector. Goldman Sachs, Capital One. They're all here and they're all huge and they're really nice. In the energy sector, Schlumberger to the downside, Halliburton as well. So a couple moves down there as I just look over and she's really interested. So that is fantastic. The Qs, the Spider, Burke B, XLK, IWM started going. I like the technology sector for IBB. So what that is, you ever looked at the IBB before?
I have not.
So that's biotech.
Oh, okay.
So a stock like Moderna, and look what's been happening to this on the daily chart. I think, hey, I don't know about you, Adara, I'm getting older every day.
Same.
So same, you are too?
Yeah,
Okay,
of
good,
course,
so it's
yeah.
not just me? Okay,
Not really.
I just look like I'm getting older. But the idea here is that, hey, as the population ages, I kind of like both the XLV on pushbacks down, so again, sector healthcare fund, right? And then the IBB, so then you get the Modernas and the Pfizers and the Eli Lillys of the world.
Yeah.
We know you like that one,
do.
but XLV, again, a nice push down. If you're looking for something other than tech, I would say diversify into something like this. Okay. You buy ETFs or no?
I do not, but it's something I have a financial advisor, so I have to run a lot through there. But yeah, next time I meet, I
You have a
definitely.
financial advisor?
I do. Yeah.
Why?
I don't know. It was I had the opportunity to to meet with one like
Okay.
around when I started here actually.
All right.
And then yeah, I just decided to kind
Fair.
of work with that for now.
Good,
Yeah,
okay.
it's been cool.
Yeah, if you ever need any advice, take it from a financial advisor, not from me. But I will help you if you do need that. But that's why I asked about ETFs.
Yeah.
Because I think that if I had your age and wisdom, you're welcome, I would be probably just averaging into the indexes.
Yeah,
Pick
that's-
one you like, pick one you like. Not
I like
financial advice, get your financial advisor. Pay the man his money, or woman. Male or female, your financial advisor.
Female.
Wow, I like that, bang. Perfect. Same as mine, actually.
Oh, that's really cool. Okay.
Yeah. My wife.
Oh, I like that.
Yeah. Okay, but she's more about the outflows rather than the inflows.
Oh, I see. Okay.
So we'll manage that together.
Different kind of financial advice.
All right, without any further ado, we have our trader guest of the day. It's Trader Talk. Let's bring him in. Still using this? Hey, it's Mr. Chris Varley. How are you, my friend?
We're doing well. We're doing well. I'm just enjoying listening to this back and forth between you and Dara here. First off, most everything you've touched on are things that I would have discussed already. And
Okay, then we'll see you tomorrow. That was been Chris Varley for Trader. No, I'm just joking. Bang right there. I'm just playing around, Chris. Sorry about that. All right, no, fantastic. Thank you for the nice words, and I'm really glad that Adara is, it's sounding good, and we're having a lot of fun here. So just like you guys at Trade Ideas. I mean, Michael Noss throws SU. We had Steve Gomez earlier. Just keeps on coming and keeps on getting the big hitters. What did we talk about last week? Did you want to review any of those names potentially, or anything you're looking at heading into earnings season right now?
The one thing that stood out to me today, I was cruising around different sectors.
Perfect.
And I was shocked when I looked and saw KBE was green on Friday, given the sell-off on the rest of the market. And you started mentioning the financials and the financial sectors layout that we had that you were going over.
Right.
I just found that kind of shocking. And looking tomorrow, Visa reports. So I have my eye on that for sure. Like everything else, it's had a bit of a pullback. Where do we find some safe havens here in this pullback? Again, we talked last week. It doesn't feel like there's a panic sell going on. It just feels very orderly in this pullback. And so, the strength after the pullback, these are the kind of things I was looking at. You mentioned some energy names before, and I happened to notice as well the XOP, doesn't look bad right now,
Right.
to be honest. It's had this pullback, and then again, it was green Friday, green again today. I know we sold off into the close here. But even on this, a long-term look on it, and I know there's been a pullback in oil prices. I've still, I've got my eye on some energy plays as we go forward. I have a scan. I call it my evening scan. It's a homework scan essentially, and it's looking for stocks that are, the strongest over the last 20 days. There's some volume metrics with relative volume and shares traded on that. And so, AR is a name that stood out to me today on that.
Okay.
And again, as we look back on that here, it just hasn't pulled back like a lot of the rest of the market. So those are some of the things that I was looking at and going around on the market today. It's reporting on the 24th here. So, keep that in mind after hours for that, if that was something that you were looking at.
Yeah.
But again, those are the things that I'm trying to do right now when we've had some of the weakness that we've had.
Shout out to 1320 Wolf here, wants us to talk about frozen orange juice, but we're not going to do that. You know what I was thought, Chris? You mentioned Visa, very interesting name. If you come over to my chart right here, we actually had American Express report last week and a nice bump up and taking out the daily, looking absolutely fantastic as we push it out into a weekly chart. I mean, again, like how good is this? We have like 3 or 4 red weeks, maybe in the last 20. AXP really, really performing well. But then I flip over to the name that you just mentioned. I think, great name to look at here. Look at Visa. Visa not doing anything really. I mean, it's nice. It's near the top, but we have pulled back from that 285, 300 high. And if I go into a daily chart, man, this pullback looks pretty good. We've now had, let's just say, that's 290 top, that back into 270. So just about a little 8% or so pullback in. Is this something, Chris, a long-winded question, but will you look to Visa to the long side to play that because we had the beat from American Express? Or are we almost looking short because of how much of a laggard it's been against an AXP?
I just looking at the chart here and from the technicals, the way it started to break down, I look a little more short with it, to be honest.
Okay.
You start to see it take that step down on my multi-period low here. When we scale out here on, the picture-in-picture chart, it's just got this nice downtrend that started with it here. And, one of the old sayings for shorting, you never shorten the hole. This really isn't in the hole at this point, right? It's been an orderly pullback. You haven't seen anything really big. So I think this sets up a nice short opportunity. Now, with that said, of course, as always, if you see a bounce and you see it recapture around that 280, I'd flip that script really fast back to the other side, even looking, maybe up above that 275. It's not a dynamic mover like some other stocks that we might see, especially at this price range. A Tesla or something like that, where you're seeing massive dollar swings in a day. So, if it continues to break below this 270 below this 275 level, I like it short. If it can reclaim that 275 and move into that 280 area, I'd like it long. And I know, long-winded answer to that too.
All good.
So are there any particular ways that you look for stocks or sectors differently when it comes to earnings season? So are you looking specifically for names with earnings coming up or names with a lot of sectors reporting earnings? So for example, we already had a lot of the bank earnings. Would that impact how you view those types of sectors? I guess just what I'm asking is how you look at for scanners for stocks and sectors during this earnings season.
So I won't hold through earnings. I usually like to wait about a day and a half to 2 days after earnings. And I do have a scan. I don't have it in the tree map form, but I'll bring it over and I have 2 versions of it here. And essentially it's, looking at stocks that are reporting today, before and after the earnings. And I sort it on market cap. I just kind of like to look at it from the market cap side of things. And I do the same thing. It's reporting tomorrow, before and after earnings. So I start to go through these and look at what's been relatively strong, what the sectors then look like, and come up with a list of ideas that are generated from that and how I may or may not want to play. And it, like a lot of traders, it becomes if-then scenarios. If we break down this way, then I look short that way. If we break out this way, then I look long this way, type of thing. I don't like to, when I'm swing trading, when I'm putting on swing positions, I don't like anything that gets too crazy or too volatile. I like that kind of slow and steady wins the race, especially when I'm looking to scale into something, maybe holding it for a week or 2 weeks like that. So, a name like Visa is very interesting to me. You actually mentioned before Pepsi. We've got that on deck for tomorrow after hours, I believe. Tomorrow pre-market, excuse me. So, Pepsi's another one that I like here. When we scale out, it hasn't really broken down off those highs too far, rejected off that 200 number. And I like it. If we can get back over this little area here that we're looking at, that 175, 180 area in there, again, I like that to the long side.
Chris, we don't have Nucor reporting yet, but when that comes, I'm going to drop that to let everybody know a little bit about Nucor. So I apologize if I have to flash on you for that. But right now, Netflix. I don't know. This is what honestly is making me a little bit nervous. I'll give you a second to call up Netflix. Let's come over to my screen just real quick. What's making me nervous is this. I drop an anchored VWAP down here from this October bottom. This is something that Brian Shannon himself has told me that we should be doing this. This anchored VWAP comes all the way now into $500. Netflix today, quite honestly, man, a little disappointing. We were pretty much red or flat on the day for Netflix in what was a raging market. We just showed you pretty much every single stock that you can name today was going to be green, but Netflix had a hard time getting back up to the upside. To me, this doesn't bode well for future earnings, especially in mega cap names. So, Netflix, are you worried about it losing potentially this 540 area? I mean, for me, I am. If tomorrow's down 1%, I feel like the fangs and the claws come out again and go nuts on Netflix back into the downside. And I reviewed their quarter. It's not actually that bad. So I'm surprised on Netflix here. What do you think about us holding this 540 area? To me, I'm a buyer down here at 500 and no earlier.
So it's funny, that anchored VWAP from Brian Shannon talking about the October lows lines up really nicely right now with that gap from, I guess, the end of January or so. And, there's this old saying, gaps are meant to be filled. That gap kind of looks like it wants to be filled to that 500 level. Again, does it get there? Everybody's guess is as good as the next person. But, it's funny. I don't much look at earnings reports. I just know when they're happening. I happened to look at Netflix the other day, and you're right. It wasn't a terrible report by any stretch of any imagination. And yet, for some reason, the sellers are really, really picking on it. And I think, tech stocks or entertainment stocks that are tech related are seeing a brunt of being picked on at this point. And you just wonder if it becomes self-fulfilling, that AVWAP and that gap fill.
So thanks for that. I'm with you, man. I think that when they line up like that gap is probably getting it filled back down into 500. What say you about a bear trap? So today, I guess, bull trap. We had to the upside move up there. We're going to be higher for longer. I think the Fed has sort of told us that. We may even get no cuts heading into the end of the year. I'm hoping for one. I don't know, Dara. I think we're on the same thing here. That we were thinking maybe one, possibly two as maximum for this year. So you know what I want to do when I look at the Qs like this and I see a little up day, I want to just fade tomorrow. I mean, I think when you get very violent red days down, and then although today was nice, I'm not going to hate on 1%, but we did give some back there into the close. What do you think that some of the bulls are just getting their hopes up with a day like today? Or what do you need to see in order to stamp along? Like, what needs to happen moving forward in the next couple of days or weeks where you'll be feeling more comfortable that potentially the bottom's in?
So I would say first thing in order for stocks to go up is they got to stop going down. And today, while we had the 1%, we were green. It's an inside day today. We did it on much lighter volume than what we saw last Friday or last week in general. And so that's cautious, right? We talk about for CMT's confirmation and how, volume can be confirmation. If we had come out screaming and we rivaled, came close to the volume on the Qs on Friday, the same thing with Spire, any of these larger tech names that have really kind of held up the market and dragged the market along with it, I'd feel a lot different than I felt today. And again, I don't want to shorten the hole, right? Well, this for the bears and cautious for the bulls, this could be that opportunity where a short may just be lining up. And especially if we break below that 418 level early again tomorrow on the Qs, I'd be looking short on that as well. You've got that rounded look coming down from the top. Do I think there's some big crash coming? Nope. Do I think, the Fed is going to just come out and cut anything right away? Absolutely not. Do I think that they may cut by the end of the year? I think that's a very big possibility. They don't, they don't want to tank the market lower for, whatever reasons. They give you what their mandate is and inflation, employment, and so on and so forth. I don't think anybody could tell you that they're not looking at the market in some way, shape, or form. And while they haven't completely won this battle on inflation, I do think that they will look to do that towards the end of this year with a cut, believing that they've tackled the brunt of inflation at this point. But back to what you said before, I really think that you're right. The Q set up a nice look where we're not shorting in the hole here. We got a bit of a bounce day. Wasn't a strong or convincing bounce day, and I still feel like the sellers have their hands on the trigger. And that, to allude to something Steve mentioned earlier, I was watching you guys most on and off all day long.
Right.
He talked about the inverse ETFs, and you'll find that even a lot of bulls, they know that it doesn't go up forever, the realistic bulls, and playing those inverse ETFs may be something that folks want to look at. Cautious with it like anything as always, especially those leveraged ones, and you have decay and whatnot. But this may be setting up a nice scenario for it and a good way to hedge. If you're long, if you have real long positions, long-term positions, you don't want to see those red days in your portfolio making those red days. Something like the SQs, maybe something you want to look at. The SDS on the S&P, those are some items, some ideas that you could throw out there for looking to hedge.
We had my best trade of the day was right in the afternoon when I actually, just as you said there, I traded the TQQ. So I went triple, and I actually went short, and the market faded, and it turned out to be good. All right, putting you on the spot. I don't want a long-winded answer. I don't want anything. What I want is this. You're going to tell me which big tech name you think will be up after earnings. I won't hold it to you, but which name do you think will be up after earnings if you could choose one? We don't have to go over charts or anything. I just want to know the name. Gun to head, which one do we think is going up?
Meta.
Meta. Okay, I like Meta too. I think that's a good one. I think it's dangerous on the chart, but I do like the move forward on Meta. I think you might have nailed that one. Thank you so much. Where can they find you? On socials, just at Trade Ideas? I think I asked you this last week.
Both. You can hit me info@trade-ideas.com. Okay. I'm monitoring that email box like a hawk all times, and you can find me with my first initial and last name, so C Varley 1734 on Twitter.
1734. All right. Hey, even if we see Michael Noss again, we still want to have you back. So thank you so much, Chris Varley, for filling in. You've done an absolutely fantastic job, and promise us you'll come back.
I'm happy to do it. You guys let me know when you want me, and we'll arrange it and we'll work it out. I'd be more than thrilled to be back.
Thank you so much, Chris. That is Trader Talk. Have yourself a good one. Hey, we lasted the whole time. Thanks, Chris. See ya.
Take care, everyone.
Gun to head. What is this? Pulp Fiction. Actually, that is true. We were Pulp Fiction characters, as you remember.
Yeah. Yeah, that was the year before I came, but I saw the photos of you and Neil as of Samuel L. Jackson and John Travolta.
Yeah, that was great.
That was a great
I shaved for that and everything. You got your Halloween costume ready to go yet? We've got a couple months away.
I have a couple ideas. I also can't believe it's only like 6 months away, but yeah, I have a couple ideas. We're still ruminating, thinking it over, but yeah, some ideas.
Okay. All right. Well, that was fast.
That was fast.
Yeah.
Flew by.
You want to talk about some tweets quickly? Okay, so just real quick. Let's just do this real quick. So, we talked about a couple things today. I didn't tweet out too much today. We were really trying to focus on, how about this? That's a new, maybe me and you got to be on this thumbnail.
Oh, yeah, I saw the new thumbnail for
Where's
today.
Fabian?
Yeah.
We got to show the new thumbnail, Fabian. I want to show the thumbnail. Where's the screen? There it is, this thumbnail right there. And then we had the top performers. I think that was pretty interesting. We had the sticky note today. We made a couple mistakes on Tesla, but we kept grinding with that one as that one continues to go. But the most important thing, here's the golf. So there's my kid. We went golfing on Friday. Thanks to Neil, yourself, and Brendan for filling in here. But we're back today, baby, with more and more action, and it's not going to stop. But you know what happens on this show? And I know that Sharif tries to do it as well.
Oh, I know what this is.
But this is the original. And we're not going to stop doing it, Adara.
Okay.
It's your roll call. All right. So today's roll call begins and ends with who's in the chat. We have over 2,100 people watching right now. We're super excited.
Yeah.
Because we got the best moderator. And right now, Kill Bill. You like Kill Bill? You seen that movie?
I have not seen Kill Bill.
What?
I know. I know, Fabian and Sean, I know.
All right. Well, let's say what's up to everybody. I don't know. No one's even. Am I on the right stream here? All we've got is Bears versus Bulls here. This is going to be real easy right now. All right. What's up to Mo Fun? What's up to Pitchbull right now? What's up to Adrian is here. He says Batman. Excellent job, Adara.
Oh,
says
thank you.
Michelle Muir. I would think so too. That's fantastic. I mean, the more experience we get, the more we'll play off each other and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Not too many puns though this afternoon.
Yeah, I was trying to be more subdued for the first.
Good, I like it.
appearance,
I
right?
like it. I
But
like
yeah,
it. I
we'll
like
see.
it. I like it a lot. All right, what's up? What's up to Matthias? What's up to BW? Trades up to Chef Joe. Oh, here we go. All right, great show. Mauricio's coming out. Mary's here. Hugh is here. Harry's here. Matthias. Dominica is here. Dominica is here. Bigley down under. All right, well, that's it. Not too many earnings.
Yeah.
We had CDNS, that was pretty disastrous. We saw that one. We saw Cliffs go to the downside. But that's it. This is a calm show.
Yeah.
But tomorrow, we get going. All right, we'll figure out something to do. But for now, we'll do this. We'll fist bump. It's Adara, and it's Sean. You can follow us all on socials. What are your socials, Bio? Are you on Twitter yet? I saw you on Instagram.
I have Instagram. I need to get my Twitter account, but my Instagram account is Trader TV Adara. And I will often post selfies with myself with tea before the midday show or the How to Trade, which you can check out.
Selfies with tea?
Yeah, I just take
Oh,
a tea,
good.
take
Okay.
a selfie, and I'm like, check it out.
Good.
I don't know, it's my niche.
That's fun. What is your preference on a tea?
Peppermint.
Peppermint tea.
Yeah, a little boring,
That's not
Yeah.
boring. I don't mind peppermint.
I appreciate that.
It gets you going.
Yeah, it gives like a little like.
Because I talked to Adair, or not Adair, you're Adair. Hey Adair, how's it
Hi.
going? I talked to Ramin the other day, and she gave me some nice black tea from India. That
Black
was
tea's good.
really good. That was really tasty. All right, we're done. Thank you so much for watching, and this is the new recap show. I hope you enjoyed it. But let's go to the double screen so we can both wave goodbye. So for everybody here, we're doing this. Okay, so you got to look there. Which one do you want to do, Fabian? Let's do this one. For everybody here at Trader TV Live, that's Miss A. I am Sean, and we will see you tomorrow bright and early at 8:30. Thanks, Adara.
Thank you.
Ciao. Thanks, Chris.
Thanks, everybody.